Section 1 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 1. The Spa. The first bathers, the early risers who had already been at the water, were walking slowly in pairs or alone under the huge trees along the stream which rushes down the gorges of Auvergne. Others arrived from the village, and entered the establishment in a hurried fashion. It was a spacious building, the ground floor being reserved for thermal treatment, while the first story served as a casino, café, and billiard room. Since Dr. Bonfils had discovered in the heart of Auvergne the great spring, baptized by him the Bonfils Spring, some proprietors of the country and the surrounding neighbourhood, timid speculators, had decided to erect in the midst of this superb glen of Auvergne, savage and gay withal, planted with walnut and giant chestnut trees, a vast house for every kind of use, serving equally for the purpose of cure and of pleasure, in which mineral waters, douches, and baths were sold below, and beer, liquors, and music above. A portion of the ravine along the stream had been enclosed to constitute the park indispensable to every spa, and 3 walkways had been made, one nearly straight and the other 2 zigzag. At the end of the first gushed out an artificial spring, detached from the parent spring, and bubbling into a great basin of cement, sheltered by a straw roof, under the care of an impassive woman whom everyone called Marie in a familiar sort of way. This calm Auvergnate, who wore a little cap always as white as snow, and a big apron, perfectly clean at all times, which concealed her working dress, rose up slowly as soon as she saw a bather coming along the road in her direction. The bather would smile with a melancholy air, drink the water, and return her the glass, saying, "Thanks, Marie." Then he would turn on his heel and walk away, and Marie sat down again on her straw chair to wait for the next comer. They were not, however, very numerous. The Auvergne station had just been 6 years open for invalids, and scarcely could count more patients at the end of these 6 years than it had at the start. About 50 had come there, attracted more than anything else by the beauty of the district, by the charm of this little village lost under enormous trees, whose twisted trunks seemed as big as the houses, and by the reputation of the gorges at the end of this strange glen, which opened on the great plain of Auvergne, and ended abruptly at the foot of the high mountain bristling with craters of unknown age, a savage and magnificent crevasse full of rocks fallen or threatening, from which rushed a stream that cascaded over giant stones, forming a little lake in front of each. This thermal station had been brought to birth as they all are, with a pamphlet on the spring by Dr. Bonfils. He opened with a eulogistic description, in a majestic and sentimental style, of the alpine seductions of the neighbourhood. He selected only adjectives which convey a vague sense of delightfulness and enjoyment, those which produce effect without committing the writer to any material statement. All the surroundings were picturesque, filled with splendid sights or landscapes whose graceful outlines aroused soft emotions. All the promenades in the vicinity possessed a remarkable originality, such as would strike the imagination of artists and tourists. Then, abruptly, without any transition, he plunged into the therapeutic qualities of the Bonfils Spring, bicarbonate, sodium, mixed, lithineous, ferruginous, etc., etc., capable of curing every disease. He had, moreover, enumerated them under this heading: chronic affections or acute specially associated with Auvergne. And the list of affections associated with Auvergne was long and varied, consoling for invalids of every kind. The pamphlet concluded with some information of practical utility, the cost of lodgings, commodities, and hotels, for 3 hotels had sprung up simultaneously with the Casino medical establishment. These were the Hotel Splendid, quite new, built on the slope of the glen looking down on the baths, the Thermal Hotel, an old inn with a new coat of plaster, and the Hotel Vidalet, formed very simply by the purchase of 3 adjoining houses, which had been altered so as to convert them into one. Then, all at once, 2 new doctors had installed themselves in the locality one morning, without anyone well knowing how they came, for at spas doctors seemed to dart up out of the springs, like gas jets. These were Dr. Honorat, a native of Auvergne, and Dr. Laton, of Paris. A fierce antagonism soon burst out between Dr. Laton and Dr. Bonfils, while Dr. Honorat, a big, clean-shaven man, smiling and pliant, stretched forth his right hand to the first and his left hand to the second, and remained on good terms with both. But Dr. Bonfils was master of the situation, with his title of Inspector of the Waters and of the thermal establishment of Auvergne-les-Bains. This title was his strength, and the establishment his chattel. There he spent his days, and even his nights, it was said. 100 times in the morning he would go from his house, which was quite near in the village, to his consultation study, fixed at the right-hand side facing the entrance to the thermal baths. Lying in wait there, like a spider in his web, he watched the comings and goings of the invalids, inspecting his own patients with a severe eye, and those of the other doctors with a look of fury. He questioned everybody almost in the style of a ship's captain, and he struck terror into newcomers, unless it happened that he made them smile. This day, as he arrived with rapid steps, which made the big flaps of his old frock coat fly up like a pair of wings, he was stopped suddenly by a voice exclaiming, "Doctor!" He turned round, his thin face, full of big ugly wrinkles, and looking quite black at the end, with a grizzled beard rarely cut, made an effort to smile, and he took off the tall silk hat, shabby, stained, and greasy, that covered his thick pepper and salt head of hair. Pepper and soiled, as his rival Dr. Laton put it. Then he advanced a step, made a bow, and murmured, "Good morning, Marquis. Are you quite well this morning?" The Marquis de Ravenel, a little man well preserved, stretched out his hand to the doctor as he replied, "Very well, doctor, very well, or at least not ill. I am always suffering from my kidneys, but indeed I am better, much better, and I am as yet only at my 10th bath. Last year I did not obtain the effect until the 16th, you recollect?" "Yes, perfectly. But it is not about this I want to talk to you. My daughter has arrived this morning, and I wish to have a chat with you about her case first of all, because my son-in-law, William Andermatt, the banker— yes, I know. My son-in-law has a letter of recommendation addressed to Dr. Laton. As for me, I have no confidence except in you, and I beg of you to have the kindness to come up to the hotel before— you understand. I prefer to say things to you candidly. Are you free at the present moment?" Dr. Bonfils had put on his hat again, and looked excited and troubled. He answered at once: "Yes, I shall be free immediately. Do you wish me to accompany you?" "Why, certainly." And turning their backs on the establishment, they directed their steps up a circular walk leading to the door of the Hôtel Splendid, built on the slope of the mountain, so as to offer a view of it to travellers. They made their way to the drawing-room in the first story, adjoining the apartments occupied by the Ravenel and Andermatt families, and the Marquis left the doctor by himself while he went to look for his daughter. He came back with her presently. She was a fair young woman, small, pale, very pretty, whose features seemed like those of a child, while her blue eyes, boldly fixed, cast on people a resolute look that gave an alluring impression of firmness and a peculiar charm to this refined and fascinating creature. There was not much the matter with her: vague languors, sadnesses, bursts of tears without apparent cause, angry fits for which there seemed no reason, and lastly, anemia. She craved above all for a child, which had been vainly looked forward to since her marriage more than 2 years before. Dr. Bonfils declared that the waters of Auvergne would be effectual, and proceeded forthwith to write a prescription. The doctor's prescriptions had always the formidable aspect of an indictment. On a big white sheet of paper, such as schoolboys use, his directions exhibited themselves in numerous paragraphs of 2 or 3 lines each, in an irregular handwriting, bristling with letters resembling spikes. and the potions, the pills, the powders, which were to be taken fasting in the morning, at midday and in the evening, followed in ferocious-looking characters. One of these prescriptions might read: "Inasmuch as Monsieur X is affected with a chronic malady, incurable and mortal, he will take first sulphate of quinine, which will render him deaf and will make him lose his memory. Secondly, bromide of potassium, which will destroy his stomach, weaken all his faculties, cover him with pimples, and make his breath foul. Thirdly, salicylate of soda, whose curative effects have not yet been proved, but which seems to lead to a terrible and speedy death the patient treated by this remedy. And concurrently, chloral, which causes insanity, and belladonna, which attacks the eyes. All vegetable solutions and all mineral compositions which corrupt the blood, corrode the organs, consume the bones, and destroy by medicine those whom disease has spared." For a long time he went on writing on the front page and on the back, then signed it just as a judge might have signed a death sentence. The young woman, seated opposite to him, stared at him with an inclination to laugh that made the corners of her lips rise up. When, with a low bow, he had taken himself off, she snatched up the paper blackened with ink, rolled it up into a ball, and flung it into the fire. Then, breaking into a hearty laugh, said: "Oh, father, where did you discover this fossil? Why, he looks for all the world like an old clothesman. Oh, how clever of you to dig up a physician that might have lived before the Revolution. Oh, how funny he is! Aye, and dirty. Ah, yes, dirty. I believe really he has stained my penholder." The door opened, and Monsieur Andermatt's voice was heard saying: "Come in, doctor." And Doctor Latonne appeared. Erect, slender, circumspect, comparatively young, attired in a fashionable morning coat, and holding in his hand the high silk hat which distinguishes the practising doctor in the greater part of the thermal stations of Auvergne. The physician from Paris, without beard or moustache, resembled an actor who had retired into the country. The Marquis, confounded, did not know what to say or do, while his daughter put up her handkerchief to her mouth to keep herself from bursting out laughing in the newcomer's face. He bowed with an air of self-confidence, and, at a sign from the young woman, took a seat. Monsieur Andermatt, who followed him, minutely detailed for him his wife's condition, her illnesses, together with their accompanying symptoms, the opinions of the physicians consulted in Paris, and then his own opinion, based on special grounds which he explained in technical language. He was a man still quite youthful, a Jew who devoted himself to financial transactions. He entered into all sorts of speculations, and displayed in all matters of business a subtlety of intellect, a rapidity of penetration, and a soundness of judgment that were perfectly marvellous. A little too stout already for his figure, which was not tall, chubby, bald, with an infantile expression, fat hands and short thighs, he looked much too greasy to be quite healthy, and spoke with amazing facility. By means of tact, he had been able to form an alliance with the daughter of the Marquis de Ravenel, with a view to extending his speculations into a sphere to which he did not belong. The Marquis, besides, possessed an income of about 30,000 francs, and had only 2 children. But when Monsieur Andermatt married, though scarcely 30 years of age, he owned already 5 or 6 millions, and had sown enough to bring him in a harvest of 10 or 12. Monsieur de Ravenel, a man of weak, irresolute, shifting, and undecided character, at first angrily repulsed the overtures made to him with respect to this union, and was indignant at the thought of seeing his daughter allied to an Israelite. Then, after 6 months' resistance, he gave way under the pressure of accumulated wealth, on the condition that the children should be brought up in the Catholic religion. But they waited for a long time, and no offspring was yet announced. It was then that the Marquis, enchanted for the past 2 years with the waters of Auvergne, recalled to mind the fact that Dr. Bonfil's pamphlet also promised the cure for sterility. Accordingly, he sent for his daughter, whom his son-in-law accompanied, in order to install her and to entrust her, acting on the advice of his Paris physician, to the care of Dr. Latonne. Therefore, Andermatt, since his arrival, had gone to look for this practitioner, and went on enumerating the symptoms which presented themselves in his wife's case. He finished by mentioning how much he had been pained at finding his hopes of paternity unrealized. Dr. Latonne allowed him to go on to the end. Then, turning toward the young woman, "Have you anything to add, madame?" She replied gravely, "No, monsieur, nothing at all." He went on, "In that case, I will trouble you to take off your travelling dress and your corset, and to put on a simple white dressing gown, all white." She was astonished. He rapidly explained his system. "Good heavens, madame, it is very simple. Formerly, the belief was that all diseases came from a poison in the blood or from an organic cause. To-day, we simply assume that in many cases, and, above all, in your particular case, the uncertain ailments from which you suffer, and even certain serious troubles, very serious, mortal, may proceed only from the fact that some organ or other, having taken, under influences easy to determine, an abnormal development, to the detriment of the neighbouring organs, destroys all the harmony, all the equilibrium of the human body, modifies or arrests its functions, and obstructs the play of all the other organs. A swelling of the stomach may be sufficient to make us believe in a disease of the heart, which, impeded in its movements, becomes violent, irregular, sometimes even intermittent. The dilation of the liver or of certain glands may cause ravages which unobservant physicians attribute to 1,000 different causes. Therefore, the first thing that we should do is to ascertain whether all the organs of a patient have their true compass and their normal position, for a very little thing is enough to upset a person's health. I am going then, madam, if you will allow me, to examine you with great care, and to mark out on your dressing gown the limits, the dimensions, and the positions of your organs." He had put down his hat on a chair, and he spoke in a facile manner. His large mouth, in opening and closing, made 2 deep hollows in his shaven cheeks, which gave him a certain ecclesiastical air. Andermatt, delighted, exclaimed, "Capital, capital! That is very clever, very ingenious, very new, very modern." Very modern, in his mouth, was the height of admiration. The young woman, highly amused, rose and passed into her own apartment. She came back, after the lapse of a few minutes, in a white dressing gown. The physician made her lie down on a sofa, then, drawing from his pocket a pencil with 3 points, a black, a red, and a blue, he commenced to auscultate and to tap his new patient, riddling the dressing gown all over with little dots of colour by way of noting each observation. She resembled, after a quarter of an hour of this work, a map indicating continents, seas, capes, rivers, kingdoms, and cities, and bearing the names of all these terrestrial divisions, for the doctor wrote on each line of demarcation 2 or 3 Latin words intelligible to himself alone. Now, when he had listened to all the internal sounds in Madame Andermatt's body, and tapped on all the parts of her person that were irritated or hollow-sounding, he drew forth from his pocket a notebook of red leather with gold threads to fasten it, divided in alphabetical order, consulted the index, opened it, and wrote, "Observation 6347, Madame A, 21 years." Then, collecting from her head to her feet the coloured notes on her dressing gown, and reading them as an Egyptologist deciphers hieroglyphics, he entered them in the notebook. He observed when he had finished, "Nothing disquieting, nothing abnormal, save a very slight deviation, which some 30 acidulated baths will cure. You will take, furthermore, 3 half glasses of water each morning before noon. Nothing else. I will come back to see you in 4 or 5 days." Then he rose, bowed, and went out with such promptitude that everyone remained stupefied at it. This abrupt style of departure was a part of his mannerism, his tact, his special stamp. He considered it very good form, and thought it made a great impression on the patient. Madame Andermatt ran to look at herself in the glass, and, shaking all over with a joyous burst of childlike laughter, said, "Oh, how amusing they are! How droll they are! Tell me, is there not one more left of them? I want to see him immediately. Will, go and find him for me. I must have the third one here. I want to see him." Her husband, surprised, asked, "How? A third? A third what?" The Marquis deemed it advisable to explain, while offering excuses, for he was a little afraid of his son-in-law. He related, therefore, how Doctor Bonfils had come to see himself, and how he had introduced him to Christiane, in order to ascertain his opinion, as he had great confidence in the experience of the old physician, who was a native of the district, and who had discovered the spring. Andermatt shrugged his shoulders, and declared that Doctor Latonne alone would take care of his wife, so that the Marquis, very uneasy, began to reflect on the best course to take in order to arrange matters without offending his irascible physician. Christiane asked, "Is Gontran here?" This was her brother. Her father replied, "Yes, for the past 4 days, with a friend of his, of whom he has often spoken, Monsieur Paul Bretigny. They are making a tour together in Auvergne. They have come from Mont Oriol and from Bourboule, and will be setting out for Cantal at the end of next week." Then he asked the young woman whether she desired to rest till luncheon after the night in the train. But she had slept perfectly in the sleeping car, and only required an hour for her toilette, after which she wished to visit the village and the establishment. Her father and her husband went back to their rooms to wait till she was ready. She soon came out to call them, and they descended together. She grew enthusiastic at first sight over the aspect of the village, built in the middle of a wood in a deep valley, which seemed hemmed in on every side by chestnut trees lofty as mountains. These could be seen everywhere, springing up just as they chanced to have shot forth here and there in a century, in front of doorways, in the courtyards, in the streets. Then again there were fountains everywhere made of a great black stone, standing upright, pierced with a small aperture, through which dashed a streamlet of clear water that whirled about in a circle before it fell into the trough. A fresh odour of grass and of stables floated over those masses of verdure, and they saw the peasant women of Auvergne standing in front of their dwellings, spinning at their distaffs with lively movements of their fingers the black wool attached to their girdles. Their short petticoats showed their thin ankles covered with blue stockings, and the bodies of their dresses, fastened over their shoulders with straps, left exposed the linen sleeves of their chemises, out of which stretched their hard, dry arms and bony hands. But suddenly a queer, lilting kind of music burst on the promenaders' ears. It was like a barrel organ with piping sounds, a barrel organ used up, broken-winded, invalided. Christiane exclaimed, "What is that?" Her father began to laugh. "It is the orchestra of the casino. It takes 4 of them to make that noise." And he led her up to a red bill affixed to a corner of a farmhouse, on which appeared in black letters, "Casino of Avowal, under the direction of Monsieur Petrus Martel of the Odéon. Saturday, 6th of July. Grand concert, organised by the Maestro Saint Landry, 2nd grand prize winner at the Conservatoire. The piano will be presided over by Monsieur Javel, Grand Laureate of the Conservatoire. Flute, Monsieur Noirot, Laureate of the Conservatoire. Double bass, Monsieur Nicordi, Laureate of the Royal Academy of Brussels. After the concert, grand representation of Lost in the Forest, a comedy in 1 act, by Monsieur Pointelet. Characters: Pierre de la Pointe, Monsieur Petrus Martel of the Odéon. Oscar Lavillée, Monsieur Petit-Nevel of the Vaudeville. Jean, Monsieur Lapalme of the Grand Theatre of Bordeaux. Philippine, Mademoiselle Odilin of the Odéon. During the representation, the orchestra will be likewise conducted by the Maestro Saint Landry." Christiane read this aloud, laughed, and was astonished. Her father went on, "Oh, they will amuse you. Come and look at them." They turned to the right and entered the park. The bathers promenaded gravely, slowly along the 3 walks. They drank their glasses of water and then went away. Some of them, seated on benches, traced lines in the sand with the ends of their walking sticks or their umbrellas. They did not talk, seemed not to think, scarcely to live, enervated, paralyzed by the ennui of the thermal station. Only the odd music of the orchestra broke the sweet silence as it leaped into the air, coming one knew not whence, produced one knew not how, passing under the foliage and appearing to stir up these melancholy walkers. A voice cried, "Christiane!" She turned round. It was her brother. He rushed towards her, embraced her, and, having pressed Andermatt's hand, took his sister by the arm and drew her along with him, leaving his father and his brother-in-law in the rear. They chatted. He was a tall, well-made young fellow, prone to laughter like her, light-hearted as the Marquis, indifferent to events, but always on the lookout for 1,000 francs. "I thought you were asleep," said he. "But for that I would have come to embrace you. And then Paul carried me off this morning to the Château of Tournoel." "Who is Paul?" "Oh, yes, your friend." "Paul Bertigny. It is true you don't know him. He is taking a bath at the present moment." "He is a patient, then?" "No, but he is curing himself all the same. He is trying to get over a love episode." "And so he's taking acidulated baths. They're called acidulated, are they not? In order to restore himself." "Yes, he's doing all I told him to do. Oh, he has been hit hard. He's a violent youth, terrible, and has been at death's door. He wanted to kill himself, too. It was an actress, a well-known actress. He was madly in love with her, and then she was not faithful to him, do you see? The result was a frightful drama, so I brought him away. He's going on better now, but he's still thinking about it." She smiled for a moment, then, becoming grave, she returned, "It will amuse me to see him." For her, however, this thing, love, did not mean very much. She sometimes bestowed a thought on it, just as you think, when you are poor, now and then of a pearl necklace, of a diadem of brilliance. With a desire awakened in you for this thing, possible though far away. This fancy would come to her after reading some novel to kill time, without attaching to it, beyond that, any special importance. She had never dreamed about it much, having been born with a happy soul, tranquil and contented. And although now 2 years and a half married, she had not yet awakened out of that sleep in which innocent young girls live, that sleep of the heart, of the mind, and of the senses, which with some women lasts until death. For her life was simple and good, without complications. She had never looked for the causes or the hidden meaning of things. She had lived on from day to day, slept soundly, dressed with taste, laughed, and felt satisfied. What more could she have asked for? When Andermatt had been introduced to her as her future husband, she refused to wed him at first, with a childish indignation at the idea of becoming the wife of a Jew. Her father and her brother, sharing her repugnance, replied with her and like her by formally declining the offer. Andermatt disappeared, acted as if he were dead, but, at the end of 3 months, had lent Gontran more than 20,000 francs, and the Marquis, for other reasons, was beginning to change his opinion. In the first place, he always, on principle, yielded when one persisted, through sheer egotistical desire not to be disturbed. His daughter used to say of him, "All Papa's ideas are jumbled up together." And this was true. Without opinions, without beliefs, he had only enthusiasms, which varied every moment. At one time he would attach himself, with a transitory and poetic exaltation, to the old traditions of his race, and would long for a king, but an intellectual king, liberal, enlightened, marching along with the age. At another time, after he had read a book by Michelet, or some democratic thinker, he would become a passionate advocate of human equality, of modern ideas, of the claims of the poor, the oppressed, and the suffering. He believed in everything, just as each thing harmonized with his passing moods, and when his old friend, Madame Icardon, who, connected as she was with many Israelites, desired the marriage of Christiane and Andermatt, and began to preach in favour of it, she knew full well the kind of arguments with which she should attack him. She pointed out to him that the Jewish race had arrived at the hour of vengeance. It had been a race crushed down as the French people had been before the Revolution, and was now going to oppress others by the powers of gold. The Marquis, devoid of religious faith, but convinced that the idea of God was rather a legislative idea, which had more effect in keeping the foolish, the ignorant, and the timid in the right path than the simple notion of justice, regarded dogmas with a respectful indifference, and held in equal and sincere esteem Confucius, Mohammed, and Jesus Christ. Accordingly, the fact that the latter was crucified did not at all present itself as an original wrongdoing, but as a gross political blunder. In consequence, it only required a few weeks to make him admire the toil, hidden, incessant, and all-powerful, of the persecuted Jews everywhere. And viewing with different eyes their brilliant triumph, he looked upon it as a just reparation for the indignities that so long had been heaped upon them. He saw them masters of kings, who were the masters of the people, sustaining thrones or allowing them to collapse, able to make a nation bankrupt as one might a wine merchant, proud in the presence of princes who had grown humble, and casting their impure gold into the half-open purses of the most Catholic sovereigns, who thanked them by conferring on them titles of nobility and lines of railway. So he consented to the marriage of William Andermatt with Christiane de Ravenel. As for Christiane, under the unconscious pressure of Madame Icardon, her mother's old companion, who had become her intimate adviser since the Marquis's death, a pressure to which was added that of her father, and the interested indifference of her brother, she consented to marry this big, over-rich youth, who was not ugly, but scarcely pleased her, just as she would have consented to spend a summer in a disagreeable country. She found him a good fellow, kind, not stupid, nice in intimate relations, but she frequently laughed at him along with Gontran, whose gratitude was of the perfidious order. He would say to her, "Your husband is rosier and balder than ever. He looks like a sickly flower, or a suckling pig with its hair shaved off. Where does he get these colours?" She would reply, "I assure you I have nothing to do with it. There are days when I feel inclined to paste him on a box of sugar plums." But they had arrived in front of the baths. Two men were seated on straw chairs with their backs to the wall, smoking their pipes, one at each side of the door. Said Gontran, "Look, here are two good types. Watch the fellow at the right, the hunchback with the Greek cap. That's Père Printemps, an ex-jailer from Riom, who has become the guardian, almost the manager, of the Auvergne establishment. For him nothing is changed, and he governs the invalids just as he did his prisoners in former days. The bathers are always prisoners, their bathing boxes are cells, the douche-room is a black hole, and the place where Dr. Bonfils practises his stomach washings, with the aid of the Baradout sounding line, a chamber of mysterious torture. He does not salute any of the men on the strength of the principle that all convicts are contemptible beings. He treats women with much more consideration, upon my honour, a consideration mingled with astonishment, for he had none of them under his control in the prison of Riom. That retreat being destined for males only, he has not yet got accustomed to talking to members of the fair sex. The other fellow is the cashier. I defy you to make him write your name. You are just going to see." And Gontran, addressing the man at the left, slowly said, "Monsieur Semenois, this is my sister, Madame Andermatt, who wants to subscribe for a dozen baths." The cashier, very tall, very thin, with a poor appearance, rose up, went into his office, which exactly faced the study of the medical inspector, opened his book, and asked, "What name?" "Andermatt." "What did you say?" "Andermatt." "How do you spell it?" "Andermatt. "All right." And he slowly wrote it down. When he had finished, Gontran asked, "Would you kindly read over my sister's name?" "Yes, monsieur. Madame Andermatt." Christiane laughed till the tears came into her eyes, paid for her tickets, and then asked, "What is it that one hears up there?" Gontran took her arm in his. Two angry voices reached their ears on the stairs. They went up, opened a door, and saw a large coffee room with a billiard table in the centre. Two men in their shirt sleeves at opposite sides of the billiard table, each with a cue in his hand, were furiously abusing one another. 18! 17! I tell you I'm 18! That's not true, you're only 17! It was the director of the casino, Monsieur Petrus Martel of the Odéon, who was playing his ordinary game with the comedian of his company, Monsieur Lepalme of the Grand Theatre of Bordeaux. Petrus Martel, whose stomach, stout and inactive, swayed underneath his shirt, above a pair of pantaloons fastened anyhow, after having been a strolling player in various places, had undertaken the directorship of the casino of Auvergne, and spent his days in drinking the allowances intended for the bathers. He wore an immense moustache like a dragoon, which was steeped from morning till night in the froth of bocks and the sticky syrup of liqueurs, and he had aroused in the old comedian whom he had enlisted in his service an immoderate passion for billiards. As soon as they got up in the morning, they proceeded to play a game, insulted and threatened one another, expunged the record, began over again, scarcely gave themselves time for breakfast, and could not tolerate two clients coming to drive them away from their green cloth. They soon put everyone to flight, and did not find this sort of existence unpleasant, though Petrus Martel always found himself at the end of the season in a bankrupt condition. The female attendant, overwhelmed, would have to look on all day at this endless game, listen to the interminable discussion, and carry from morning till night glasses of beer or half glasses of brandy to the two indefatigable players. But Gontran carried off his sister. Come into the park, 'tis fresher. At the end of the establishment they suddenly perceived the orchestra under the Chinese kiosque. A fair-haired young man, frantically playing the violin, was conducting with movements of his head. His hair was shaking from one side to the other in the effort to keep time, and his entire torso bent forward and rose up again, swaying from left to right, like the stick of the leader of an orchestra. Facing him sat three strange-looking musicians. This was the maestro, Saint Landry. He and his assistants, a pianist, whose instrument, mounted on rollers, was wheeled each morning from the vestibule of the baths to the kiosk, an enormous flautist, who presented the appearance of sucking a match while tickling it with his big swollen fingers, and a double bass, of consumptive aspect, produced with much fatigue this perfect imitation of a bad barrel organ, which had astonished Christiane in the village street. As she stopped to look at them, a gentleman saluted her brother. "Good day, my dear Count." "Good day, doctor." And Gontran introduced them. "My sister, Dr. Honorat." She could scarcely restrain her merriment at the sight of this third physician. The latter bowed and made some complimentary remark. "I hope that madame is not an invalid?" "Yes, slightly." He did not go farther with the matter, and changed the subject. "You are aware, my dear Count, that you will shortly have one of the most interesting spectacles that could await you on your arrival in this district." "What is it, pray, doctor?" "Père Oriol is going to blast his hill. This is of no consequence to you, but for us it is a big event." And he proceeded to explain. "Père Oriol, the richest peasant in this part of the country, he is known to be worth over 50,000 francs a year, owns all the vineyards along the plain up to the outlet of Auvergne. Now, just as you go out from the village at the division of the valley, rises a little mountain, or rather a high knoll, and on this knoll are the best vineyards of Père Oriol. In the midst of two of them, facing the road at 2 paces from the stream, stands a gigantic stone, an elevation which has impeded the cultivation and put into the shade one entire side of the field, on which it looks down. For 6 years, Père Oriol has every week been announcing that he was going to blast his hill, but he has never made up his mind about it. Every time a country boy went to be a soldier, the old man would say to him, 'When you're coming home on furlough, bring me some powder for this rock of mine.' And all the young soldiers would bring back in their knapsacks some powder that they stole for Père Oriol's rock. He has a chest full of this powder, and yet the hill has not been blasted. At last, for a week past, He has been noticed scooping out the stone with his son, Big Jacques, surnamed Colosse, which in Auvergne is pronounced Coloche. This very morning they filled with powder the empty belly of the enormous rock. Then they stopped up the mouth of it, only letting in the fuse bought at the tobacconist's. In 2 hours' time they will set fire to it. Then, 4 or 10 minutes afterwards, it will go off, for the end of the fuse is pretty long." Christiane was interested in this narrative, amused already at the idea of this explosion, finding here again a childish sport that pleased her simple heart. They had now reached the end of the park. "Where do you go now?" she said. Dr. Honorat explained. "To the end of the world, madam, that is to say, into a gorge that has no outlet and which is celebrated in Auvergne. It is one of the loveliest natural curiosities in the district." But a bell rang behind them. Gontran cried: "Look here, breakfast time already." They turned back. A tall young man came up to meet them. Gontran said: "My dear Christiane, let me introduce you to Monsieur Paul Bretigny." Then to his friend: "This is my sister, my dear boy." She thought him ugly. He had black hair, close cropped and straight, big round eyes with an expression that was almost hard, a head also quite round, very strong, one of those heads that makes you think of cannon balls, Herculean shoulders, a rather savage expression, heavy and brutish. But from his jacket, from his linen, from his skin perhaps, came a very subtle perfume, with which the young woman was not familiar, and she asked herself, "I wonder what odour that is?" He said to her: "You arrived this morning, madame?" His voice was a little hollow. She replied: "Yes, monsieur." But Gontran saw the Marquis and Andermatt making signals to them to come in quickly to breakfast. Dr. Honorat took leave of them, asking as he left whether they really meant to go and see the hill blasted. Christiane declared that she would go, and leaning on her brother's arm, she murmured as she dragged him along towards the hotel: "I am as hungry as a wolf. I shall be very much ashamed to eat as much as I feel inclined before your friend." End of chapter 1. Read by Lisa Reichert.
Section 2 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Section 2. The Discovery. The breakfast was long, as the meals usually are at a table d'hôte. Christiane, who was not familiar with all the faces of those present, chatted with her father and her brother. Then she went up to her room to take a rest till the time for blasting the rock. She was ready long before the hour fixed, and made the others start along with her, so that they might not miss the explosion. Just outside the village, at the opening of the glen, stood, as they had heard, a high knoll, almost a mountain, which they proceeded to climb under a burning sun, following a little path through the vine trees. When they reached the summit, the young woman uttered a cry of astonishment at the sight of the immense horizon displayed before her eyes. In front of her stretched a limitless plain, which immediately gave her soul the sensation of an ocean. This plain, overhung by a veil of light blue vapour, extended as far as the most distant mountain ridges, which were scarcely perceptible some 50 or 60 kilometres away. And under the transparent haze of delicate fineness, which floated above this vast stretch, could be distinguished towns, villages, woods, vast yellow squares of ripe crops, vast green squares of herbage, factories with long red chimneys, and blackened steeples, and sharp-pointed structures with the solidified lava of dead volcanoes. "Turn around," said her brother. She turned around, and behind she saw the mountain, the huge mountain indented with craters. This was the entrance to the foundation on which Enval stood, a great expanse of greenness in which one could scarcely trace the hidden gash of the gorge. The trees in a waving mass scaled the high slope as far as the first crater and shut out the view of those beyond. But as they were exactly on the line that separated the plains from the mountain, the latter stretched to the left toward Clermont-Ferrand, and, wandering away, unrolled over the blue sky their strange mutilated tops, like monstrous blotches, extinct volcanoes, dead volcanoes. And yonder, over yonder, between two peaks, could be seen another, higher still, more distant still, round and majestic, and bearing on its highest pinnacle something of fantastic shape resembling a ruin. This was the Puy de Dôme, the king of the mountains of Auvergne, strong and unwieldy, wearing on its head, like a crown placed thereon by the mightiest of peoples, the remains of a Roman temple. Christiane exclaimed, "Oh, how happy I shall be here!" And she felt herself happy already, penetrated by that sense of well-being which takes possession of the flesh and the heart, makes you breathe with ease, and renders you sprightly and active when you find yourself in a spot which enchants your eyes, charms and cheers you, seems to have been awaiting you, a spot for which you feel that you were born. Some one called out to her, "Madame, Madame," and at some distance away she saw Doctor Honorat, recognizable by his big hat. He rushed across to them and conducted the family toward the opposite side of the hill, over a grassy slope beside a grove of young trees, where already some 30 persons were waiting, strangers and peasants mingled together. Beneath their feet the steep hillside descended toward the Riom road, overshadowed by willows that sheltered the shallow river, and in the midst of a vineyard, at the edge of this stream, rose a sharp-pointed rock before which 2 men on bended knees seemed to be praying. This was the scene of action. The Oriols, father and son, were attaching the fuse. On the road, a crowd of curious spectators had stationed themselves, with a line of people lower down in front, among whom village brats were scampering about. Doctor Honorat chose a convenient place for Christiane to sit down, and there she waited with a beating heart, as if she were going to see the entire population blown up along with the rock. The Marquis, Andermatt, and Paul Bretigny lay down on the grass at the young woman's side, while Gontran remained standing. He said, in a bantering tone, "My dear doctor, you must be much less busy than your brother practitioners, who apparently have not an hour to spare to attend this little fête." Honorat replied in a good-humoured tone, "I am not less busy, only my patients occupy less of my time, and again I prefer to amuse my patients rather than to physic them." He had a quiet manner which greatly impressed Gontran. Other persons now arrived, fellow guests at the table d'hôte, the ladies Paille, 2 widows, mother and daughter, the Monécus, father and daughter, and a very small, fat man who was puffing like a boiler that had burst, Monsieur Aubry Pasteur, an ex-engineer of mines, who had made a fortune in Russia. Monsieur Pasteur and the Marquis were on intimate terms. He seated himself with much difficulty after some preparatory movements, circumspect and cautious, which considerably amused Christiane. Gontran sauntered away from them, in order to have a look at the other persons whom curiosity had attracted toward the knoll. Paul Bretigny pointed out to Christiane Andermatt the views, of which they could catch glimpses in the distance. First of all, Riom made a red patch with its row of tiles along the plain, then Enizat, Maringue, Lezou, a heap of villages scarcely distinguishable, which only broke the wide expanse of verdure with a sombre indentation here and there, and further down, away down below, at the base of the mountains, he pretended that he could trace out Thiers. He said in an animated fashion, "Look, look, just in front of my finger, exactly in front of my finger. For my part, I can see it quite distinctly." She could see nothing, but she was not surprised at his power of vision, for he looked like a bird of prey, with his round piercing eyes, which appeared to be as powerful as telescopes. He went on: "The Allier flows in front of us, in the middle of that plain, but it is impossible to perceive it. It is very far off, 30 kilometres from here." She scarcely took the trouble to glance toward the place which he indicated, for she had riveted her eyes on the rock and given it her entire attention. She was saying to herself that presently this enormous stone would no longer exist, that it would disappear in powder, and she felt herself seized with a vague pity for the stone, the pity which a little girl would feel for a broken plaything. It had been there so long, this stone, and then it was imposing. It had a picturesque look. The two men, who had by this time risen, were heaping up pebbles at the foot of it, and digging with the rapid movements of peasants working hurriedly. The crowd gathered along the road, increasing every moment, had pushed forward to get a better view. The brats brushed against the two diggers, and kept rushing and capering round them like young animals in a state of delight. And from the elevated point at which Christiane was sitting, these people looked quite small, a crowd of insects, an ant-hill in confusion. The buzz of voices ascended, now slight, scarcely noticeable, then more lively, a confused mixture of cries and human movements, but scattered through the air, evaporated already, a dust of sounds, as it were. On the knoll likewise the crowd was swelling in numbers, incessantly arriving from the village, and covering up the slope which looked down on the condemned rock. They were distinguished from each other, as they gathered together, according to their hotels, their classes, their castes. The most clamorous portion of the assemblage was that of the actors and musicians, presided over and generalled by the conductor, Petrus Martel, of the Odéon, who, under the circumstances, had given up his incessant game of billiards. With a Panama flapping over his forehead, a black alpaca jacket covering his shoulders and allowing his big stomach to protrude in a semicircle, for he considered a waistcoat useless in the open country, the actor, with his thick moustache, assumed the airs of a commander-in-chief, and pointed out, explained, and criticised all the movements of the two Oriols. His subordinates, the comedian Lapalme, the young premier Petit-Nivelle, and the musicians, the maestro Saint-Landry, the pianist Javal, the huge flautist Noirot, the double bass Nicordi, gathered round him to listen. In front of them were seated three women, sheltered by three parasols, a white, a red, and a blue, which, under the sun of 2 o'clock, formed a strange and dazzling French flag. These were Mademoiselle Odelin, the young actress, her mother, a mother that she had hired out, as Gontran put it, and the female attendant of the coffee-room, three ladies who were habitual companions. The arrangements of these parasols, so as to suit the national colours, was an invention of Petrus Martel, who, having noticed at the commencement of the season the blue and the white in the hands of the ladies Odelin, had made a present of the red to the coffee-room attendant. Quite close to them another group excited interest and observation, that of the chefs and scullions of the hotel, to the number of 8, for there was a war of rivalry between the kitchen folk, who had attired themselves in linen jackets to make an impression on the bystanders, extending even to the scullery maids. Standing all in a group, they let the crude light of day fall on their flat white caps, presenting at the same time the appearance of fantastic staff officers of lancers and a deputation of cooks. The Marquis asked Doctor Honorat, "Where do all these people come from? I never would have imagined Enval was so thickly populated." "Oh, they come from all parts, from Châtel-Guyon, from Tournoel, from La Roche-Padière, from Saint-Hippolyte. For this affair has been talked of a long time in the country, and then Père Oriol is a celebrity, an important personage on account of his influence and his wealth, besides a true Auvergnat, remaining still a peasant, working himself, hoarding, piling up gold on gold, intelligent, full of ideas and plans for his children's future." Gontran came back, excited, his eyes sparkling. He said in a low tone, "Paul, Paul, pray come along with me. I'm going to show you two pretty girls. Yes, indeed, nice girls, you know." The other raised his head and replied, "My dear fellow, I'm in very good quarters here. I'll not budge." "You're wrong, they are charming." Then, in a louder tone, "But the doctor is going to tell me who they are. Two little girls of 18 or 19, rustic ladies, oddly dressed, with black silk dresses, that have close-fitting sleeves, some kind of uniform dresses, convent gowns, 2 brunettes." Doctor Honorat interrupted him. "That's enough. They are Père Oriol's daughters, 2 pretty young girls indeed, educated at the Benedictine convent at Clermont, and sure to make very good matches. They are 2 types, but simply types of our race, of the fine race of women of Auvergne, Marquis. I will show you these 2 little lasses." Gontran here slyly interposed. "You are the medical adviser of the Oriol family, doctor?" The other appreciated this sly question, and simply responded with a "By Jove, I am!" uttered in a tone of the utmost good humour. The young man went on: "How did you come to win the confidence of this rich patient?" "By ordering him to drink a great deal of good wine." And he told a number of anecdotes about the Oriols. Moreover, he was distantly related to them, and had known them for a considerable time. The old fellow, the father, quite an original, was very proud of his wine, and above all he had one vine garden, the produce of which was reserved for the use of the family, solely for the family and their guests. In certain years they happened to empty the casks filled with the growth of this aristocratic vineyard, but in other years they scarcely succeeded in doing so. About the month of May or June, when the father saw that it would be hard to drink all that was still left, he would proceed to encourage his big son, Colosse, and would repeat, "Come on, son, we must finish it." Then they would go on pouring down their throats pints of red wine from morning till night. 20 times during every meal the old chap would say in a grave tone, while he held the jug over his son's glass, "We must finish it." And as all this liquor, with its mixture of alcohol, heated his blood and prevented him from sleeping, he would rise up in the middle of the night, draw on his breeches, light a lantern, wake up Colosse, and off they would go to the cellar, after snatching a crust of bread each out of the cupboard, in order to steep it in their glasses, filled up again and again out of the same cask. Then, when they had swallowed so much wine that they could feel it rolling about in their stomach, the father would tap the resounding wood of the cask to find out whether the level of the liquor had gone down. The Marquis asked, "Are these the same people that are working at the hillock?" "Yes, yes, exactly." Just at that moment the 2 men hurried off with giant strides from the rock, charged with powder, and all the crowd that surrounded them down below began to run away like a retreating army. They fled in the direction of Riom and Enval, leaving behind them by itself the huge rock on the top of the hillock, covered with thin grass and pebbles, for it divided the vineyard into 2 sections, and its immediate surroundings had not been grubbed up yet. The crowd assembled on the slope above, now as dense as that below, waited in trembling expectancy, and the loud voice of Petrus Martel exclaimed, "Attention! The fuse is lit!" Christiane shivered at the thought of what was about to happen, but the doctor murmured behind her back, "Ho, if they left there all the fuse I saw them buying, we'll have 10 minutes of it." All eyes were fixed on the stone, and suddenly a dog, a little black dog, a kind of pug, was seen approaching it. He ran round it, began smelling, and no doubt discovered a suspicious odour, for he commenced yelping as loudly as ever he could, his paws stiff, the hair on his back standing on end, his tail sticking out, his ears erect. A burst of laughter came from the spectators, a cruel burst of laughter. People expressed a hope that he would not keep riveted to the spot up to the time of the blast. Then voices called out to him to make him come back. Some men whistled to him. They tried to hit him with stones to prevent him from going on the whole way. But the pug did not budge an inch, and kept barking furiously at the rock. Christiane began to tremble. A horrible fear of seeing the animal disembowelled took possession of her. All her enjoyment was at an end. She cried repeatedly, with nerves unstrung, stammering, vibrating all over with anguish, "Oh, good heavens! Oh, good heavens! It will be killed! I don't want to look at it! I don't want to look at it! I will not wait to see it! Come away!" Paul Bretigny, who had been sitting by her side, arose, and without saying one word, began to descend toward the hillock with all the speed of which his long legs were capable. Cries of terror escaped from many lips, a panic agitated the crowd, and the pug, seeing this big man coming toward him, took refuge behind the rock. Paul pursued him. The dog ran off to the other side, and for a minute or two they kept rushing round the stone, now to right, now to left, as if they were playing a game of hide and seek. Seeing at last that he could not overtake the animal, the young man proceeded to reascend the slope, and the dog, seized once more with fury, renewed his barking. Vociferations of anger greeted the return of the imprudent youth, who was quite out of breath, for people do not forgive those who excite terror in their breasts. Christiane was suffocating with emotion, her 2 hands pressed against her palpitating heart. She had lost her head so completely that she sobbed. "At least you are not hurt," while Gontran cried angrily: "He is mad, that idiot! He never does anything but tomfooleries of this kind. I never met a greater donkey." But the soil was now shaking, it rose in air, a formidable detonation made the entire country all around vibrate, and for a full minute thundered over the mountain, while all the echoes repeated it, like so many cannon shots. Christiane saw nothing but a shower of stones falling, and a high column of light clay sinking in a heap, and immediately afterward the crowd from above rushed down like a wave, uttering wild shouts. The battalion of kitchen drudges came racing down in the direction of the knoll, leaving behind them the regiment of theatrical performers, who descended more slowly, with Petrus Martel at their head. The 3 parasols forming a tricolour were nearly carried away in this descent. And all ran, men, women, peasants, and villagers. They could be seen falling, getting up again, starting on afresh, while in long procession the 2 streams of people, which had till now been kept back by fear, rolled along so as to knock against one another and get mixed up on the very spot where the explosion had taken place. "Let us wait a while," said the Marquis, "till all this curiosity is satisfied, so that we may go and look in our turn." The engineer, M. Aubry Pasteur, who had just arisen with great difficulty, replied: "For my part, I am going back to the village by the footpaths. There is nothing further to keep me here." He shook hands, bowed, and went away. Doctor Honorat had disappeared. The party talked about him, and the Marquis said to his son: "You have only known him 3 days, and all the time you have been laughing at him. You will end by offending him." But Gontran shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, he's a wise man, a good sceptic, that doctor. I tell you in reply that he will not bother himself. When we are both alone together, he laughs at all the world and everything, commencing with his patients and his waters. I will give you a free thermal course if you ever see him annoyed by my nonsense." Meanwhile there was considerable agitation further down around the site of the vanished hillock. The enormous crowd, swelling, rising up, and sinking down like billows, broke out into exclamations, manifestly swayed by some emotion, some astonishing occurrence which nobody had foreseen. Andermatt, ever eager and inquisitive, was repeating: "What is the matter with them now? What can be the matter with them?" Gontran announced that he was going to find out, and walked off. Christiane, who had now sunk into a state of indifference, was reflecting that if the igniting substance had been only a little shorter, it would have been sufficient to have caused the death of their foolish companion, or led to his being mutilated by the blasting of the rock, and all because she was afraid of a dog losing its life. She could not help thinking that he must, indeed, be very violent and passionate, this man, to expose himself to such a risk in this way without any good reason for it, simply owing to the fact that a woman who was a stranger to him had given expression to a desire. People could be observed running along the road toward the village. The Marquis now asked in his turn: "What is the matter with them?" And Andermatt, unable to stand it any longer, began to run down the side of the hill. Gontran, from below, made a sign to him to come on. Paul Bretigny asked: "Will you take my arm, madame?" She took his arm, which seemed to her as immovable as iron, and, as her feet glided along the warm grass, she leaned on it, as she would have leaned on a baluster, with a sense of absolute security. Gontran, who had just come back after making inquiries, exclaimed: "It is a spring! The explosion has made a spring gush out!" And they fell in with the crowd. Then the 2 young men, Paul and Gontran, moving on in front, scattered the spectators by jostling against them, and without paying any heed to their gruntings, opened a way for Christiane and her father. They walked through a chaos of sharp stones, broken and blackened with powder, and arrived in front of a hole full of muddy water, which bubbled up and then flowed away toward the river over the feet of the bystanders. Andermatt was there already, having effected a passage through the multitude by insinuating ways peculiar to himself, as Gontran used to say, and was watching with rapt attention the water escaping through the broken soil. Doctor Honorat, facing him at the opposite side of the hole, was observing him with an air of mingled surprise and boredom. Andermatt said to him, "It might be desirable to taste it. It is, perhaps, a mineral spring." The physician returned, "No doubt it is mineral. There are any number of mineral waters here. There will soon be more springs than invalids." The other in reply said, "But it is necessary to taste it." The physician displayed little or no interest in the matter. "It is necessary at least to wait till we see whether it is clean." And everyone wanted to see. Those in the second row pushed those in front almost into the muddy water. A child fell in and caused a laugh. The Oriols, father and son, were there, contemplating gravely this unexpected phenomenon, not knowing yet what they ought to think about it. The father was a spare man, with a long, thin frame and a bony head, the hard head of a beardless peasant; and the son, taller still, a giant, thin also, and wearing a moustache, had the look at the same time of a trooper and a vine-dresser. The bubblings of the water appeared to increase, its volume to grow larger, and it was beginning to get clearer. A movement took place among the people, and Doctor Latonne appeared with a glass in his hand. He perspired, panted, and stood quite stupefied at the sight of his brother physician, Doctor Honorat, with one foot planted at the side of the newly discovered spring, like a general who has been the first to enter a fortress. He asked breathlessly, "Have you tasted it?" "No, I am waiting to see whether 'tis clear." Then Doctor Latonne thrust his glass into it, and drank with that solemnity of visage which experts assume when tasting wines. After that he exclaimed, "Excellent!" which in no way compromised him, and extending the glass toward his rival, said, "Do you wish to taste it?" But Doctor Honorat decidedly had no love for mineral waters, for he smilingly replied, "Many thanks, 'tis quite sufficient that you have appreciated it. I know the taste of them." He did know the taste of them all, and he appreciated it too, though in quite a different fashion. Then, turning toward Père Oriol, said, "'Tisn't as good as your excellent vine growth." The old man was flattered. Christiane had seen enough and wanted to go away. Her brother and Paul once more forced a path for her through the populace. She followed them, leaning on her father's arm. Suddenly she slipped and was near falling, and glancing down at her feet she saw that she had stepped on a piece of bleeding flesh, covered with black hair and sticky with mud. It was a portion of the pug dog, who had been mangled by the explosion and trampled under foot by the crowd. She felt a choking sensation, and was so much moved that she could not restrain her tears, and she murmured, as she dried her eyes with her handkerchief, "Poor little animal! Poor little animal!" She wanted to know nothing more about it. She wished to go back, to shut herself up in her room. That day, which had begun so pleasantly, had ended sadly for her. Was it an omen? Her heart, shrivelling up, beat with violent palpitations. They were now alone on the road, and in front of them they saw a tall hat and the two skirts of a frock coat flapping like wings. It was Doctor Bonnefille, who had been the last to hear the news, and who was now rushing to the spot, glass in hand, like Doctor Latonne. When he recognized the Marquis, he drew up. "What is this I hear, Marquis? They tell me it is a spring, a mineral spring." "Yes, my dear doctor." "Abundant?" "Why, yes. Is it true that they are there?" Gontran replied with an air of gravity, "Why, yes, certainly. Doctor Latonne has even made the analysis already." Then Doctor Bonnefille began to run, while Christiane, a little tickled and enlivened by his face, said, "Well, no, I am not going back yet to the hotel. Let us go and sit down in the park." Andermatt had remained at the site of the knoll, watching the flowing of the water. Section
3 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 3. The Bargaining. The table d'hôte was noisy that evening at the Hotel Splendid. The blasting of the hillock and the discovery of the new spring gave a brisk impetus to the conversation. The diners were not numerous, however, a score all told, people usually taciturn and quiet, patients who, after having vainly tried all the well-known waters, had now turned to the new stations. At the end of the table occupied by the Ravenels and the Andermatts were, first, the Monacus, a little man with white hair and face, and his daughter, a very pale, big girl, who sometimes rose up and went out in the middle of a meal, leaving her plate half full. Fat Monsieur Aubry Pasteur, the ex-engineer, the chauffeur, a family in black, who might be met every day in the walks of the park behind a little vehicle which carried their deformed child, and the ladies Paille, mother and daughter, both of them widows, big and strong everywhere, before and behind. "You may easily see," said Gontran, "that they ate up their husbands. That's how their stomachs got affected." It was, indeed, for a stomach affection that they had come to the station. Further on, a man of extremely red complexion, brick-coloured, Monsieur Reichert, whose digestion was always very indifferent. And then other persons with bad complexions, travellers of that mute class who usually enter the dining rooms of hotels with slow steps, the wife in front, the husband behind, bow as soon as they have passed through the door, and then take their seats with a timid and modest air. All the other end of the table was empty, although the plates and the covers were laid there for the guests of the future. Andermatt talked in an animated fashion. He had spent the afternoon chatting with Dr. Latonne, giving vent in a flood of words to vast schemes with reference to Auvergne. The doctor had enumerated to him with burning conviction the wonderful qualities of his water, far superior to those of Châtel-Guyon, whose reputation nevertheless had been definitely established for the last 10 years. Then at the right they had that hole of a place, Royat, at the height of success, and at the left that other hole, Châtel-Guyon, which had lately been set afloat. What could they not do with Enval if they knew how to set about it properly? He sat addressing the engineer. "Yes, monsieur, there's where it all is, to know the way to set about it. It is all a matter of skill, of tact, of opportunism, and of audacity. In order to establish a spa, it is necessary to know how to launch it, nothing more. And in order to launch it, it is necessary to interest the great medical body of Paris in the matter. I, monsieur, always succeed in what I undertake, because I always seek the practical method, the only one that should determine success in every particular case with which I occupy myself. And as long as I have not discovered it, I do nothing. I wait. It is not enough to have the water, it is necessary to get people to drink it. And to get people to drink it, it is not enough to get it cried up as unrivalled in the newspapers and elsewhere. It is necessary to know how to get this discreetly said by the only men who have influence on the public that will drink it, on the invalids whom we require, on the peculiarly credulous public that pays for drugs, in short, by the physicians. You can only address a court of justice through the mouths of advocates. It will only hear them and understands only them. So you can only address the patient through the doctors. He listens only to them." The Marquis, who greatly admired the practical common sense of his son-in-law, exclaimed, "Ah, how true this is! Apart from this, my dear boy, you are unique for giving the right touch." Andermatt, who was excited, went on. "There is a fortune to be made here. The country is admirable, the climate excellent. One thing alone disturbs my mind. Would we have water enough for a large establishment? for things that are only half done always miscarry. We would require a very large establishment, and consequently a great deal of water, enough of water to supply 200 baths at the same time, with a rapid and continuous current, and the new spring added to the old one would not supply 50, whatever Dr. Latonne may say about it. Monsieur Aubry Pasteur interrupted him. "Oh, as for water, I will give you as much as you want of it." Andermatt was stupefied. "You?" "Yes, I. That astonishes you? Let me explain myself. Last year I was here about the same time as this year, for I really find myself improved by the Auval baths. Now, one morning I lay asleep in my own room when a stout gentleman arrived. He was the president of the governing body of the establishment. He was in a state of great agitation, and the cause of it was this: the Bonfils spring had lowered so much that there were some apprehensions lest it might entirely disappear. Knowing that I was a mining engineer, he had come to ask me if I could not find a means of saving the establishment. I accordingly set about studying the geological system of the country. You know that in each stratum of the soil original disturbances have led to different changes and conditions in the surface of the ground. The question, therefore, was to discover how the mineral water came, by what fissures, and what were the direction, the origin, and the nature of these fissures. I first inspected the establishment with great care, and noticing in a corner an old disused pipe of a bath, I observed that it was already almost stopped up with limestone. Now, the water, by depositing the salts which it contained on the coatings of the ducts, had rapidly led to an obstruction of the passage. It would inevitably happen likewise in the natural passages in the soil, this soil being granitic. So it was that the Bonfils spring had stopped up, nothing more. It was necessary to get at it again farther on. Most people would have searched above its original point of egress. As for me, after a month of study, observation, and reasoning, I sought for and found it 50 meters lower down. And this was the explanation of the matter. I told you before that it was first necessary to determine the origin, nature, and direction of the fissures in the granite which enabled the water to spring forth. It was easy for me to satisfy myself that these fissures ran from the plain towards the mountain, and not from the mountain towards the plain, inclined like a roof undoubtedly in consequence of a depression of this plain, which in breaking up had carried along with it the primitive buttresses of the mountains. Accordingly, the water, in place of descending, rose up again between the different interstices of the granitic layers, and I then discovered the cause of this unexpected phenomenon. Formerly, the Liman, that vast expanse of sandy and argillaceous soil, of which you can scarcely see the limits, was on a level with the first tableland of the mountains, but, owing to the geological character of its lower portions, it subsided, so as to tear away the edge of the mountain, as I explained to you a moment ago. Now, this immense sinking produced, at the point of separating the earth and the granite, an immense barrier of clay of great depth and impenetrable by liquids. And this is what happens. The mineral water comes from the beds of the old volcanoes. That which comes from the greatest distance gets cooled on its way, and rises up perfectly cold like ordinary springs. That which comes from the volcanic beds that are nearer gushes up still warm at varying degrees of heat according to the distance of the subterranean fire. Here is the course it pursues. It is expelled from some unknown depths up to the moment when it meets the clay barrier of the Liman. Not being able to pass through it, and pushed on by enormous pressure, it seeks a vent. Finding then the inclined gaps of granite, it gets in there and reascends to the point at which they reach the level of the soil. Then, resuming its original direction, it again proceeds to flow toward the plain along the ordinary bed of the streams. I may add that we do not see the 100th part of the mineral waters of these glens. We can only discover those whose point of egress is open. As for the others, arriving as they do at the side of the fissures in the granite under a thick layer of vegetable and cultivated soil, they are lost in the earth, which absorbs them. From this I draw the conclusion, first, that to have the water, it is sufficient to search by following the inclination and the direction of the superimposed strips of granite. Secondly, that in order to preserve it, it is enough to prevent the fissures from being stopped up by calcareous deposits, that is to say, to maintain carefully the little artificial wells by digging. Thirdly, that in order to obtain the adjoining spring, it is necessary to get at it by means of a practical sounding as far as the same fissure of granite below, and not above, it being well understood that you must place yourself at the side of the barrier of clay, which forces the waters to reascend. From this point of view, the spring discovered today is admirably situated only some meters away from this barrier. If you want to set up a new establishment, it is here you should erect it." When he ceased speaking, there was an interval of silence. Andermatt, ravished, said merely, "That's it. When you see the curtain drawn, the entire mystery vanishes. You are a most valuable man, Monsieur Aubry Pasteur." Beside him, the Marquis and Paul Bretigny alone had understood what he was talking about. Gontran had not heard a single word. The others, with their ears and mouths open, while the engineer was talking, were simply stupefied with amazement. The ladies Pays, especially, being very religious women, asked themselves if this explanation of a phenomenon ordained by God and accomplished by mysterious means had not in it something profane. The mother thought she ought to say, "Providence is very wonderful." The ladies, seated at the centre of the table, conveyed their approval by nods of the head, disturbed also by listening to these unintelligible remarks. Monsieur Riquier, the brick-coloured man, observed, "They may well come from volcanoes or from the moon, these Auvergne waters. Here have I been taking them 10 days, and as yet I experience no effect from them." Monsieur and Madame Chauffeur protested in the name of their child, who was beginning to move the right leg, a thing that had not happened during the 6 years they had been nursing him. Riquier replied, "That proves, by Jove, that we have not the same ailment. It doesn't prove that the Enval waters cures affection of the stomach." He seemed in a rage, exasperated by this fresh, useless experiment. But M. Monecu also spoke in the name of his daughter, declaring that for the last 8 days she was beginning to be able to retain food without being obliged to go out at every meal, and his big daughter blushed with her nose in her plate. The ladies Pays likewise thought they had improved. Then Riquier was vexed, and abruptly turning toward the two women, said, "Your stomachs are affected, mesdames?" They replied together, "Why, yes, monsieur, we can digest nothing." He nearly leaped out of his chair, stammering, You, why, 'tis enough to look at you. Your stomachs are affected, mesdames. That is to say, you eat too much." Madame Pays, the mother, became very angry, and she retorted, "As for you, monsieur, there is no doubt about it. You exhibit certainly the appearance of persons whose stomachs are destroyed. It has been well said that good stomachs make nice men." A very thin old lady, whose name was not known, said authoritatively, "I am sure every one would find the waters of Enval better if the hotel chef would only bear in mind a little that he is cooking for invalids. Truly, he sends us up things that it is impossible to digest." And suddenly the entire table agreed on the point, and indignation was expressed against the hotel keeper, who served them with crayfish, pork steaks, salt eels, cabbage, yes, cabbage and sausages, all the most indigestible kinds of food in the world for persons for whom Doctors Bonfils, Loton, and Honorat had prescribed only white meats, lean and tender, fresh vegetables, and milk diet. Riquier was shaking with fury. Why should not the physicians inspect the table at thermal stations without leaving such an important thing as the selection of nutriment to the judgment of a brute? Thus, every day they give us hard eggs, anchovies, and ham as side dishes. Monsieur Monecu interrupted him. "Oh, excuse me, My daughter can digest nothing well except ham, which, moreover, has been prescribed for her by Roussel and Remusot." Riquier exclaimed, "Ham! Ham! Why, that's poison, monsieur!" And an interminable argument arose, which each day was taken up afresh, as to the classification of foods. Milk itself was discussed with passionate warmth. Riquier could not drink a glass of claret and milk without immediately suffering from indigestion. Aubry Pasteur, in answer to his remarks, irritated in his turn, observed that people questioned the properties of things which he adored. "Why, gracious goodness, monsieur, if you were attacked with dyspepsia and I with gastralgia, we would require food as different as the glass of the spectacles that suits short-sighted and long-sighted people, both of whom, however, have diseased eyes." He added, "For my part, I begin to choke when I swallow a glass of red wine, and I believe there is nothing worse for man than wine. All water drinkers live 100 years, while we—" Gontran replied with a laugh: "Faith, without wine and without marriage, I would find life monotonous enough." The ladies Paille lowered their eyes. They drank a considerable quantity of Bordeaux of the best quality without any water in it, and their double widowhood seemed to indicate that they had applied the same treatment to their husbands, the daughter being 22 and the mother scarcely 40. But Andermatt, usually so chatty, remained taciturn and thoughtful. He suddenly asked Gontran: "Do you know where the Oriols live?" "Yes, their house was pointed out to me a little while ago." "Could you bring me there after dinner?" "Certainly. It will even give me pleasure to accompany you. I shall not be sorry to have another look at the two lassies." And as soon as dinner was over they went off, while Christiane, who was tired, went up with the Marquis and Paul Bretigny to spend the rest of the day in the drawing room. It was still broad daylight, for they dine early at the thermal stations. Andermatt took his brother-in-law's arm. "My dear Gontran, if this old man is reasonable, and if the analysis realizes Doctor Latonne's expectations, I am probably going to try a big stroke of business here. A spa. I am going to start a spa." He stopped in the middle of the street and seized his companion by both sides of his jacket. "Ha! You don't understand, fellows like you, how amusing business is. Not the business of merchants or traders, but big undertakings, such as we go in for. Yes, my boy, when they are properly understood, we find in them everything that men care for. They cover at the same time politics, war, diplomacy, everything, everything. It is necessary to be always searching, finding, inventing, to understand everything, to foresee everything, to combine everything, to dare everything. The great battle today is being fought by means of money. For my part, I see in the 100-sou pieces raw recruits in red breeches, in the 20-franc pieces very glittering lieutenants, captains in the notes for 100 francs, and in those for 1,000 I see generals. And I fight, by heavens! I fight from morning till night against all the world, with all the world. And this is how to live on a big scale, just as the mighty lived in days of yore. We are the mighty of to-day. There you are, the only true mighty ones. Stop, look at that village, that poor village. I will make a town of it. Yes, I will, a lovely town, full of big hotels, which will be filled with visitors, with elevators, with servants, with carriages, a crowd of rich folk served by a crowd of poor, and all this because it pleased me one evening to fight with Royat, which is at the right, with Châtel-Guyon, which is at the left, with Mont Oriol, La Barboux, Châteauneuf, Saint-Nectaire, which are behind us, with Vichy, which is facing us, and I shall succeed because I have the means, the only means. I have seen it in one glance, just as a great general sees the weak side of an enemy. It is necessary, too, to know how to lead men in our line of business, both to carry them along with us and to subjugate them. Good God! Life becomes amusing when you can do such things. I have now 3 years of pleasure to look forward to with this town of mine. And then see what a chance it is to find this engineer, who told us such interesting things at dinner. Most interesting things, my dear fellow. It is as clear as day, my system. Thanks to it, I can smash the old company without even having any necessity of buying it up." He then resumed his walk, and they quietly went up the road to the left in the direction of Châtel-Guyon. Gontran presently observed, "When I am walking by my brother-in-law's side, I feel that the same noise disturbs his brain as that heard in the gambling rooms at Monte Carlo. That noise of gold moved about, shuffled, drawn away, raked off, lost or gained." Andermatt did, indeed, suggest the idea of a strange human machine, constructed only for the purpose of calculating and debating about money, and mentally manipulating it. Moreover, he exhibited much vanity about his special knowledge of the world, and plumed himself on his power of estimating at one glance of his eye the actual value of anything whatever. Accordingly, he might be seen, wherever he happened to be, every moment taking up an article, examining it, turning it round, and declaring, "This is worth so much." His wife and his brother-in-law, diverted by this mania, used to amuse themselves by deceiving him, exhibiting to him queer pieces of furniture, and asking him to estimate them, and when he remained perplexed at the sight of their unexpected finds, they would both burst out laughing like fools. Sometimes also, in the street at Paris, Gontran would stop in front of a warehouse and force him to make a calculation of an entire shop window, or perhaps of a horse with a jolting vehicle, or else again of a luggage van laden with household goods. One evening, while seated at his sister's dinner table before fashionable guests, he called on William to tell him what would be the approximate value of the obelisk. Then, when the other happened to name some figure, he would put the same question as to the Solferino Bridge and the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile. And he gravely concluded, "You might write a very interesting work on the valuation of the principal monuments of the globe." Andermatt never got angry, and fell in with all his pleasantries, like a superior man sure of himself. Gontran having asked one day, "And I, how much am I worth?" William declined to answer. Then, as his brother-in-law persisted, saying, "Look here, if I should be captured by brigands, how much would you give to release me?" He replied at last, "Well, well, my dear fellow, I would give a bill." And his smile said so much that the other, a little disconcerted, did not press the matter further. Andermatt, besides, was fond of artistic objects, and having fine taste and appreciating such things thoroughly, he skilfully collected them with that bloodhound's scent which he carried into all commercial transactions. They had arrived in front of a house of a middle-class type. Gontran stopped him and said, "Here it is." An iron knocker hung over a heavy oaken door. They knocked, and a lean servant-maid came to open. The banker asked, "Monsieur Oriol?" The woman said, "Come in." They entered a kitchen, a big farm kitchen, in which a little fire was still burning under a pot. Then they were ushered into another part of the house, where the Oriol family was assembled. The father was asleep, seated on one chair with his feet on another. The son, with both elbows on the table, was reading the Petit Journal, with the spasmodic efforts of a feeble intellect always wandering. And the two girls, in the recess of the same window, were working at the same piece of tapestry, having begun it, one at each end. They were the first to rise, both at the same moment, astonished at this unexpected visit. Then big Jacques raised his head, a head congested by the pressure of his brain. Then, at last, Père Oriol waked up and took down his long legs from the second chair, one after the other. The room was bare, with whitewashed walls, a stone flooring, and furniture consisting of straw seats, a mahogany chest of drawers, 4 engravings by Epinal, with glass over them, and big white curtains. They were all staring at each other, and the servant-maid, with her petticoat raised up to her knees, was waiting at the door, riveted to the spot by curiosity. Andermatt introduced himself, mentioning his name as well as that of his brother-in-law, Count de Ravenel, made a low bow to the two young girls, bending his head with extreme politeness, and then calmly seated himself, adding, "Monsieur Oriol, I came to talk to you about a matter of business. Moreover, I will not take 4 roads to explain myself. See here, you have just discovered a spring on your property. The analysis of this water is to be made in a few days. If it is of no value, you will understand that I will have nothing to do with it. If, on the contrary, it fulfills my anticipations, I propose to buy from you this piece of ground and all the lands around it. Think on this. No other person but myself could make you such an offer. The old company is nearly bankrupt. It will not, therefore, have the least notion of building a new establishment, and the ill success of this enterprise will not encourage fresh attempts. Don't give me an answer today. Consult your family. When the analysis is known, you will fix your price. If it suits me, I will say yes. If it does not suit me, I will say no. I never haggle for my part." The peasant, a man of business in his own way, and sharp as anyone could be, courteously replied that he would see about it, that he felt honoured, that he would think it over, and then he offered them a glass of wine. Andermatt made no objection, and as the day was declining, Oriol said to his daughters, who had resumed their work, with their eyes lowered over the piece of tapestry, "Let us have some light, girls." They both got up together, passed into an adjoining room, then came back, one carrying 2 lighted wax candles, the other 4 wine glasses without stems, glasses such as the poor use. The wax candles were fresh-looking and were garnished with red paper, placed, no doubt, by way of ornament on the young girl's mantelpiece. Then Coloche rose up, for only the male members of the family visited the cellar. Andermatt had an idea. "It would give me great pleasure to see your cellar. You are the principal vine-dresser of the district, and it must be a very fine one." Oriol, touched to the heart, hastened to conduct them, and taking up one of the wax candles, led the way. They had to pass through the kitchen again. Then they got into a court where the remnant of daylight that was left enabled them to discern empty casks standing on end, big stones of giant granite in a corner pierced with a hole in the middle, like the wheels of some antique car of colossal size, a dismounted wine-press with wooden screws, its brown divisions rendered smooth by wear and tear, and glittering suddenly in the light thrown by the candle on the shadows that surrounded it. Close to it, the working implements of polished steel on the ground had the glitter of arms used in warfare. All these things gradually grew more distinct as the old man drew nearer to them with the candle in his hand, making a shade of the other. Already they got the smell of the wine, the pounded grapes drained dry. They arrived in front of a door fastened with 2 locks. Oriol opened it, and, quickly raising the candle above his head, vaguely pointed toward a long succession of barrels, standing in a row, and having on their swelling flanks a second line of smaller casks. He showed them first of all that this cellar, all on one floor, sank right into the mountain. Then he explained the contents of its different casks, the ages, the nature of the various vine crops, and their merits. Then, having reached the supply reserved for the family, he caressed the cask with his hand, just as one might rub the crupper of a favourite horse, and in a proud tone said, "You are going to taste this. There's not a wine bottled equal to it, not one, either at Bordeaux or elsewhere." For he possessed the intense passion of countrymen for wine kept in a cask. Coloche followed him, carrying a jug, stooped down, turned the cock of the funnel, while his father cautiously held the light for him, as though he were accomplishing some difficult task requiring minute attention. The candle's flame fell directly on their faces, the father's head like that of an old attorney, and the son's like that of a peasant soldier. Andermatt murmured in Gontran's ear, "Hey, what a fine Teniers!" The young man replied in a whisper, "I prefer the girls." Then they went back into the house. It was necessary, it seemed, to drink this wine, to drink a great deal of it, in order to please the 2 Oriols. The lassies had come across to the table where they continued their work as if there had been no visitors. Gontran kept incessantly staring at them, asking himself whether they were twins, so closely did they resemble one another. One of them, however, was plumper and smaller, while the other was more ladylike. Their hair, dark brown rather than black, drawn over their temples in smooth bands, gleamed with every slight movement of their heads. They had the rather heavy jaw and forehead peculiar to the people of Auvergne, cheekbones somewhat strongly marked, but charming mouths, ravishing eyes, with brows of rare neatness, and delightfully fresh complexions. One felt, on looking at them, that they had not been brought up in this house, but in a select boarding school, in the convent to which the daughters of the aristocracy of Auvergne were sent, and that they had acquired there the well-bred manners of cultivated young ladies. Meanwhile, Gontran, seized with disgust before this red glass in front of him, pressed Andermatt's foot to induce him to leave. At length he rose, and they both energetically grasped the hands of the two peasants. Then they bowed once more ceremoniously, the young girls each responding with a slight nod, without again rising from their seat. As soon as they had reached the village, Andermatt began talking again. "Hey, my boy, what an odd family! How manifest here is the transition from people in good society. A son's services are required to cultivate the vine so as to save the wages of a labourer. Stupid economy. However, he discharges his function and is one of the people. As for the girls, they are like girls of the better class, almost quite so already. Let them only make good matches, and they would pass as well as any of the women of our own class, and even much better than most of them. I am as much gratified at seeing these people as a geologist would be at finding an animal of the tertiary period." Gontran asked, "Which do you prefer?" "Which? How which? Which what?" "Of the lassies." "Oh, upon my honour, I haven't an idea on the subject. I have not looked at them from the standpoint of comparison. But what difference can this make to you? You have no intention to carry off one of them?" Gontran began to laugh. "Oh, no, but I am delighted to meet for once fresh women, really fresh as women never are with us. I like looking at them, just as you like looking at the Teniers. There is nothing pleases me so much as looking at a pretty girl, no matter where, no matter of what class. These are my objects of virtu. I don't collect them, but I admire them. I admire them passionately, artistically, my friend, in the spirit of a convinced and disinterested artist. What would you have? I love this. By the by, could you lend me 5,000 francs?" The other stopped and murmured an "again" energetically. Gontran replied with an air of simplicity, "Always." Then they resumed their walk. Andermatt then said, "What the devil do you do with the money?" "I spend it." "Yes, but you spend it to excess." "My dear friend, I like spending money as much as you like making it. Do you understand?" "Very fine, but you don't make it." "That's true. I know it. You can't have everything. You know how to make it, and upon my word, you don't at all know how to spend it. Money appears to you no use except to get interest on it. I, on the other hand, don't know how to make it, but I know thoroughly how to spend it. It procures me 1,000 things of which you don't know the name. We were cut out for brothers-in-law. We complete one another admirably." Andermatt murmured, "What stuff! No, you shan't have 5,000 francs, but I'll lend you 1,500 francs, because in a few days I shall perhaps have need of you." Gontran rejoined, "Then I accept them on account." The other gave him a slap on the shoulders without saying anything by way of answer. They reached the park, which was illuminated with lamps hung to the branches of the trees. The orchestra of the casino was playing in slow time a classical piece that seemed to stagger along, full of breaks and silences, executed by the same four performers, exhausted with constant playing, morning and evening, in this solitude for the benefit of the leaves and the brook, with trying to produce the effect of 20 instruments, and tired also of never being fully paid at the end of the month. Petrus Martel always completed their remuneration, when it fell short, with hampers of wine or pints of liqueurs which the bathers might have left unconsumed. Amid the noise of the concert could also be distinguished that of the billiard table, the clicking of the balls and the voices calling out 20, 21, 22. Andermatt and Gontran went in. Monsieur Aubry Pasteur and Doctor Honorat by themselves were drinking their coffee at the side facing the musicians. Petrus Martel and the Palm were playing their game with desperation, and the female attendant woke up to ask, "What do these gentlemen wish to take?" End of chapter 3, read by Lisa Reichert. Section 4 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 4, A Test and an Avowal. Père Oriol and his son had remained for a long time chatting after the girls had gone to bed. Stirred up and excited by Andermatt's proposal, they were considering how they could inflame his desire more effectually, without compromising their own interests. Like the cautious, practically minded peasants that they were, they weighed all the chances carefully, understanding very clearly that in a country in which mineral springs gushed out along all the streams, it was not advisable to repel by an exaggerated demand this unexpected enthusiast, the like of whom they might never find again. And at the same time it would not do either to leave entirely in his hands this spring which might some day yield a flood of liquid money, Royat and Chateau Guyon serving as a precedent for them. Therefore they asked themselves by what course of action they could kindle into frenzy the banker's ardour. They conjured up combinations of imaginary companies covering his offers, a succession of clumsy schemes, the defects of which they felt without succeeding in inventing more ingenious ones. They slept badly. Then in the morning, the father, having awakened first, thought in his own mind that the spring might have disappeared during the night. It was possible, after all, that it might have gone as it had come, and re-entered the earth so that it could not be brought back. He got up in a state of unrest, seized with avaricious fear, shook his son, and told him about his alarm, and big Coloche, dragging his legs out of his coarse sheets, dressed himself in order to go out with his father to make sure about the matter. In any case, they would put the field and the spring in proper trim themselves, would carry off the stones and make it nice and clean, like an animal that they wanted to sell. So they took their picks and their spades, and started for the spot side by side with great swinging strides. They looked at nothing as they walked on, their minds being preoccupied with the business, replying with only a single word to the "good morning" of the neighbours and friends whom they chanced to meet. When they reached the Riom road, they began to get agitated, peering into the distance to see whether they could observe the water bubbling up and glittering in the morning sun. The road was empty, white and dusty, the river running beside it, sheltered by willow trees. Beneath one of the trees, Oriol suddenly noticed 2 feet. Then, having advanced 3 steps further, he recognized Père Clovis, sitting at the edge of the road, with his crutches lying beside him on the grass. This was an old paralytic, well known in the district, where for the last 10 years he had prowled about on his supports of stout oak, as he said himself, like a poor man made of stone. Formerly a poacher in the woods and streams, often arrested and imprisoned, he had got rheumatic pains by his long watchings stretched on the moist grass, and by his nocturnal fishings in the rivers, through which he used to wade up to his middle in water. Now he whined and crawled about like a crab that had lost its claws. He stumped along, dragging his right leg after him like a piece of ragged cloth. But the boys of the neighbourhood, who used in foggy weather to run after the girls or the hares, declared that they used to meet Père Clovis, swift-footed as a stag and supple as an adder, under the bushes and in the glades, and that, in short, his rheumatism was only a dodge on the gendarme. Coloche especially insisted on maintaining that he had seen him not once but 50 times, straining his neck with his crutches under his arms. And Père Oriol stopped in front of the old vagabond, his mind possessed by an idea which as yet was undefined, but the brain works slowly in the thick skulls of Auvergne. He said "Good morning" to him, The other responded, "Good morning." Then they spoke about the weather, the ripening of the vine, and 2 or 3 other things. But as Coloche had gone ahead, his father, with long steps, hastened to overtake him. The spring was still flowing, clear by this time, and all the bottom of the hole was red, a fine dark red, which had arisen from an abundant deposit of iron. The 2 men gazed at it with smiling faces. Then they proceeded to clear the soil that surrounded it, and to carry off the stones of which they made a heap. And having found the last remains of the dead dog, they buried them with jocose remarks. But all of a sudden Père Oriol let his spade fall. A roguish leer of delight and triumph wrinkled the corners of his leathery lips and the edges of his cunning eyes, and he said to his son, "Come on, till we see." The other obeyed. They got on the road once more and retraced their steps. Père Clovis was still toasting his limbs and his crutches in the sun. Oriol, drawing up before him, asked, "Do you want to earn 100-franc piece?" The other cautiously refrained from answering. The peasant said, "Hey, 100 francs!" Thereupon the vagabond made up his mind and murmured, "Of course, but what am I asked to do?" "Well, father, here's what I want you to do." And he explained to the other at great length, with tricky circumlocutions, easily understood hints, and innumerable repetitions, that if he would consent to take a bath for an hour every day from 10 to 11 in a hole which they, Coloche and he, intended to dig at the side of the spring, and to be cured at the end of a month, they would give him 100 francs in cash. The paralytic listened with a stupid air, and then said, "Since all the drugs haven't been able to help me, 'tisn't your water that'll cure me." But Coloche suddenly got into a passion. "Come, my old play actor, you're talking rubbish. I know what your disease is. Don't tell me about it. What were you doing on Monday last in the Comberome wood at 11 o'clock at night?" The old fellow promptly answered, "That's not true." But Coloche, firing up, "Isn't it true, you old blackguard, that you jumped over the ditch to Jean Canezat, and that you made your way along the Paulin chasm?" The other energetically repeated, "It is not true." "Isn't it true that I called out to you, 'Oh ho, Clovis, the gendarme,' and that you turned up the Moulinet road?" "No, it is not." Big Jacques, raging, almost menacing, exclaimed, "Ah, it's not true. Well, old Three Paws, listen. The next time I see you there in the wood at night, or else in the water, I'll take a grip of you, as my legs are rather longer than your own, and I'll tie you up to some tree till morning, when we'll go and take you away, the whole village together." Père Oriol stopped his son. Then, in a very wheedling tone, "Listen, Clovis, you can easily do the thing. We prepare a bath for you, Coloche and myself. You come there every day for a month. For that I give you, not 100, but 200 francs. And then listen, if you're cured at the end of the month, it will mean 500 francs more. Understand clearly, 500 in ready money and 200 more, that makes 700. Therefore you get 200 for taking a bath for a month, and 500 more for the curing. And listen again. Suppose the pains come back. If this happens you in the autumn, there will be nothing more for us to do, for the water will have none the less produced its effect." The old fellow coolly replied, "In that case, I'm quite willing. If it won't succeed, we'll always see it." And the 3 men pressed one another's hands to seal the bargain they had concluded. Then the 2 Oriols returned to their spring in order to dig the bath for Père Clovis. They had been working at it for a quarter of an hour when they heard voices on the road. It was Andermatt and Doctor Latonne. The 2 peasants winked at one another and ceased digging the soil. The banker came across to them and grasped their hands. Then the entire 4 proceeded to fix their eyes on the water without uttering a word. It stirred about like water set in movement about a big fire, threw out bubbles and steam. Then it flowed away in the direction of the brook through a tiny gutter, which it had already traced out. Oriol, with a smile of pride on his lips, said suddenly, "Hey, that's iron, isn't it?" In fact, the bottom was now all red, and even the little pebbles which it washed as it flowed along seemed covered with a sort of purple mould. Doctor Latonne replied, Yes, but that is nothing to the purpose. We would require to know its other qualities. The peasant observed, Coloche and myself first drank a glass of it yesterday evening, and it has already made our bodies feel fresh. Isn't that true, son? The big youth replied in a tone of conviction, Sure enough, it was very refreshing. Andermatt remained motionless, his feet at the edge of the hole. He turned toward the physician. We would want nearly 6 times this volume of water for what I would wish to do, would we not? Yes, nearly. Do you think that we'll be able to get it? Oh, as for me, I know nothing about it. See here, the purchase of the grounds can only be definitely effected after the surroundings. It would be necessary, first of all, to have a promise of sale drawn up by a notary, once the analysis is known, but not to take effect unless the consecutive surroundings give the results hoped for. Père Oriol became restless. He did not understand. Andermatt thereupon explained to him the insufficiency of only one spring, and demonstrated to him that he could not purchase unless he found others. But he could not search for these other springs till after the signature of a promise of sale. The 2 peasants appeared forthwith to be convinced that their fields contained as many springs as vine stalks. It would be sufficient to dig for them. They would see. They would see. Andermatt said simply, Yes, we shall see. But Père Oriol dipped his fingers in the water and remarked, Why, 'tis hot enough to boil an egg. Much hotter than the Bonfils one. Latonne in his turn steeped his fingers in it, and realized that this was possible. The peasant went on, And then it has more taste, and a better taste. It hasn't a false taste, like the other. Oh, this one, I'll answer for it, is good. I know the waters of the country for the 50 years that I've seen them flowing. I never seen a finer one than this, never, never. He remained silent for a few seconds, and then continued. It is not in order to puff the water that I say this, certainly not. I would like to make a trial of it before you, a fair trial, not what your chemists make, but a trial of it on a person who has a disease. I'll bet that it will cure a paralytic, this one, so hot is it, and so good to taste. I'll make a bet on it. He appeared to be searching his brain, then cast a look at the tops of the neighbouring mountains to see whether he could discover the paralytic that he required. Not having made the discovery, he lowered his eyes to the road. 200 metres away from it, at the side of the road, could be distinguished the 2 inert legs of the vagabond, whose body was hidden by the trunk of a willow tree. Oriol placed his hand on his forehead as a shade, and said questioningly to his son, That isn't Père Clovis over there still? Coloche laughingly replied, Yes, yes, 'tis he. He doesn't go as quick as a hare. Then Oriol stepped over to Andermatt's side, and with an air of serious and deep conviction, Look here, Monsieur, listen to me. There's a paralytic over yonder who is well known to the doctor, a genuine one, who hasn't been seen to make a single step for the last 10 years. Isn't that so, doctor? Latonne returned, Oh, if you cure that fellow, I would pay 1 franc a glass for your water. Then, turning toward Andermatt, 'tis an old fellow suffering from rheumatic gout, with a sort of spasmodic contraction of the left leg, and a complete paralysis of the right. In fact, I believe, an incurable. Oriol had allowed him to talk. He resumed in a deliberate fashion. Well, doctor, would you like to make a trial of it on him for a month? I don't say that it will succeed. I say nothing on the matter. I only ask to have a trial made. Hold on, Coloche and myself are going to dig a hole for the stones. Well, we'll make a hole for Clovis. He'll remain an hour there every morning, and then we'll see. There, we'll see. The physician murmured, You may try. I answer confidently that you will not succeed. But Andermatt, beguiled by the prospect of an almost miraculous cure, gladly fell in with the peasant's suggestion, and the entire 4 directed their steps towards the vagabond, who all this time had been lying motionless in the sun. The old poacher, understanding the dodge, pretended to refuse, resisted for a long time, then allowed himself to be persuaded, on the condition that Andermatt would give him 2 francs a day for the hour which he would spend in the water. So the matter was settled. It was even settled that, as soon as the hole was dug, Père Clovis should take his bath that very day. Andermatt would supply him with clothes to dress himself afterward, and the two Oriols would bring him a disused shepherd's hut, which was lying in their yard, so that the invalid might shut himself in there and change his apparel. Then the banker and the physician returned to the village. When they reached it, they parted, the doctor going to his own house for his consultations, and Andermatt hurrying to attend on his wife, who had come to the establishment at 9:30 o'clock. She appeared almost immediately, dressed from head to foot in pink. With a pink hat, a pink parasol, and a pink complexion, she looked like an aurora, and she descended the steps of the hotel to avoid the turn of the road with the hopping movements of a bird, as it goes from stone to stone without opening its wing. As soon as she saw her husband, she exclaimed, "Oh, what a pretty country it is! I'm quite delighted with it." A few bathers, wandering sadly through the little park in silence, turned round as she passed by, and Petrus Martel, who was smoking his pipe in his shirt sleeves at the window of the billiard room, called to his chum, La Palme, sitting in a corner before a glass of white wine, and said, smacking the roof of his mouth with his tongue, "Deuce take it, there's something sweet." Christiane made her way into the establishment, bowed smilingly toward the cashier, who sat at the left of the entrance door, and saluted the ex-jailer, seated at their right, with a "Good morning," then holding out a ticket to a bath attendant dressed like the girl in the refreshment room, followed her into a corridor facing the doors of the bathrooms. The lady was shown into one of them, rather large, with bare walls, furnished with a chair, a glass, and a shoehorn, while a large oval orifice, coated like the floor with yellow cement, served the purposes of a bath. The woman turned a cock like those used for making the street gutters flow, and the water gushed through a little round grated aperture at the bottom of the bath, so that it was soon full to the brim, and its overflow was diverted through a furrow sunk into the wall. Christiane, having left her chambermaid at the hotel, declined the attendant's services in undressing, and remained there alone, saying that if she required anything she would ring, and would do the same when she wanted her linen. She slowly disrobed, watching as she did so the almost invisible movement of the wave gently stirring on the clear surface of the basin. When she had divested herself of all her clothing, she dipped her foot in, and the pleasant warm sensation mounted to her throat. Then she plunged into the tepid water first one leg, and after it the other, and sat down in the midst of this caressing heat, in this transparent bath, in this spring which flowed over her, around her, covering her body with tiny globules all along her legs, all along her arms, and also all over her breasts. She noticed with surprise those particles of air innumerable and minute, which clothed her from head to foot with an entire mail suit of little pearls. And these pearls, so minute, flew off incessantly from her white flesh, and evaporated on the surface of the bath, driven on by others that sprang to life over her form. They sprung up over her skin like light fruits incapable of being grasped, yet charming, the fruits of this exquisite body, rosy and fresh, which had generated those pearls in the water. And Christiane felt herself so happy in it, so sweetly, so softly, so deliciously caressed and clasped by the restless wave, the living wave, the animated wave, from the spring which gushed up from the depths of the basin under her legs and fled through the little opening toward the edge of the bath, that she would have liked to have remained there forever, without moving, almost without thinking. The sensation of a calm delight, composed of rest and comfort, of tranquil dreamfulness, of health, of discreet joy, and silent gaiety, entered into her with the soothing warmth of this, and her spirit mused, vaguely lulled into repose by the gurgling of the overflow which was escaping, dreamed of what she would be doing by and by, of what she would be doing to-morrow, of promenades, of her father, of her husband, of her brother, and of that big boy who had made her feel slightly ill at ease since the adventure of the dog. She did not care for persons of violent tendencies. No desire agitated her soul, calm as her heart in this grateful moist warmth, no desires save the shadowy hopes of a child, no desire of any other life, of emotion or passion. She felt that it was well with her, and she was satisfied with the happiness of her lot. She was suddenly startled. The door flew open. It was the Auvergnat carrying the linen. 20 minutes had passed. It was already time for her to be dressed. It was almost a pang, almost a calamity, this awakening. She felt a longing to beg of the woman to give her a few minutes more. Then she reflected that every day she would find again the same delight, and she regretfully left the bath to be wrapped in a white dressing gown whose scorching heat felt somewhat unpleasant. Just as she was going out, Dr. Bonnefille opened the door of his consultation room and invited her to enter, bowing ceremoniously. He inquired about her health, felt her pulse, looked at her tongue, took note of her appetite and her digestion, asked her how she slept, and then accompanied her to the door, repeating, "Come, come, that's right, that's right. My respects, if you please, to your father, one of the most distinguished men that I have met in my career." At last she got away, bored by these undesirable attentions, and at the door she saw the Marquis, chatting with Andermatt, Gontran, and Paul Bretigny. Her husband, in whose head every new idea was continually buzzing like a fly in a bottle, was relating the story of the paralytic, and wanting to go back to see whether the vagabond was taking his bath. They were about to go with him to the spot in order to please him, but Christiane very gently detained her brother, and, when they were a short distance away from the others: "Tell me now. I wanted to talk to you about your friend. I must say I don't much care for him. Explain to me exactly what he is like." And Gontran, who had known Paul for many years, told her about this passionate nature, uncouth, sincere, and kindly by starts. He was, according to Gontran, a clever young fellow, whose wild spirit impetuously flung itself into every new idea, yielding to every impulse, unable to control or to direct his passions, or to fight against his feelings with the aid of reason, or to govern his life by a system based on settled convictions. He obeyed the promptings of his heart, whether they were virtuous or vicious, the moment that any desire, any thought, any emotion whatever, agitated his excitable nature. He had already fought 7 duels, as ready to insult people as to become their friend. He had been madly in love with women of every class, adored them with the same transports, from the working girl whom he picked up in the corner of some store, to the actress whom he carried off, yes, carried off, on the night of a first performance, just as she was stepping into a vehicle on her way home, bearing her away in his arms in the midst of the astonished spectators, and pushing her into a carriage which disappeared at a gallop before anyone could follow it or overtake it. And Gontran concluded: "There you are. He is a good fellow, but a fool. Very rich, moreover, and capable of anything at all, when he loses his head." Christiane said: "What a strange perfume he carries about him. It is rather nice. What is it?" Gontran answered: "I don't really know. He doesn't want to tell about it. I believe it comes from Russia. 'Tis the actress, his actress, she whom I cured him of this time, that gave it to him. Yes, indeed, it has a very pleasant odour." They saw on their way a group of bathers and of peasants, for it was the custom every morning, before breakfast, to take a turn along the road. Christiane and Gontran joined the Marquis, Andermatt, and Paul, and soon they beheld, in the place where the knoll had stood the day before, a queer-looking human head, covered with a ragged felt hat, and wearing a big white beard, looking as if it had sprung up out of the ground, the head of a decapitated man, as it were, growing there like a plant. Around it some vine-dressers were looking on, amazed, impassive, the peasantry of Auvergne not being scoffers, while 3 tall gentlemen, visitors at second-class hotels, were laughing and joking. Oriol and his son stood there contemplating the vagabond, who was steeped in his hole, sitting on a stone with the water up to his chin. He might have been taken for a desperate criminal of olden times, condemned to death for some unusual kind of sorcery, and he had not let go his crutches, which were by his sides in the water. Andermatt kept repeating enthusiastically: "Bravo! Bravo! There's an example which all the people in the country suffering from rheumatic pains should imitate." And bending towards the old man, he shouted at him as if he were deaf: Do you feel well?" The other, who seemed completely stupefied by this boiling water, replied, "It seems to me that I'm melting." But Père Oriol exclaimed, "The hotter it is, the more good it will do you." A voice behind the Marquis said, "What is that?" And Monsieur Aubry Pasteur, always puffing, stopped on his way back from his daily walk. Then Andermatt explained his experiment in curing, but the old man kept repeating, "Devil take it, how hot it is!" and he wanted to get out, asking someone to help him up. The banker succeeded eventually in calming him by promising him 20 sous more for each bath. The spectators formed a circle round the hole in which the dirty, greyish rags were soaking, wherewith this old body was covered. A voice said, "Nice meat for broth. I wouldn't care to make soup of it." Another rejoined, "The meat would scarcely agree with me." But the Marquis observed that the bubbles of carbonic acid seemed more numerous, larger, and brighter in this new spring than in that of the baths. The vagabond's rags were covered with them, and these bubbles rose to the surface in such abundance that the water appeared to be crossed by innumerable little chains, by an infinity of beads of exceedingly small round diamonds, the strong midday sun making them as clear as brilliants. Then Aubry Pasteur burst out laughing. "Egad," said he, "I must tell you what they do at the establishment. You know, they catch a spring like a bird in a kind of snare, or rather in a bell. That's what they call coaxing it. Now, last year, here is what happened to the spring that supplies the baths. The carbonic acid, lighter than water, was stored up to the top of the bell. Then, when it was collected there in a very large quantity, it was driven back into the ducts, reascended in abundance into the baths, filled up the compartments, and all but suffocated the invalids. We have had 3 accidents in the course of 3 months. Then they consulted me again, and I invented a very simple apparatus consisting of 2 pipes, which led off separately the liquid and the gas in the bell, in order to combine them afresh immediately under the bath, and thus to reconstitute the water in its normal state, while avoiding the dangerous excess of carbonic acid. But my apparatus would have cost 1,000 francs. Do you know what the custodian does then? I give you 1,000 guesses to find out. He bores a hole in the bell to get rid of the gas, which flies out, you understand, so that they sell you acidulated baths without any acid, or so little acid that it is not worth much. Whereas here, why, just look!" Everybody became indignant. They no longer laughed, and they cast envious looks toward the paralytic. Every bather would gladly have seized a pickaxe to make another hole beside that of the vagabond, and Andermatt took the engineer's arm and they went off chatting together. From time to time Aubry Pasteur stopped, made a show of drawing lines with his walking stick, indicating certain points, and the banker wrote down notes in a memorandum book. Christiane and Paul Bretigny entered into conversation. He told her about his journey to Auvergne and all that he had seen and experienced. He loved the country with those warm instincts of his, with which always mingled an element of animality. He had a sensual love of nature, because it excited his blood and made his nerves and organs quiver. He said, "For my part, madame, it seems to me as if I were open, so that everything enters into me, everything passes through me, makes me weep or gnash my teeth. Look here, when I cast a glance at that hillside facing us, that vast expanse of green, that race of trees clambering up the mountain, I feel the entire wood in my eyes. It penetrates me, takes possession of me, runs through my whole frame, and it seems to me also that I am devouring it, that it fills my being. I become a wood myself." He laughed while he told her this, strained his big round eyes, now on the wood, now on Christiane. And she, surprised, astonished, but easily impressed, felt herself devoured also, like the wood, by his great avid glance. Paul went on, "And if you only knew what delights I owe to my sense of smell! I drink in this air through my nostrils. I become intoxicated with it. I live in it, and I feel that there is within it everything, absolutely everything. What can be sweeter? It intoxicates one more than wine. Wine intoxicates the mind, but perfume intoxicates the imagination. With perfume you taste the very essence, the pure essence of things and of the universe. You taste the flowers, the trees, the grass of the fields. You can even distinguish the soul of the dwellings of olden days which sleep in the old furniture, the old carpets, the old curtains. Listen, I am going to tell you something. Did you notice, when you first came here, a delicious odour to which no other odour can be compared? So fine, so light, that it seems almost, how shall I express it, an immaterial odour? You find it everywhere, you can seize it nowhere, you cannot discern where it comes from. Never, never has anything more divine than it arisen in my heart. Well, this is the odour of the vine in bloom. Ah, it has taken me 4 days to discover it. And is it not charming to think, madame, that the vine tree which gives us wine, wine which only superior spirits can understand and relish, gives us, too, the most delicate and most exciting of perfumes, which only persons of the most refined sensibility can discover? And then do you recognize also the powerful smell of the chestnut trees, the luscious savour of the acacias, the aroma of the mountains and the grass, whose scent is so sweet, sweeter than anyone imagines? She listened to these words of his in amazement, not that they were surprising so much as they appeared so different in their nature from everything encompassing her every day. Her mind remained possessed, moved, and disturbed by them. He kept talking uninterruptedly in a voice somewhat hollow but full of passion. And again, just think, do you not feel in the air, along the roads, when the day is hot, a slight savour of vanilla? Yes, am I not right? Well, that is, but I dare not tell it to you. And now he broke into a great laugh, and waving his hand in front of him all of a sudden said, "Look there! Look there!" A row of wagons laden with hay was coming up, drawn by cows yoked in pairs. The slow-footed beasts, with their heads hung down, bent by the yoke, their horns fastened with pieces of wood, toiled painfully along, and under their skin, as it rose up and down, the bones of their legs could be seen moving. Before each team a man in shirt-sleeves, waistcoat, and black hat was walking with a switch in his hand, directing the pace of the animals. From time to time the driver would turn round and, without ever hitting, would barely touch the shoulder or the forehead of a cow, who would blink her big wandering eyes and obey the motion of his arm. Christiane and Paul drew up to let them pass. He said to her, "Do you feel it?" She was amazed. "What then? That is the smell of the stable." "Yes, it is the smell of the stable. And all these cows going along the road, for they use no horses in this part of the country, scatter on their way that odour of the stable, which, mingled with the fine dust, gives to the wind a savour of vanilla." Christiane, somewhat disgusted, murmured, "Oh!" He went on, "Excuse me, at that moment I was analysing it like a chemist. In any case, we are, madame, in the most seductive country, the most delightful, the most restful that I have ever seen, a country of the golden age. And the Liman, oh, the Liman! But I must not talk to you about it. I want to show it to you. You shall see for yourself." The Marquis and Gontran came up to them. The Marquis passed his arm under that of his daughter, and making her turn round and retrace her steps, in order to get back to the hotel for breakfast, he said, "Listen, young people, this concerns you all three. William, who goes mad when an idea comes into his head, dreams of nothing any longer but of building this new town of his, and he wants to win over to him the Oriol family. He is, therefore, anxious that Christiane should make the acquaintance of the 2 young girls, in order to see if they are possible. But it is not necessary that the father should suspect our ruse. So I have got an idea. It is to organize a charitable fête. You, my dear, must go and see the curé. You will together hunt up 2 of his parishioners to make collections along with you. You understand what people you will get him to nominate, and he will invite them on his own responsibility. As for you, young men, you are going to get up a tambola at the casino with the assistance of Petrus Martel, with his company and orchestra. And if the little Oriols are nice girls, as it is said they have been well brought up at the convent, Christiane will make a conquest of them. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 5. Developments. For 8 days Christiane wholly occupied herself with preparations for this fête. The curé, indeed, was able to find no one among his female parishioners except the Oriol girls, who could be deemed worthy of collecting along with the Marquis de Ravenel's daughter, and, happy at having the opportunity of making himself prominent, he took all the necessary steps, organised everything, regulated everything, and himself invited the young girls, as if the idea had originated with him. The inhabitants were in a state of excitement, and the gloomy bathers, finding a new topic of conversation, entertained one another at the table d'hôte, with various estimates as to the possible receipts from the 2 portions of the fête, the sacred and the profane. The day opened finely. It was admirable summer weather, warm and clear, with bright sunshine in the open plain, and a grateful shade under the village trees. The mass was fixed for 9 o'clock, a quick mass with church music. Christiane, who had arrived before the office, in order to inspect the ornamentation of the church with garlands of flowers that had been sent from Royat and Clermont-Ferrand, consented to walk behind it. The curé, Abbé Litre, followed her, accompanied by the Oriol girls, and he introduced them to her. Christiane immediately invited the young girls to luncheon. They accepted her invitation with blushes and respectful bows. The faithful were now making their appearance. Christiane and the girls sat down on 3 chairs of honour reserved for them at the side of the choir, facing 3 other chairs, which were occupied by young lads dressed in their Sunday clothes, sons of the mayor, of the deputy, and of the municipal councillor, selected to accompany the lady collectors and to flatter the local authorities. Everything passed off well. The office was short. The collection realised 110 francs, which, added to the Andermatts' 500 francs, the Marquis's 50 francs, and 100 francs contributed by Paul Bretigny, made a total of 760, an amount never before reached in the parish of Auvergne. Then, after the conclusion of the ceremony, the Oriol girls were brought to the hotel. They appeared to be a little abashed, without any display of awkwardness, however, and scarcely uttered one word, through modesty rather than through timidity. They sat down to luncheon at the table d'hôte, and pleased the meal of all the men. The elder the more serious of the pair, the younger the more sprightly. The elder better bred, in the commonplace acceptation of the word, the younger more pleasant, yet they resembled one another as closely as 2 sisters possibly could. As soon as the meal was finished, they repaired to the casino for the lottery drawing at the tombola, which was fixed for 2 o'clock. The park, already invaded by the mixed crowd of bathers and peasants, presented the aspect of an outlandish fête. Under the Chinese kiosk, the musicians were executing a rural symphony, a work composed by Saint Landry himself. Paul, who accompanied Christiane, suddenly drew up. "Look here," he said, "that's pretty. He has some talent, that chap. With an orchestra he could produce a fine effect." Then he asked, "Are you fond of music, madame?" "Exceedingly." "As for me, it overwhelms me. When I am listening to a work that I like, it seems to me first that the opening notes detach my skin from my flesh, melt it, dissolve it, cause it to disappear, and leave me like one flayed alive under the combined attacks of the instruments. And, in fact, it is on my nerve that the orchestra is playing, on my nerves stripped bare, vibrating, trembling at every note. I hear it, the music, not merely with my ears, but with all the sensibility of my body, quivering from head to foot. Nothing gives me such exquisite pleasure, or rather such exquisite happiness." She smiled, and then said, "Your sensibilities are keen." "By Jove, they are! What is the good of living if one has not keen sensibilities? I do not envy those people who wear over their hearts a tortoise's shell or a hippopotamus's hide. Those alone are happy who feel their sensations acutely, who receive them like shocks, and savour them like dainty morsels. For it is necessary to reason out all our emotions, joyous and sad, to be satiated with them, to be intoxicated with them to the most intense degree of bliss, or the most extreme pitch of suffering." She raised her eyes to look up at his face, with that sense of astonishment which she had experienced during the past 8 days at all the things that he said. Indeed, during these 8 days this new friend, for, despite her repugnance toward him on first acquaintance, he had in this short interval become her friend, was every moment shaking the tranquillity of her soul, and disturbing it as a pool of water is disturbed by flinging stones into it. And he flung stones, big stones, into this soul, which had calmly slumbered until now. Christiane's father, like all fathers, had always treated her as a little girl, to whom one ought not to say anything of a serious nature. Her brother made her laugh rather than reflect. Her husband could not consider it right for a man to speak of anything whatever to his wife outside the interests of their common life. And so she had hitherto lived perfectly contented, her mind steeped in a sweet torpor. The newcomer opened her intellect with ideas which fell upon it like strokes of a hatchet. Moreover, he was one of those men who please women, all women, by his very nature, by the vibrating acuteness of his emotions. He knew how to talk to them, to tell them everything, and he made them understand everything. Incapable of continuous effort, but extremely intelligent, always loving or hating passionately, speaking of everything with the ingenious ardour of a man fanatically convinced, variable as he was enthusiastic, he possessed to an excessive degree the true feminine temperament, the credulity, the charm, the mobility, the nervous sensibility of a woman, with the superior intellect, active, comprehensive, and penetrating, of a man. Gontran came up to them in a hurry. "Come back," said he, "and give a look to the Honorat family." They returned, and saw Doctor Honorat accompanied by a fat old woman in a blue dress, whose head looked like a nursery garden, for every variety of plants and flowers were gathered together on her head. Christiane asked in astonishment, "This is his wife, then? But she is 15 years older than her husband." "Yes, she is 65, an old midwife whom he fell in love with between 2 confinements. This, however, is one of those households in which they are nagging at one another from morning till night." They made their way toward the Casino, attracted by the exclamations of the crowd. On a large table in front of the establishment were displayed the lots of the tombola, which were drawn by Petrus Martel, assisted by Mademoiselle Odelin of the Odéon, a very small brunette, who also announced the numbers with mountebank's tricks, which greatly diverted the spectators. The Marquis, accompanied by the Oriol girls and Andermatt, reappeared and asked, "Are we to remain here? It is very noisy." They accordingly resolved to take a walk half-way up the hill on the road from Enval to La Roche-Pradière. In order to reach it they first ascended, one behind the other, a narrow path through vine-trees. Christiane walked on in front with a light and rapid step. Since her arrival in this neighbourhood she felt as if she existed in a new sort of way, with an active sense of enjoyment and of vitality which she had never known before. Perhaps the baths, by improving her health, and so ridding her of that slight disturbance of the vital organs which annoyed and saddened her without any apparent cause, disposed her to perceive and to relish everything more thoroughly. Perhaps she simply felt herself animated, lashed by the presence and by the ardour of spirit of that unknown youth who had taught her how to understand. She drew a long deep breath as she thought of all he had said to her about the perfumes that were scattered through the atmosphere. "It is true," she mused, "that he has shown me how to feel the air." And she found again all the odours, especially that of the vine, so light, so delicate, so fleeting. She gained the level road, and they formed themselves into groups. Andermatt and Louise Oriol, the elder girl, started first side by side, chatting about the produce of lands in Auvergne. She knew this Auvergnat, true daughter of her sire, endowed with a hereditary instinct, all the correct and practical details of agriculture, and she spoke about them in her grave tone, in the ladylike fashion, and with the careful pronunciation which they had taught her at the convent. While listening to her, he cast a side glance at her every now and then, and thought this little girl quite charming with her gravity of manner, and her mind so full already of practical knowledge. He occasionally repeated with some surprise, "What, is the land in the Limagne worth so much as 30,000 francs for each hectare?" "Yes, monsieur, when it is planted with beautiful apple trees, which supply dessert apples. It is our country which furnishes nearly all the fruit used in Paris." Then they turned back in order to make a more careful estimate of the Limagne, for from the road they were pursuing they could see, as far as their eyes could reach, the vast plain always covered with a light haze of blue vapour. Christiane and Paul also halted in front of this immense veiled tract of country, so agreeable to the eye that they would have liked to remain there incessantly gazing at it. The road was bordered by enormous walnut trees, the dense shade of which made the skin feel a refreshing sensation of coolness. It no longer ascended, but took a winding course halfway up on the slope of the hillside, adorned lower down with a tapestry of vines, and then with short green herbage as far as the crest, which at this point looked rather steep. Paul murmured, "Is it not lovely? Tell me, is it not lovely? And why does this landscape move me? Yes, why? It diffuses a charm so profound, so wide, that it penetrates to my very heart. It seems, as you gaze at this plain, that thought opens its wings, does it not? And it flies away, it soars, it passes on, it goes off there below, farther and farther, toward all the countries seen in dreams, which we shall never see. Yes, see here, this is worthy of admiration, because it is much more like a thing we dream of than a thing that we have seen." She listened to him without saying anything, waiting, expectant, gathering up each of his words, and she felt herself affected without too well knowing how to explain her emotions. She caught glimpses, indeed, of other countries, blue countries, rose-hued countries, countries unlikely and marvellous, countries undiscoverable though ever sought for, which make us look upon all others as commonplace. He went on, "Yes, it is lovely, because it is lovely. Other horizons are more striking, but less harmonious. Ah, madame, beauty, harmonious beauty! There is nothing but that in the world. Nothing exists but beauty. But how few understand it! The line of a body, of a statue, or of a mountain, the colour of a painting, or of that plain, the inexpressible something of the Joconde, a phrase that bites you to the soul, that, nothing more, which makes an artist a creator just like God, which, therefore, distinguishes him among men. Wait, I am going to recite for you 2 stanzas of Baudelaire." And he declaimed, "Whether you come from heaven or hell I do not care. O beauty, monster of splendour and terror, yet sweet at the core, as long as your eye, your smile, your feet lay the infinite bare, unveiling a world of love that I never have known before. From Satan or God, what matter whether angel or siren you be? What matter if you can give enchanting, velvet-eyed fay? Rhythm, perfume, and light, and be Queen of the earth for me, and make all things less hideous, and the sad moments fly away." Christiane now was gazing at him, struck with wonder by his lyricism, questioning him with her eyes, not comprehending well what extraordinary meaning might be embodied in his poetry. He divined her thoughts and was irritated at not having communicated his own enthusiasm to her, for he had recited those verses very effectively, and he resumed, with a shade of disdain: "I am a fool to wish to force you to relish a poet of such subtle inspiration. A day will come, I hope, when you will feel those things just as I do. Women, endowed rather with intuition than comprehension, do not seize the secret and veiled purposes of art in the same way as if a sympathetic appeal had first been made to their minds." And with a bow he added: "I will strive, madame, to make this sympathetic appeal." She did not think him impertinent, but fantastic, and moreover she did not seek any longer to understand, suddenly struck by a circumstance which she had not previously noticed. He was very elegant, though he was a little too tall and too strongly built, with a gait so virile that one could not immediately perceive the studied refinement of his attire. And then his head had a certain brutishness about it, an incompleteness which gave to his entire person a somewhat heavy aspect at first glance, but when one had got accustomed to his features, one found in them some charm, a charm powerful and fierce, which at moments became very pleasant according to the inflections of his voice, which always seemed veiled. Christiane said to herself, as she observed for the first time what attention he had paid to his external appearance from head to foot: "Decidedly, this is a man whose qualities must be discovered one by one." But here Gontran came rushing toward them. He exclaimed: "Sister! I say, Christiane, wait!" And when he had overtaken them, he said to them, still laughing: "Oh, just come and listen to the younger Oriol girl. She is as droll as anything. She has wonderful wit. Papa has succeeded in putting her at her ease, and she has been telling us the most comical things in the world. Wait for them." And they awaited the Marquis, who presently appeared with the younger of the two girls, Charlotte Oriol. She was relating with a childlike, knowing liveliness some village tales, accounts of rustic simplicity and roguery. But she imitated them with their slow movements, their grave remarks, their fouchtras, their innumerable bougres, mimicking in a fashion that made her pretty, sprightly face look charming, all the changes of their physiognomies. Her bright eyes sparkled, her rather large mouth was opened wide, displaying her white teeth, her nose, a little tip-tilted, gave her a humorous look, and she was fresh with a flower's freshness that might make lips quiver with desire. The Marquis, having spent nearly his entire life on his estate, in the family château where Christiane and Gontran had been brought up in the midst of rough, big Norman farmers, who were occasionally invited to dine there, in accordance with custom, and whose children, companions of theirs from the period of their first communion, had been on terms of familiarity with them, knew how to talk to this little girl, already three-fourths a woman of the world, with a friendly candour which awakened at once in her a gay and self-confident assurance. Andermatt and Louise returned after having walked as far as the village, which they did not care to enter, and they all sat down at the foot of a tree, on the grassy edge of a ditch. There they remained for a long time, pleasantly chatting about everything and nothing, in a torpor of languid ease. Now and then a wagon would roll past, always drawn by the two cows whose heads were bent and twisted by the yoke, and always driven by a peasant with a shrunken frame and a big black hat on his head, guiding the animals with the end of his thin switch in the swaying style of the conductor of an orchestra. The man would take off his hat, bowing to the Oriol girls, and they would reply with a familiar "Good day," flung out by their fresh young voices. Then, as the hour was growing late, they went back. As they drew near the park, Charlotte Oriol exclaimed: "Oh, the boree! The boree!" In fact, the boree was being danced to an old air well known in Auvergne. There they were, male and female peasants stepping out, hopping, making courtesies, turning and bowing to each other, the women taking hold of their petticoats and lifting them up with 2 fingers of each hand, the men swinging their arms and holding them akimbo. The pleasant monotonous air was also dancing in the fresh evening wind. It was always the same refrain, played in a very high note by the violin, and taken up in concert by the other instruments, giving a more rattling pace to the dance. And it was not unpleasant, this simple rustic music, lively and artless, keeping time as it did with this shambling country minuet. The bathers too made an attempt to dance. Petrus Martel went skipping in front of little Odelin, who affected the style of a danseuse walking through a ballet, and the comic La Palme mimicked a fantastic step round the attendant at the casino, who seemed agitated by recollections of Bullier. But suddenly Gontran saw Doctor Honorat dancing away with all his heart and all his limbs, and executing the classical bourrée like a true blue native of Auvergne. The orchestra became silent. All stopped. The doctor came over and bowed to the Marquis. He was wiping his forehead and puffing. "'Tis good," said he, "to be young sometimes." Gontran laid his hand on the doctor's shoulder, and smiling with a mischievous air, "You never told me you were married." The physician stopped wiping his face, and gravely responded, "Yes, I am, and marred." "What do you say?" "I say married and marred. Never commit that folly, young man." "Why?" "Why? See here. I have been married now for 20 years, and haven't got used to it yet. Every evening when I reach home I say to myself, 'Hold hard, this woman is still in my house. So then she'll never go away?'" Every one began to laugh, so serious and convinced was his tone. But the bells of the hotel were ringing for dinner. The fête was over. Louise and Charlotte were accompanied back to their father's house, and when their new friends had left them, they commenced talking about them. Every one thought them charming. Andermatt alone preferred the elder girl. The Marquis said, "How pliant the feminine nature is! The mere vicinity of the paternal gold, of which they do not even know the use, has made ladies of these country girls." Christiane, having asked Paul Bretigny, "And you, which of them do you prefer?" he murmured, "Oh, I? I have not looked at them. It is not they whom I prefer." He had spoken in a very low voice, and she made no reply. Chapter 6.
Section 6 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 6. On the Brink. The days that followed were charming for Christiane Andermatt. She lived light-hearted, her soul full of joy. The morning bath was her first pleasure, a delicious pleasure that made the skin tingle, an exquisite half-hour in the warm, flowing water, which disposed her to feel happy all day long. She was, indeed, happy in all her thoughts and in all her desires. The affection with which she felt herself surrounded and penetrated, the intoxication of youthful life throbbing in her veins, and then again this new environment, this superb country, made for daydreams and repose, wide and odorous, enveloping her like a great caress of nature, awakened in her fresh emotions. Everything that approached, everything that touched her, continued this sensation of the morning, this sensation of a tepid bath, of a great bath of happiness wherein she plunged herself body and soul. Andermatt, who had to leave Auvergne for a fortnight or perhaps a month, had gone back to Paris, having previously reminded his wife to take good care that the paralytic should not discontinue his course of treatment. So each day before breakfast, Christiane, her father, her brother, and Paul went to look at what Gontran called the poor man's soup. Other bathers came there also, and they formed a circular group around the hole while chatting with the vagabond. He was not better able to walk, he declared, but he had a feeling as if his legs were covered with ants, and he told how these ants ran up and down, climbing as far as his thighs, and then going back again to the tips of his toes, and even at night he felt these insects tickling and biting him, so that he was deprived of sleep. All the visitors and the peasants, divided into two camps, that of the believers and that of the skeptics, were interested in this cure. After breakfast, Christiane often went to look for the Oriol girls, so that they might take a walk with her. They were the only members of her own sex at the station to whom she could talk, or with whom she could have friendly relations, sharing a little of her confidence and asking in return for some feminine sympathy. She had at once taken a liking for the grave common sense allied with amiability which the elder girl exhibited, and still more for the spirit of sly humour possessed by the younger. And it was less to please her husband than for her own amusement that she now sought the friendship of the two sisters. They used to set forth on excursions, sometimes in a landau, an old travelling landau with 6 seats, got from a liveryman at Riom, and at other times on foot. They were especially fond of a little wild valley near Château-Guyon, leading toward the hermitage of Saint-Souci. Along the narrow road which they slowly traversed, under the pine trees, on the bank of the little river, they would saunter in pairs, each pair chatting together. At every stage along their track, where it was necessary to cross the stream, Paul and Gontran, standing on stepping stones in the water, seized the women each with one arm, and carried them over with a jump, so as to deposit them on the other side, and each of these fordings changed the order of the pedestrians. Christiane went from one to another, but found the opportunity of remaining a little while alone with Paul Bretigny, either in front or in the rear. He had no longer the same ways while in her company as in the first days of their acquaintanceship. He was less disposed to laugh, less abrupt in manner, less like a comrade, but more respectful and attentive. Their conversations, however, assumed a tone of intimacy, and the things that concerned the heart held in them the foremost place. He talked to her about sentiment and love, like a man well versed in such subjects, who had sounded the depths of women's tenderness, and who owed to them as much happiness as suffering. She, ravished and rather touched, urged him on to confidences with an ardent and artful curiosity. All that she knew of him awakened in her a keen desire to learn more, to penetrate in thought into one of those male existences of which she had got glimpses out of books, one of those existences full of tempests and mysteries of love. Yielding to her importunities, he told her each day a little more about his life, his adventures and his griefs, with a warmth of language which his burning memories sometimes rendered impassioned, and which the desire to please made also seductive. He opened to her gaze a world till now unknown to her, found eloquent words to express the subtleties of desire and expectation, the ravages of growing hopes, the religion of flowers and bits of ribbons, all the little objects treasured up as sacred, the enervating effect of sudden doubts, the anguish of alarming conjectures, the tortures of jealousy, and the inexpressible frenzy of the first kiss. And he knew how to describe all these things in a very seemly fashion, veiled, poetic, and captivating. Like all men who are perpetually haunted by desire and thoughts about women, he spoke discreetly of those whom he had loved, with a fever that throbbed within him still. He recalled 1,000 romantic incidents calculated to move the heart, 1,000 delicate circumstances calculated to make tears gather in the eyes, and all those sweet futilities of gallantry which render amorous relationships between persons of refined souls and cultivated minds the most beautiful and most entrancing experiences that can be conceived. All these disturbing and familiar chats, renewed each day and each day more prolonged, fell on Christiane's soul like grains cast into the earth. And the charm of this country spread wide around her, the odorous air, that blue Liman, so vast that it seemed to make the spirit expand, those extinguished volcanoes on the mountain, furnaces of the antique world serving now only to warm springs for invalids, the cool shades, the rippling music of the streams as they rushed over the stones, all this too penetrated the heart and the flesh of the young woman, penetrated them and softened them like a soft shower of warm rain on soil that is yet virgin, a rain that will cause to burgeon and blossom in it the flowers of which it had received the seed. She was quite conscious that this youth was paying court to her a little, that he thought her pretty, even more than pretty, and the desire to please him spontaneously suggested to her 1,000 inventions, at the same time designing and simple, to fascinate him and to make a conquest of him. When he looked moved, she would abruptly leave him. When she anticipated some tender allusions on his lips, she would cast toward him, ere the words were finished, one of those swift, unfathomable glances which pierce men's hearts like fire. She would greet him with soft utterances, gentle movements of her head, dreamy gestures with her hands, or sad looks quickly changed into smiles, as if to show him, even when no words had been exchanged between them, that his efforts had not been in vain. What did she desire? Nothing. What did she expect from all this? Nothing. She amused herself with this solely because she was a woman, because she did not perceive the danger of it, because, without foreseeing anything, she wished to find out what he would do. And then she had suddenly developed that native coquetry which lies hidden in the veins of all feminine beings. The slumbering, innocent child of yesterday had unexpectedly waked up, subtle and keen-witted, when facing this man who talked to her unceasingly about love. She divined the agitation that swept across his mind when he was by her side. She saw the increasing emotion that his face expressed, and she understood all the different intonations of his voice with that special intuition possessed by women who feel themselves solicited to love. Other men had ere now paid attentions to her in the fashionable world without getting anything from her in return, save the mockery of a playful young woman. Their commonplace flatteries diverted her. Their looks of melancholy love filled her with merriment, and to all their manifestations of passion she responded only with derisive laughter. In the case of this man, however, she felt herself suddenly confronted with a seductive and dangerous adversary, and she had been changed into one of those clever creatures, instinctively clear-sighted, armed with audacity and coolness, who, so long as their hearts remain untrammelled, watch for, surprise, and draw men into the invisible net of sentiment. As for him, he had at first thought her rather silly, accustomed to women versed in intrigues, exercised in love just as an old soldier is in military manoeuvres, skilled in all the wiles of gallantry and tenderness. He considered this simple heart commonplace, and treated it with a light disdain. But, little by little, her ingenuousness had amused him, and then fascinated him, and yielding to his impressionable nature, he had begun to make her the object of his affectionate attentions. He knew full well that the best way to excite a pure soul was to talk incessantly about love, while exhibiting the appearance of thinking about others, and accordingly, humouring in a crafty fashion the dainty curiosity which he had aroused in her, he proceeded, under the pretence of confiding his secrets to her, to teach her what passion really meant under the shadow of the wood. He, too, found this play amusing, showed her, by all the little gallantries that men know how to display, the growing pleasure that he found in her society, and assumed the attitude of a lover without suspecting that he would become one in reality. And all this came about as naturally in the course of their protracted walks as it does to take a bath on a warm day when you find yourself at the side of a river. But from the first moment when Christiane began to indulge in coquetry, from the time when she resorted to all the native skill of woman in beguiling men, when she conceived the thought of bringing this slave of passion to his knees, in the same way that she would have undertaken to win a game at croquet. He allowed himself to yield, this candid libertine, to the attack of this simpleton, and began to love her. And now he became awkward, restless, nervous, and she treated him as a cat does a mouse. With another woman he would not have been embarrassed, he would have spoken out, he would have conquered by his irresistible ardour. With her he did not dare, so different did she seem from all those whom he had known. The others, in short, were women already singed by life, to whom everything might be said, with whom one could venture on the boldest appeals, murmuring close to their lips the trembling words which set the blood aflame. He knew his power. He felt that he was bound to triumph when he was able to communicate freely to the soul, the heart, the senses of her whom he loved, the impetuous desire by which he was ravaged. With Christiane he imagined himself by the side of a young girl, so great a novice did he consider her, and all his resources seemed paralyzed. And then he cared for her in a new sort of way, partly as a man cares for a child, and partly as he does for his betrothed. He desired her, and yet he was afraid of touching her, of soiling her, of withering her bloom. He had no longing to clasp her tightly in his arms, such as he had felt towards others, but rather to fall on his knees, to kiss her robe, and to touch gently with his lips, with an infinite chaste and tender slowness, the little hairs about her temples, the corners of her mouth, and her eyes, her closed eyes, whose blue he could feel glancing out toward him, the charming glance awakened under the drooping lids. He would have liked to protect her against everyone and against everything, not to let her be elbowed by common people, gaze at ugly people, or go near unclean people. He would have liked to carry away the dirt of the street over which she walked, the pebbles on the roads, the brambles and the branches in the wood, to make all things easy and delicious around her, and to carry her always so that she should never walk. And he felt annoyed because she had to talk to the other guests at the hotel, to eat the same food at the table d'hôte, and submit to all the disagreeable and inevitable little things that belong to everyday existence. He knew not what to say to her, so much were his thoughts absorbed by her, and his powerlessness to express the state of his heart, to accomplish any of the things that he wished to do, to testify to her, the imperious need of devoting himself to her which burned in his veins, gave him some of the aspects of a chained wild beast, and at the same time made him feel a strange desire to break into sobs. All this she perceived without completely understanding it, and felt amused by it with the malicious enjoyment of a coquette. When they had lingered behind the others, and she felt from his look that he was about to say something disquieting, she would abruptly begin to run, in order to overtake her father, and when she got up to him would exclaim, "Suppose we make a 4-cornered game." 4-cornered games served generally for the termination of the excursions. They looked out for a glade at the end of a wider road than usual, and they began to play like boys out for a walk. The Oriol girls and Gontran himself took great delight in this amusement, which satisfied that incessant longing to run that is to be found in all young creatures. Paul Bretigny alone grumbled, beset by other thoughts. Then, growing animated by degrees, he would join in the game with more desperation than any of the others, in order to catch Christiane, to touch her, to place his hand abruptly on her shoulder or on her corsage. The Marquis, whose indifferent and listless nature yielded in everything, as long as his rest was not disturbed, sat down at the foot of a tree and watched his boarding school at play, as he said. He thought this quiet life very agreeable and the entire world perfect. However, Paul's behaviour soon alarmed Christiane. One day she even got afraid of him. One morning they went with Gontran to the most remote part of the oddly shaped gap which is called the end of the world. The gorge, becoming more and more narrow and winding, sank into the mountain. They climbed over enormous rocks, they crossed the little river by means of stepping stones, and having wheeled round a lofty crag more than 50 meters in height, which entirely blocked up the cleft of the ravine, They found themselves in a kind of trench encompassed between two gigantic walls, bare as far as their summits, which were covered with trees and with verdure. The stream formed a wide lake of bowl-like shape, and truly it was a wild-looking chasm, strange and unexpected, such as one meets more frequently in narratives than in nature. Now on this day, Paul, gazing at the projections of the rocky eminence which barred them out from the road at the right where all pedestrians were compelled to halt, remarked that it bore traces of having been scaled. He said, "Why, we can go on further." Then, having clambered up the first ledge, not without difficulty, he exclaimed, "Oh, this is charming! A little grove in the water. Come on, then." And leaning backward, he drew Christiane up by the two hands, while Gontran, feeling his way, planted his feet on all the slight projections of the rock. The soil which had drifted down from the summit had formed on this ledge a savage and bushy garden, in which the stream ran across the roots. Another step, a little further on, formed a new barrier of this granite corridor. They climbed it too, then a third, and they found themselves at the foot of an impassable wall from which fell, straight and clear, a cascade 20 meters high into a deep basin hollowed out by it, and buried under bindweeds and branches. The cleft of the mountain had become so narrow that the two men, clinging on by their hands, could touch its sides. Nothing further could be seen save a line of sky. Nothing could be heard save the murmur of the water. It might have been taken for one of those undiscoverable retreats in which the Latin poets were wont to conceal the antique nymphs. It seemed to Christiane as if she had just intruded on the chamber of a fée. Paul Bretigny said nothing. Gontran exclaimed, "Oh, how nice it would be if a woman, white and rosy red, were bathing in that water!" They returned. The first two shelves were as easy to descend, but the third frightened Christiane, so high and straight was it, without any visible steps. Bretigny let himself slip down the rock, then, stretching out his two arms toward her, "Jump," said he. She would not venture. Not that she was afraid of falling, but she felt afraid of him, afraid above all of his eyes. He gazed at her with the avidity of a famished beast, with a passion which had grown ferocious, and his two hands extended toward her had such an imperious attraction for her that she was suddenly terrified, and seized with a mad longing to shriek, to run away, to climb up the mountain perpendicularly to escape this irresistible appeal. Her brother, standing up behind her, cried, "Go on, then," and pushed her forward. Feeling herself falling, she shut her eyes, and, caught in a gentle but powerful clasp, she felt, without seeing it, all the huge body of the young man, whose panting warm breath passed over her face. Then she found herself on her feet once more, smiling, now that her terror had vanished, while Gontran descended in his turn. This emotion having rendered her prudent, she took care, for some days, not to be alone with Bretigny, who now seemed to be prowling round her like the wolf in the fable round a lamb. But a grand excursion had been planned. They were to carry provisions in the landau with 6 seats, and go to dine with the Oriol girls on the border of the little lake of Tazenat, which in the language of the country was called the Gower of Tazenat, and then return at night by moonlight. Accordingly, they started one afternoon of a day of burning heat, under a devouring sun, which made the granite of the mountain as hot as the floor of an oven. The carriage ascended the mountain side, drawn by 3 horses, blowing and covered with sweat. The coachman was nodding on his seat, his head hanging down, and at the side of the road ran legions of green lizards. The heated atmosphere seemed filled with an invisible and oppressive dust of fire. Sometimes it seemed hard, unyielding, dense, as they passed through it. Sometimes it stirred about and sent across their faces ardent breaths of flame, in which floated an odour of resin in the midst of the long pine wood. Nobody in the carriage uttered a word. The 3 ladies at the lower end closed their dazzled eyes, which they shaded with their red parasols. The Marquis and Gontran, their foreheads wrapped round with handkerchiefs, had fallen asleep. Paul was looking toward Christiane, who was also watching him from under her lowered eyelids. And the landau, sending up a column of smoking white dust, kept always toiling up this interminable ascent. When it had reached the plateau, the coachman straightened himself up, the horses broke into a trot, and they drove through a beautiful undulating country, thickly wooded, cultivated, studded with villages and solitary houses here and there. In the distance, at the left, could be seen the great truncated summits of the volcanoes. The lake of Tazenat, which they were going to see, had been formed by the last crater in the mountain chain of Auvergne. After they had been driving for 3 hours, Paul said suddenly, "Look here, the lava currents." Brown rocks, fantastically twisted, made cracks in the soil at the border of the road. At the right could be seen a mountain, snub-nosed in appearance, whose wide summit had a flat and hollow look. They took a path which seemed to pass into it through a triangular cutting, and Christiane, who was standing erect, discovered all at once, in the midst of a vast, deep crater, a lovely lake, bright and round like a silver coin. The steep slopes of the mountain, wooded at the right and bare at the left, sank towards the water, which they surrounded with a high enclosure, regular in shape, and this placid water, level and glittering like the surface of a medal, reflected the trees on one side, and on the other the barren slope, with a clearness so complete that the edges escaped one's attention, and the only thing one saw in this funnel, in whose centre the blue sky was mirrored, was a transparent, bottomless opening, which seemed to pass right through the earth, pierced from end to end up to the other firmament. The carriage could go no farther. They got down and took a path through the wooded side, winding round the lake, under the trees, halfway up the declivity of the mountain. This track, along which only the woodcutters passed, was as green as a prairie, and through the branches they could see the opposite side, and the water glittering at the bottom of this mountain lake. Then they reached, through an opening in the wood, the very edge of the water, where they sat down upon a sloping carpet of grass, overshadowed by oak trees. They all stretched themselves on the green turf with sensuous and exquisite delight. The men rolled themselves about in it, plunged their hands into it, while the women, softly lying down on their sides, placed their cheeks close to it, as if to seek there a refreshing caress. After the heat of the road, it was one of those sweet sensations, so deep and so grateful that they almost amount to pure happiness. Then once more the Marquis went to sleep. Gontran speedily followed his example. Paul began chatting with Christiane and the 2 young girls. About what? About nothing in particular. From time to time one of them gave utterance to some phrase, another replied after a minute's pause, and the lingering words seemed torpid in their mouths like the thoughts within their minds. But the coachman having brought across to them the hamper which contained the provisions, the Oriol girls, accustomed to domestic duties in their own house, and still clinging to their active habits, quickly proceeded to unpack it and to prepare the dinner, of which the party would by and by partake on the grass. Paul lay on his back beside Christiane, who was in a reverie, and he murmured in so low a tone that she scarcely heard him, so low that his words just grazed her ear, like those confused sounds that are borne on by the wind. "These are the best days of my life." Why did these vague words move her even to the bottom of her heart? Why did she feel herself suddenly touched by an emotion such as she had never experienced before? She was gazing through the trees at a tiny house, a hut for persons engaged in hunting and fishing, so narrow that it could barely contain one small apartment. Paul followed the direction of her glance and said, "Have you ever thought, madame, what days passed together in a hut like that might be for 2 persons who loved one another to distraction? They would be alone in the world, truly alone, face to face. And if such a thing were possible, ought not one be ready to give up everything in order to realize it? So rare, unseizable, and short-lived is happiness. Do we find it in our everyday life? What more depressing than to rise up without any ardent hope, to go through the same duties dispassionately, to drink in moderation, to eat with discretion, and to sleep tranquilly like a mere animal. She kept all the time staring at the little house, and her heart swelled up as if she were going to burst into tears, for in one flash of thought she divined intoxicating joys, of whose existence she had no conception till that moment. Indeed, she was thinking how sweet it would be for two to be together in this tiny abode hidden under the trees, facing that plaything of a lake, that jewel of a lake, true mirror of love. One might feel happy with nobody near, without a neighbour, without one sound of life, alone with a lover who would pass his hours kneeling at the feet of the adored one, looking up at her while her gaze wandered towards the blue wave, and whispering tender words in her ear while he kissed the tips of her fingers. They would live there amid the silence, beneath the trees at the bottom of that crater, which would hold all their passion like the limpid, unfathomable water in the embrace of its firm and regular enclosure, with no other horizon for their eyes save the round line of the mountain's sides, with no other horizon for their thoughts save the bliss of loving one another, with no other horizon for their desires save kisses lingering and endless. Were there, then, people on the earth who could enjoy days like this? Yes, undoubtedly. And why not? Why had she not sooner known that such joys exist? The girls announced that dinner was ready. It was 6 o'clock already. They roused up the Marquis and Gontran in order that they might squat in Turkish fashion a short distance off, with the plates glistening beside them in the grass. The two sisters kept waiting on them, and the heedless men did not gainsay them. They ate at their leisure, flinging the cast-off pieces and the bones of the chickens into the water. They had brought champagne with them. The sudden noise of the first cork jumping up produced a surprising effect on everyone, so unusual did it appear in this solitary spot. The day was declining. The air became impregnated with a delicious coolness. As the evening stole on, a strange melancholy fell on the water that lay sleeping at the bottom of the crater. Just as the sun was about to disappear, the western sky burst out into flame, and the lake suddenly assumed the aspect of a basin of fire. Then, when the sun had gone to rest, the horizon becoming red like a brazier on the point of being extinguished, the lake looked like a basin of blood. And suddenly, above the crest of mountain, the moon, nearly at its full, rose up all pale in the still, cloudless firmament. Then, as the shadows gradually spread over the earth, it ascended glittering and round above the crater, which was round also. It looked as if it were going to let itself drop down into the chasm, and when it had risen far up into the sky, the lake had the aspect of a basin of silver. Then, on its surface, motionless all day long, trembling movements could now be seen, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid. It seemed as if some spirits skimming just above the water were drawing across it invisible veils. It was the big fish at the bottom, the venerable carp and the voracious pike, who had come up to enjoy themselves in the moonlight. The Oriol girls had put back all the plates, dishes, and bottles into the hamper, which the coachman came to take away. They rose up to go. As they were passing into the path under the trees, where the rays of light fell like a silver shower through the leaves and glittered on the grass, Christiane, who was following the others with Paul in the rear, suddenly heard a panting voice saying close to her ear, "I love you, I love you, I love you." Her heart began to beat so wildly that she was near sinking to the ground, and felt as if she could not move her limbs. Still she walked on, like one distraught, ready to turn round, her arms hanging wide and her lips tightly drawn. He had by this time caught the edge of the little shawl which she had drawn over her shoulders, and was kissing it frantically. She continued walking with such tottering steps that she no longer could feel the soil beneath her feet. And now she emerged from under the canopy of the trees, and finding herself in the full glare of the moonlight, she got the better of her agitation with a desperate effort. But before stepping into the landau and losing sight of the lake, she half turned round to throw a long kiss with both hands toward the water, which likewise embraced the man who was following her. On the return journey she remained inert both in soul and body, dizzy, cramped up as if after a fall, and the moment they reached the hotel she quickly rushed up to her own apartment, where she locked herself in. Even when the door was bolted and the key turned in the lock, she pressed her hand on it again, so much did she feel herself pursued and desired. Then she remained trembling in the middle of the room, which was nearly quite dark and had an empty look. The wax candle placed on the table cast on the walls the quivering shadows of the furniture and of the curtains. Christiane sank into an armchair. All her thoughts were rushing, leaping, flying away from her so that she found it impossible to seize them, to hold them, to link them together. She felt now ready to weep without well knowing why, broken-hearted, wretched, abandoned in this empty room, lost in existence, just as in the forest. Where was she going? What would she do? Breathing with difficulty, she rose up, flung open the window and the shutters in front of it, and leaned on her elbows over the balcony. The air was refreshing. In the depths of the sky, wide and empty too, the distant moon, solitary and sad, having ascended now into the blue heights of night, cast forth a hard, cold lustre on the trees and on the mountains. The entire country lay asleep. Only the light strain of Saint Landry's violin, which he played till a late hour every night, broke the deep silence of the valley with its melancholy music. Christiane scarcely heard it. It ceased, then began again, the shrill and dolorous cry of the thin fiddle-strings. And that moon lost in a desert sky, that feeble sound lost in the silent night, filled her heart with such a sense of solitude that she burst into sobs. She trembled and quivered to the very marrow of her bones, shaken by anguish and by the shuddering sensations of people attacked by some formidable malady, for suddenly it dawned upon her mind that she, too, was all alone in existence. She had never realized this until today, and now she felt it so vividly in the distress of her soul that she imagined she was going mad. She had a father, a brother, a husband. She loved them still, and they loved her. And here she was, all at once, separated from them. She had become a stranger to them, as if she scarcely knew them. The calm affection of her father, the friendly companionship of her brother, the cold tenderness of her husband, appeared to be nothing any longer, nothing any longer. Her husband. This, her husband, the rosy-cheeked man who was accustomed to say to her in a careless tone, "Are you going far, dear, this morning?" She belonged to him, to this man, body and soul, by the mere force of a contract. Was this possible? Oh, how lonely and lost she felt herself. She closed her eyes to look into her own mind, into the lowest depths of her thoughts. And she could see, as she evoked them out of her inner consciousness, the faces of all those who lived around her. Her father, careless and tranquil, happy as long as nobody disturbed his repose. Her brother, scoffing and sceptical. Her husband, moving about, his head full of figures, and with the announcement on his lips, "I have just done a fine stroke of business," when he should have said, "I love you." Another man had murmured that word a little while ago, and it was still vibrating in her ear and in her heart. She could see him also, this other man, devouring her with his fixed look, and if he had been near her at that moment, she would have flung herself into his arms. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Attainment, Part 1. Christiane, who had not gone to sleep till a very late hour, awoke as soon as the sun cast a flood of red light into her room through the window which she had left wide open. She glanced at her watch. It was 5 o'clock, and remained lying on her back deliciously in the warmth of the bed. It seemed to her, so active and full of joy did her soul feel, that a happiness, a great happiness, had come to her during the night. What was it? She sought to find out what it was. She sought to find out what was this new source of happiness which had thus penetrated her with delight. All her sadness of the night before had vanished, melted away during sleep. So Paul Bretigny loved her. How different he appeared to her from the first day. In spite of all the efforts of her memory, she could not bring back her first impression of him. She could not even recall to her mind the man introduced to her by her brother. He whom she knew today had retained nothing of the other, neither the face nor the bearing, nothing, for his first image had passed, little by little, day by day, through all the slow modifications which take place in the soul with regard to a being who from a mere acquaintance has come to be a familiar friend and a beloved object. You take possession of him hour by hour without suspecting it, possession of his movements, of his attitudes, of his physical and moral characteristics. He enters into you, into your eyes and your heart, by his voice, with all his gestures, by what he says and what he thinks. You absorb him, you comprehend him, you divine him in all the meanings of his smiles and of his words. It seems at last that he belongs entirely to you, so much do you love unconsciously still all that is his and all that comes from him. Then, too, it is impossible to remember what this being was like, to your indifferent eyes, when first he presented himself to your gaze. So then Paul Bretigny loved her. Christiane experienced from this discovery neither fear nor anguish, but a profound tenderness, an immense joy, new and exquisite, of being loved, of knowing that she was loved. She was, however, a little disturbed as to the attitude that he would assume toward her and that she should preserve toward him. But, as it was a matter of delicacy for her conscience even to think of these things, she ceased to think about them, trusting to her own tact and ingenuity to direct the course of events. She descended at the usual hour, and found Paul smoking a cigarette before the door of the hotel. He bowed respectfully to her. "Good day, madame. You feel well this morning?" "Very well, monsieur. I slept very soundly." And she put out her hand to him, fearing lest he might hold it in his too long. But he scarcely pressed it, and they began quietly chatting as if they had forgotten one another. And the day passed off without anything being done by him to recall his ardent avowal of the night before. He remained, on the days that followed, quite as discreet and calm, and she placed confidence in him. He realized, she thought, that he would wound her by becoming bolder. And she hoped, she firmly believed, that they might be able to stop at this delightful halting place of tenderness, where they could love while looking into the depths of one another's eyes without remorse, inasmuch as they would be free from defilement. Nevertheless, she was careful never to wander out with him alone. Now one evening, the Saturday of the same week in which they had visited the lake of Tazenat, as they were returning to the hotel about 10 o'clock, the Marquis, Christiane, and Paul, for they had left Gontran playing écarté with Aubry and Reichert and Dr. Honorat in the great hall of the casino, Bretigny exclaimed as he watched the moon shining through the branches. "How nice it would be to go and see the ruins of Tournoel on a night like this." At this thought alone, Christiane was filled with emotion, the moon and ruins having on her the same influence which they have on the souls of all women. She pressed the Marquise's hands. "Oh, father dear, would you mind going there?" He hesitated, being exceedingly anxious to go to bed. She insisted. "Just think a moment, how beautiful Tournoel is, even by day. You said yourself that you had never seen a ruin so picturesque, with that great tower above the chateau. What must it be at night?" At last he consented. "Well, then, let us go. But we'll only look at it for 5 minutes, and then come back immediately. For my part, I want to be in bed at 11 o'clock. "Yes, we will come back immediately. It takes only 20 minutes to get there." They set out, all three, Christiane leaning on her father's arm, and Paul walking by her side. He spoke of his travels in Switzerland, in Italy, in Sicily. He told what his impressions were in the presence of certain phenomena, his enthusiasm on seeing the summit of Mont Rosa, when the sun, rising on the horizon of this row of icy peaks, this congealed world of eternal snows, cast on each of those lofty mountain tops a dazzling white radiance, and illumined them, like the pale beacon lights that must shine down upon the kingdoms of the dead. Then he spoke of his emotion on the edge of the monstrous crater of Etna, when he felt himself an imperceptible mite, many meters above the cloud line, having nothing any longer around him save the sea and the sky, the blue sea beneath, the blue sky above, and leaning over this dreadful chasm of the earth whose breath stifled him. He enlarged the objects which he described in order to excite the young woman, and as she listened she panted with visions she conjured up by a flight of imagination of those wonderful things that he had seen. Suddenly, at a turn of the road, they discovered Tournoel. The ancient chateau, standing on a mountain peak overlooked by its high and narrow tower, letting in the light through its chinks, and dismantled by time and by the wars of bygone days, traced upon a sky of phantoms, its huge silhouette of a fantastic manor-house. They stopped, all three, surprised. The Marquis said at length, "Indeed, it is impressive. Like a dream of Gustave Doré realized. Let us sit down for 5 minutes." And he sat down on the sloping grass. But Christiane, wild with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Oh, father, let us go on farther. It is so beautiful, so beautiful. Let us walk to the foot, I beg of you." This time the Marquis refused. "No, my darling, I have walked enough. I can't go any farther. If you want to see it more closely, go on there with Monsieur Bretigny. I will wait here for you." Paul asked, "Will you come, madame?" She hesitated, seized by two apprehensions, that of finding herself alone with him, and that of wounding an honest man by having the appearance of suspecting him. The Marquis repeated, go on, I will wait for you." Then she took it for granted that her father would remain within reach of their voices, and she said resolutely, "Let us go on, monsieur." But scarcely had she walked on for some minutes when she felt herself possessed by a poignant emotion, by a vague, mysterious fear. Fear of the ruin, fear of the night, fear of this man. Suddenly she felt her legs trembling under her, just as she felt the other night by the lake of Tazenat. They refused to bear her any further, bent under her, appeared to be sinking into the soil, where her feet remained fixed when she strove to raise them. A large chestnut tree, planted close to the path they had been pursuing, sheltered one side of a meadow. Christiane, out of breath, just as if she had been running, let herself sink against the trunk, and she stammered, "I shall remain here. We can see very well." Paul sat down beside her. She heard his heart beating with great emotional throbs. He said after a brief silence, "Do you believe that we have had a previous life?" She murmured, without having well understood his question, "I don't know. I have never thought on it." He went on, "But I believe it. At moments, or rather I feel it. As being is composed of a soul and a body which seem distinct but are, without doubt, only one whole of the same nature, it must reappear when the elements which have originally formed it find themselves together for the second time. It is not the same individual, assuredly, but it is the same man who comes back when a body like the previous form finds itself inhabited by a soul like that which animated him formerly. Well, I tonight feel sure, madame, that I lived in that chateau, that I possessed it, that I fought there, that I defended it. I recognized it. It was mine. I am certain of it. And I am also certain that I loved there a woman who resembled you, and who, like you, bore the name of Christiane. I am so certain of it that I seem to see you still calling me from the top of that tower. Search your memory. Recall it to your mind. There is a wood at the back which descends into a deep valley. We have often walked there. You had light robes in the summer evenings, and I wore heavy armor, which clanked beneath the trees. You do not recollect? Look back, then, Christiane. Why, your name is as familiar to me as those we hear in childhood. Were we to inspect carefully all the stones of this fortress, we should find it there carved by my hand in days of yore. I declare to you that I recognize my dwelling place, my country, just as I recognized you, the first time I saw you." He spoke in an exalted tone of conviction, poetically intoxicated by contact with this woman, and by the night, by the moon, and by the ruin. He abruptly flung himself on his knees before Christiane, and in a trembling voice said, "Let me adore you still, since I have found you again. Here have I been searching for you for a long time." She wanted to rise and to go away, to join her father, but she had not the strength. She had not the courage, held back, paralyzed by a burning desire to listen to him still, to hear those ravishing words entering her heart. She felt herself carried away in the dream always hoped for, so sweet, so poetic, full of rays of moonlight and days of love. He had seized her hands and was kissing the ends of her fingernails, murmuring, "Christiane, Christiane, take me, kill me. I love you, Christiane." She felt him quivering, shuddering at her feet, and now he kissed her knees while his chest heaved with sobs. She was afraid he was going mad, and started up to make her escape. But he had risen more quickly, and seizing her in his arms, he pressed his mouth against hers. Then, without a cry, without revolt, without resistance, she let herself sink back on the grass as if this caress, by breaking her will, had crushed her physical power to struggle, and he possessed her with as much ease as if he were culling a ripe fruit. But scarcely had he loosened his clasp when she rose up distracted and rushed away, shuddering and icy cold all of a sudden, like one who had just fallen into the water. He overtook her with a few strides and caught her by the arm, whispering, "Christiane, Christiane, be on your guard with your father." She walked on without answering, without turning round, going straight before her with stiff, jerky steps. He followed her now without venturing to speak to her. As soon as the Marquis saw them, he rose up. "Hurry," said he. "I was beginning to get cold. These things are very fine to look at, but bad for one undergoing thermal treatment." Christiane pressed herself close to her father's side, as if to appeal to him for protection and take refuge in his tenderness. As soon as she had re-entered her apartment, she undressed herself in a few seconds and buried herself in her bed, hiding her head under the clothes. Then she wept. She wept with her face pressed against the pillow for a long, long time, inert, annihilated. She did not think, she did not suffer, she did not regret. She wept without thinking, without reflecting, without knowing why. She wept instinctively as one sings when one feels gay. Then, when her tears were exhausted, overwhelmed, paralyzed with sobbing, she fell asleep from fatigue and lassitude. She was awakened by light taps at the door of her room, which looked out on the drawing-room. It was broad daylight, as it was 9 o'clock. "Come in," she cried, and her husband presented himself, joyous, animated, wearing a traveling cap, and carrying by his side his little money-bag, which he was never without while on a journey. He exclaimed, "What, you were sleeping still, my dear? And I had to waken you. There you are. I arrived without announcing myself. I hope you are going on well. It is superb weather in Paris." And having taken off his cap, he advanced to embrace her. She drew herself away toward the wall, seized by a wild fear, by a nervous dread of this little man with his smug, rosy countenance, who had stretched out his lips toward her. Then abruptly she offered him her forehead, while she closed her eyes. He planted there a chaste kiss, and asked, "Will you allow me to wash in your dressing-room? As no one attended on me today, my room was not prepared." She stammered, "Why, certainly." And he disappeared through a door at the end of the bed. She heard him moving about, splashing, snorting. Then he cried, "What news here?" "For my part, I have splendid news. The analysis of the water has given unexpected results. We can cure at least 3 times more patients than they can at Reichert. It is superb." She was sitting in the bed, suffocating, her brain overwrought by this unforeseen return, which hurt her like a physical pain and gripped her like a pang of remorse. He reappeared, self-satisfied, spreading around him a strong odor of verbena. Then he sat down familiarly at the foot of the bed and asked, "And the paralytic? How is he going on? Is he beginning to walk? It is not possible that he is not cured with what we found in the water." She had forgotten all about it for several days, and she faltered, "Why, I believe he is beginning to walk better. Besides, I have not seen him this week. I am a little unwell." He looked at her with interest and returned, "It is true, you are a little pale. All the same, it becomes you very well. You look charming, thus. Quite charming." And he drew nearer, and bending toward her was about to pass one arm into the bed under her waist. But she made such a backward movement of terror that he remained stupefied, with his hands extended and his mouth held toward her. Then he asked, "What's the matter with you nowadays? One cannot touch you any longer. I assure you I do not intend to hurt you." And he pressed close to her eagerly with a glow of sudden desire in his eyes. Then she stammered, "No, let me be. The fact is, I believe I am pregnant." She had said this, maddened by the mental agony she was enduring, without thinking about her words, to avoid his touch, just as she would have said, "I have leprosy," or the plague. He grew pale in his turn, moved by a profound joy, and he merely murmured, "Already?" He yearned now to embrace her a long time, softly, tenderly, as a happy and grateful father. Then he was seized with uneasiness. "Is it possible? What, are you sure? So soon?" She replied, "Yes, it is possible." Then he jumped about the room and, rubbing his hands, exclaimed, "Christie, Christie, what a happy day!" There was another tap at the door. Andermatt opened it, and a chambermaid said to him, "Dr. Latonne would like to speak to monsieur immediately." "All right, bring him into our drawing-room. I am going there." He hurried away to the adjoining apartment. The doctor presently appeared. His face had a solemn look, and his manner was starched and cold. He bowed, touched the hand which the banker, a little surprised, held towards him, took a seat, and explained in the tone of a second in an affair of honor. "A very disagreeable matter has arisen with reference to me, my dear monsieur, and in order to explain my conduct I must give you an account of it. When you did me the honor to call me in to see Madame Andermatt, I hastened to come at the appointed hour. Now it has transpired that a few minutes before me my brother physician, the medical inspector, who no doubt inspires more confidence in the lady, had been sent for, owing to the attentions of the Marquis de Ravenel. The result of this is that, having been the second to see her, I create the impression of having taken by a trick from Dr. Bonnefille a patient who already belonged to him. I create the impression of having committed an indelicate act, one unbecoming and unjustifiable from one member of the profession toward another. Now it is necessary for us to carry, monsieur, into the exercise of our art certain precautions and unusual tact, in order to avoid every collision which might lead to grave consequences. Dr. Bonnefille, having been apprised of my visit here, believing me capable of this want of delicacy, appearances being in fact against me, has spoken about me in such terms that, were it not for his age, I would have found myself compelled to demand an explanation from him. There remains for me only one thing to do in order to exculpate myself in his eyes and in the eyes of the entire medical body of the country, and that is to cease, to my great regret, to give my professional attentions to your wife, and to make the entire truth about this matter known, begging of you in the meantime to accept my excuses." Andermatt replied with embarrassment, "I understand perfectly well, doctor, the difficult situation in which you find yourself. The fault is not mine or my wife's, but that of my father-in-law, who called in Monsieur Bonnefille without giving us notice. Could I not go to look for your brother, doctor, and tell him?" Dr. Latonne interrupted him. "It is useless, my dear monsieur. There is here a question of dignity and professional honor, which I am bound to respect before everything, and in spite of my lively regrets—" Andermatt in his turn interrupted him. "The rich man, the man who pays, who buys a prescription for 5, 10, 20, or 40 francs, as he does a box of matches for 3 sous, to whom everything should belong by the power of his purse, and who only appreciates beings and objects in virtue of an assimilation of their value with that of money, of a relation, rapid and direct, established between coined metal and everything else in the world, was irritated at the presumption of this vendor of remedies on paper. He said in a stiff tone, "Be it so, doctor. Let us stop where we are. But I trust for your own sake that this step may not have a damaging influence on your career. We shall see, indeed, which of us two shall have the most to suffer from your decision." The physician, offended, rose up, and bowing with the utmost politeness, said, "I have no doubt, monsieur, it is I who will suffer. That which I have done today is very painful to me from every point of view, but I never hesitate between my interests and my conscience." And he went out. As he emerged through the open door, he knocked against the Marquis, who was entering with a letter in his hand, and Monsieur de Ravenel exclaimed as soon as he was alone with his son-in-law, "Look here, my dear fellow, this is a very troublesome thing which has happened me through your fault. Dr. Bonnefille, hurt by the circumstance that you sent for his brother physician to see Christiane, has written me a note couched in very dry language, informing me that I cannot count any longer on his professional services. End of Attainment, Part 1. Section 8 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Attainment, Part 2. Thereupon Andermatt got quite annoyed. He walked up and down, excited himself by talking, gesticulated, full of harmless and noisy anger, that kind of anger which is never taken seriously. He went on arguing in a loud voice. Whose fault was it, after all? That of the Marquis alone, who had called in that pack-ass Bonafia without giving any notice of the fact to him, though he had, thanks to his Paris physician, been informed as to the relative value of the 3 charlatans at Auvergne. And then what business had the Marquis to consult a doctor, behind the back of the husband who was the only judge, the only person responsible for his wife's health? In short, it was the same thing day after day with everything. People did nothing but stupid things around him, nothing but stupid things. He repeated it incessantly, but he was only crying in the desert. Nobody understood. Nobody put faith in his experience until it was too late. And he said, "My physician, my experience," with the authoritative tone of a man who has possession of unique things. In his mouth, the possessive pronouns had the sonorous ring of metals. And when he pronounced the words, "my wife," one felt very clearly that the Marquis had no longer any rights with regard to his daughter, since Andermatt had married her, to marry and to buy having the same meaning in the latter's mind. Gontran came in, at the most lively stage of the discussion, and seated himself in an armchair with a smile of gaiety on his lips. He said nothing, but listened, exceedingly amused. When the banker stopped talking, having fairly exhausted his breath, his brother-in-law raised his hand, exclaiming, "I request permission to speak. Here are both of you without physicians, isn't that so? Well, I propose my candidate, Dr. Honorat, the only one who has formed an exact and unshaken opinion on the water of Enval. He makes people drink it, but he would not drink it himself for all the world. Do you wish me to go and look for him? I will take the negotiations on myself." It was the only thing to do, and they begged of Gontran to send for him immediately. The Marquis, filled with anxiety at the idea of a change of regimen and of nursing, wanted to know immediately the opinion of this new physician. And Andermatt desired no less eagerly to consult him on Christiane's behalf. She heard their voices through the door without listening to their words or understanding what they were talking about. As soon as her husband had left her, she had risen from the bed, as if from a dangerous spot, and hurriedly dressed herself without the assistance of the chambermaid, shaken by all these occurrences. The world appeared to her to have changed around her. Her former life seemed to have vanished since last night, and people themselves looked quite different. The voice of Andermatt was raised once more. "Hallo, my dear Bertigny, how are you getting on?" He no longer used the word monsieur. Another voice could be heard saying in reply, "Why, quite well, my dear Andermatt. You only arrived, I suppose, this morning?" Christiane, who was in the act of raising her hair over her temples, stopped with a choking sensation, her arms in the air. Through the partition she fancied she could see them grasping one another's hands. She sat down, no longer able to hold herself erect, and her hair, rolling down, fell over her shoulders. It was Paul who was speaking now, and she shivered from head to foot at every word that came from his mouth. Each word, whose meaning she did not seize, fell and sounded on her heart like a hammer striking a bell. Suddenly she articulated in almost a loud tone, "But I love him. I love him," as though she were affirming something new and surprising which saved her, which consoled her, which proclaimed her innocence before the tribunal of her conscience. A sudden energy made her rise up. In 1 second her resolution was taken, and she proceeded to rearrange her hair, murmuring, "I have a lover, that is all. I have a lover." Then, in order to fortify herself still more, in order to get rid of all mental distress, she determined there and then, with a burning faith, to love him to distraction, to give up to him her life, her happiness, to sacrifice everything for him, in accordance with the moral exaltation of hearts conquered, but still scrupulous, that believe themselves to be purified by devotedness and sincerity. And from behind the wall which separated them she threw out kisses to him. It was over. She abandoned herself to him, without reserve, as she might have offered herself to a god. The child, already coquettish and artful, but still timid, still trembling, had suddenly died within her, and the woman was born, ready for passion. The woman resolute, tenacious, announced only up to this time by the energy hidden in her blue eye, which gave an air of courage and almost of bravado to her dainty white face. She heard the door opening, and did not turn around, divining that it was her husband, without seeing him, as though a new sense, almost an instinct, had just been generated in her also. He asked, "Will you soon be ready? We are all going presently to the paralytic's bath, to see if he is really getting better." She replied calmly, "Yes, my dear Will, in 5 minutes." But Gontran, returning to the drawing-room, was calling back Andermatt. "Just imagine," said he, "I met that idiot Honorat in the park, and he, too, refuses to attend you for fear of the others. He talks of professional etiquette, deference, usages. One would imagine that he creates the impression of, in short, he is a fool, like his 2 brother physicians. Certainly I thought he was less of an ape than that." The Marquis remained overwhelmed. The idea of taking the waters without a physician, of bathing for 5 minutes longer than necessary, of drinking 1 glass less than he ought, tortured him with apprehension, for he believed all the doses, the hours, the phases of the treatment to be regulated by a law of nature, which had made provision for invalids in causing the flow of those mineral springs, all whose mysterious secrets the doctors knew, like priests inspired and learned. He exclaimed, "So then we must die here. We may perish like dogs without any of these gentlemen putting himself about." And rage took possession of him, the rage egotistical and unreasoning of a man whose health is endangered. Have they any right to do this, since they pay for a license like grocers, these blackguards? We ought to have the power of forcing them to attend people, as trains can be forced to take all passengers. I am going to write to the newspapers to draw attention to the matter. He walked about, in a state of excitement, and he went on, turning toward his son. "Listen. It will be necessary to send for one to Reichert or Clermont. We can't remain in this state." Gontran replied, laughing, "But those of Clermont and of Reichert are not well acquainted with the liquid of Avowal, which has not the same special action as their water on the digestive system and on the circulatory apparatus. And then be sure they won't come any more than the others, in order to avoid the appearance of taking the bread out of their brother doctors' mouths." The Marquis, quite scared, faltered, "But what, then, is to become of us?" Andermatt snatched up his hat, saying, "Let me settle it, and I'll answer for it that we'll have the entire 3 of them this evening. You understand clearly, the entire 3 at our knees. Let us go now and see the paralytic." He cried, "Are you ready, Christiane?" She appeared at the door, very pale, with a look of determination. Having embraced her father and her brother, she turned toward Paul, and extended her hand toward him. He took it, with downcast eyes, quivering with emotion. As the Marquis, Andermatt, and Gontran had gone on before, chatting, and without minding them, she said, in a firm voice, fixing on the young man a tender and decided glance, "I belong to you, body and soul. Do with me henceforth what you please." Then she walked on, without giving him an opportunity of replying. As they drew near the Oriol spring, they perceived, like an enormous mushroom, the hat of Père Clovis, who was sleeping beneath the rays of the sun in the warm water at the bottom of the hole. He now spent the entire morning there, having got accustomed to this boiling water, which made him, he said, more lively than a yearling. Andermatt woke him up. "Well, my fine fellow, you are going on better?" When he had recognized his patron, the old fellow made a grimace of satisfaction. Yes, I am going on. I am going on as well as you please." "Are you beginning to walk?" "Like a rabbit, monsieur, like a rabbit. I will dance a bourrée with my sweetheart on the first Sunday of the month." Andermatt felt his heart beating. He repeated, "It is true, then, that you are walking?" Père Clovis ceased jesting. "Oh, not very much, not very much. No matter, I'm getting on. Then the banker wanted to see at once how the vagabond walked. He kept rushing about the hole, got agitated, gave orders, as if he were going to float again a ship that had foundered. "Look here, Gontran. You take the right arm, you, Bretigny, the left arm. I am going to keep up his back. Come on, together. 1, 2, 3. My dear father-in-law, draw the leg toward you. No, the other, the one that's in the water. Quick, pray, I can't hold out longer. There we are. 1, 2, there. Oof." They had put the old trickster sitting on the ground, and he allowed them to do it with a jeering look, without in any way assisting their efforts. Then they raised him up again, and set him on his legs, giving him his crutches, which he used like walking sticks, and he began to step out, bent double, dragging his feet after him, whining and blowing. He advanced on the fashion of a slug, and left behind him a long trail of water on the white dust of the road. Andermatt, in a state of enthusiasm, clapped his hands, crying out as people do at theatres when applauding the actors, "Bravo! Bravo! Admirable! Bravo!" Then, as the old fellow seemed exhausted, he rushed forward to hold him up, seized him in his arms, although his clothes were streaming, and he kept repeating, "Enough! Don't fatigue yourself. We are going to put you back into your bath." And Père Clovis was plunged once more into his hole by the 4 men who caught him by his 4 limbs and carried him carefully like a fragile and precious object. Then the paralytic observed in a tone of conviction, "It is good water all the same, good water that hasn't an equal. It is worth a treasure, water like that." Andermatt turned round suddenly toward his father-in-law. "Don't keep breakfast waiting for me. I am going to the Oriols, and I don't know when I'll be free. It is necessary not to let these things drag." And he set forth in a hurry, almost running, and twirling his stick about like a man bewitched. The others sat down under the willows, at the side of the road, opposite Père Clovis's hole. Christiane, at Paul's side, saw in front of her the high knoll from which she had seen the rock blown up. She had been up there that day, scarcely a month ago. She had been sitting on that russet grass. 1 month. Only 1 month. She recalled the most trifling details, the tricolored parasols, the scullions, the slightest things said by each of them, and the dog, the poor dog crushed by the explosion, and that big youth, then a stranger to her, who had rushed forward at one word uttered by her lips in order to save the animal. Today, he was her lover. Her lover. So then she had a lover. She was his mistress. His mistress. She repeated this word in the recesses of her consciousness. His mistress. What a strange world, this man sitting by her side, whose hand she saw tearing up, one by one, blades of grass close to her dress, which he was seeking to touch. This man was now bound to her flesh and to his heart, by that mysterious chain, buried in secrecy and mystery, which nature has stretched between woman and man. With that voice of thought, that mute voice which seems to speak so loudly in the silence of troubled souls, she incessantly repeated to herself, "I am his mistress, his mistress." How strange, how unforeseen a thing this was. "Do I love him?" She cast a rapid glance at him. Their eyes met, and she felt herself so much caressed by the passionate look with which he covered her, that she trembled from head to foot. She felt a longing now, a wild, irresistible longing, to take that hand which was toying with the grass, and to press it very tightly in order to convey to him all that may be said by a clasp. She let her own hand slip along her dress down to the grass, then laid it there motionless, with the fingers spread wide. Then she saw the other come softly toward it, like an amorous animal seeking his companion. It came nearer and nearer, and their little fingers touched. They grazed one another at the ends gently, barely, lost one another and found one another again, like lips meeting. But this imperceptible caress, this slight contact, entered into her being so violently that she felt herself growing faint, as if he were once more straining her between his arms. And she suddenly understood how a woman can belong to some man, how she no longer is anything under the love that possesses her, how that other being takes her body and soul, flesh, thought, will, blood, nerves, all all that is in her, just as a huge bird of prey with large wings swoops down on a wren. The Marquis and Gontran talked about the future station, themselves won over by Will's enthusiasm, and they spoke of the banker's merits, the clearness of his mind, the sureness of his judgment, the certainty of his system of speculation, the boldness of his operations, and the regularity of his character. Father-in-law and brother-in-law, in the face of this probable success, of which they felt certain, were in agreement and congratulated one another on this alliance. Christiane and Paul did not seem to hear, so much occupied were they with each other. The Marquis said to his daughter, "Hey, darling, you may perhaps one day be one of the richest women in France, and people will talk of you as they do about the Rothschilds. Will has truly a remarkable, very remarkable, a great intelligence." But a morose and whimsical jealousy entered all at once into Paul's heart. "Let me alone now," said he. "I know it, the intelligence of all those engaged in stirring up business. They have only one thing in their heads, money. All the thoughts that we bestow on beautiful things, all the actions that we waste on our caprices, all the hours which we fling away for our distractions, all the strength that we squander on our pleasures, all the ardor and the power which love, divine love, takes from us, they employ in seeking for gold, in thinking of gold, in amassing gold. The man of intelligence lives for all the great disinterested tendernesses, the arts, love, science, travels, books, and if he seeks money, it is because this facilitates the true pleasures of intellect and even the happiness of the heart. But they have nothing in their minds or their hearts but this ignoble taste for traffic. They resemble men of worth, these skimmers of life, just as much as the picture dealer resembles the painter, as the publisher resembles the writer, as the theatrical manager resembles the dramatic poet. He suddenly became silent, realizing that he had allowed himself to be carried away, and in a calmer voice he went on, "I don't say that of Andermatt, whom I consider a charming man. I like him a great deal, because he is 100 times superior to all the others." Christiane had withdrawn her hand. Paul once more stopped talking. Gontran began to laugh, and in his malicious voice, with which he ventured to say everything, in his hours of mocking and raillery. "In any case, my dear fellow, these men have one rare merit, that is, to marry our sisters and to have rich daughters, who become our wives." The Marquis, annoyed, rose up. "Oh, Gontran, you are perfectly revolting." Paul thereupon turned toward Christiane and murmured, "Would they know how to die for one woman, or even to give her all their fortune, all, without keeping anything?" This meant so clearly, "All I have is yours, including my life," that she was touched, and she adopted this device in order to take his hands in hers. "Rise, and lift me up. I am benumbed from not moving." He stood erect, seized her by the wrists, and drawing her up, placed her standing on the edge of the road close to his side. She saw his mouth articulating the words, "I love you," and she quickly turned aside to avoid saying to him in reply 3 words which rose to her lips in spite of her, in a burst of passion which was drawing her toward him. They returned to the hotel. The hour for the bath was past. They awaited the breakfast bell. It rang, but Andermatt did not make his appearance. After taking another turn in the park, they resolved to sit down to table. The meal, although a long one, was finished before the return of the banker. They went back to sit down under the trees, and the hours stole by one after another. The sun glided over the leaves, bending toward the mountains. The day was ebbing toward its close, and yet Will did not present himself. All at once they saw him. He was walking quickly, his hat in his hand, wiping his forehead, his necktie on one side, his waistcoat half open, as if after a journey, after a struggle, after a terrible and prolonged effort. As soon as he beheld his father-in-law, he exclaimed, "Victory! 'Tis done! But what a day, my friends! Ah, the old fox! What trouble he gave me!" And immediately he explained the steps he had taken and the obstacles he had met with. Mont Oriol had at first shown himself so unreasonable that Andermatt was breaking off the negotiations and going away. Then the peasant called him back. The old man pretended that he would not sell his lands, but would assign them to the company with the right to resume possession of them in case of ill success. In case of success, he demanded half the profits. The banker had to demonstrate to him with figures on paper and tracings to indicate the different bits of land, that the fields altogether would not be worth more than 45,000 francs at the present hour, while the expenses of the company would mount up at one swoop to 1,000,000. But the Auvergnat replied that he expected to benefit by the enormously increased value that would be given to his property by the erection of the establishment and hotels, and to draw his interest in the undertaking in accordance with the acquired value and not the previous value. Andermatt had then to represent to him that the risks should be proportionate with the possible gains, and to terrify him with the apprehension of the loss. They accordingly arrived at this agreement. Père Oriol was to assign to the company all the grounds stretching as far as the banks of the stream, that is to say, all those in which it appeared possible to find mineral water, and in addition the top of the knoll in order to erect there a casino and a hotel, and some vine plots on the slope which should be divided into lots and offered to the leading physicians of Paris. The peasant, in return for this apportionment, valued at 250,000 francs, that is, at about 4 times its value, would participate to the extent of a quarter in the profits of the company. As there was very much more land, which he did not part with, round the future establishment, he was sure, in case of success, to realize a fortune by selling on reasonable terms these grounds, which would constitute, he said, the dowry of his daughters. As soon as these conditions had been arrived at, Will had to carry the father and the son with him to the notary's office in order to have a promise of sale drawn up defeasible in the event of their not finding the necessary water, and the drawing up of the agreement, the discussion of every point, the indefinite repetition of the same arguments, the eternal commencement over again of the same contentions had lasted all the afternoon. At last the matter was concluded. The banker had got his station, but he repeated, devoured by a regret, "It will be necessary for me to confine myself to the water without thinking of the questions about the land. He has been cunning, the old ape." Then he added, "Bah, I'll buy up the old company, and it is on that I may speculate. No matter, it is necessary that I should start this evening again for Paris." The Marquis, astounded, cried out, "What, this evening?" "Why, yes, my dear father-in-law, in order to get the definitive instrument prepared, while Monsieur Aubry Pasteur will be making excavations. It is necessary also that I should make arrangements to commence the works in a fortnight. I haven't an hour to lose. With regard to this, I must inform you that you are to constitute a portion of my board of directors, in which I will need a strong majority. I give you 10 shares. To you, Gontran, also I give 10 shares. Gontran began to laugh. "Many thanks, my dear fellow. I sell them back to you. That makes 5,000 francs you owe me." But Andermatt no longer felt in a mood for joking, when dealing with business of so much importance. He resumed dryly, "If you are not serious, I will address myself to another person." Gontran ceased laughing. "No, no, my good friend. You know that I have cleared off everything with you." The banker turned toward Paul. "My dear monsieur, will you render me a friendly service, that is, to accept also 10 shares with the rank of director?" Paul, with a bow, replied, "You will permit me, monsieur, not to accept this graceful offer, but to put 100,000 francs into the undertaking, which I consider a superb one. So then it is I who have to ask a favor from you." William, ravished, seized his hands. This confidence had conquered him. Besides, he always experienced an irresistible desire to embrace persons who brought him money for his enterprises. But Christiane crimsoned to her temples, pained, bruised. It seemed to her that she had just been bought and sold. If he had not loved her, would Paul have offered these 100,000 francs to her husband? No, undoubtedly. He should not, at least, have entered into this transaction in her presence. The dinner bell rang. They re-entered the hotel. As soon as they were seated at table, Madame Paille, the mother, asked Andermatt, "So you are going to set up another establishment?" The news had already gone through the entire district, was known to everyone. It put the bathers into a state of commotion. William replied, "Good heavens, yes. The existing one is too defective." And turning round to Monsieur Aubry Pasteur, "You will excuse me. dear monsieur, for speaking to you at dinner of a step which I wished to take with regard to you. But I am starting again for Paris, and time presses on me terribly. Will you consent to direct the work of excavation in order to find a volume of superior water?" The engineer, feeling flattered, accepted the office. In 5 minutes everything had been discussed and settled with the clearness and precision which Andermatt imported into all matters of business. Then they talked about the paralytic. He had been seen crossing the park in the afternoon with only one walking stick, although that morning he had used 2. The banker kept repeating, "This is a miracle, a real miracle. His cure proceeds with giant strides." Paul, to please the husband, rejoined, "It is Père Clovis himself who walks with giant strides." A laugh of approval ran around the table. Every eye was fixed on Will. Every mouth complimented him. The waiters of the restaurant made it their business to serve him the first, with a respectful deference, which disappeared from their faces as soon as they passed the dishes to the next guest. One of them presented to him a card on a plate. He took it up and read it half aloud. Dr. Latonne of Paris would be happy if Monsieur Andermatt would be kind enough to give him an interview of a few seconds before his departure. Tell him in reply that I have no time, but that I will be back in 8 or 10 days. At the same moment, a box of flowers sent by Dr. Honorat was presented to Christiane. Gontran laughed. "Père Bonafille is a bad third," said he. The dinner was nearly over. Andermatt was informed that his landau was waiting for him. He went up to look for his little bag, and when he came down again he saw half the village gathered in front of the door. Petrus Martel came to grasp his hand with the familiarity of a strolling actor, and murmured in his ear, "I shall have a proposal to make to you, something stunning, with reference to your undertaking." Suddenly Dr. Bonafille appeared, hurrying in his usual fashion. He passed quite close to Will, and bowing very low to him as he would do to the Marquis, he said to him, "A pleasant journey, Baron." "That settles it," murmured Gontran. Andermatt, triumphant, swelling with joy and pride, pressed the hands extended toward him, thanked them, and kept repeating, "Au revoir." He was nearly forgetting to embrace his wife, so much was he thinking about other things. This indifference was a relief to her, and, when she saw the landau moving away on the darkening road, as the horses broke into a quick trot, it seemed to her that she had nothing more to fear from anyone for the rest of her life. She spent the whole evening seated in front of the hotel, between her father and Paul Bertigny, Gontran having gone to the casino, where he went every evening. She did not want either to walk or to talk, and remained motionless, her hands clasped over her knees, her eyes lost in the darkness, languid and weak, a little restless and yet happy, scarcely thinking, not even dreaming, now and then struggling against a vague remorse which she thrust away from her, always repeating to herself, "I love him, I love him." She went up to her apartment at an early hour, in order to be alone and to think. Seated in the depths of an armchair and covered with a dressing-gown which floated around her, she gazed at the stars through the window, which was left open. And in the frame of that window she evoked every minute the image of him who had conquered her. She saw him, kind, gentle, and powerful, so strong and so yielding in her presence. This man had taken herself to himself. She felt it, taken her forever. She was alone no longer. They were two, whose 2 hearts would henceforth form but one heart, whose 2 souls would henceforth form but one soul. Where was he? She knew not, but she knew full well that he was dreaming of her just as she was thinking of him. At each throb of her heart, she believed she heard another throb answering somewhere. She felt a desire wandering around her and fanning her cheek like a bird's wing. She felt it entering through that open window, this desire coming from him, this burning desire, which entreated her in the silence of the night. How good it was, how sweet and refreshing to be loved! What joy to think of someone, with a longing in your eyes to weep with tenderness, and a longing also to open your arms, even without seeing him, in order to invite him to come, to stretch one's arms towards the image that presents itself, toward that kiss which your lover casts unceasingly from far or near in the fever of his waiting. And she stretched toward the stars her 2 white arms in the sleeves of her dressing-gown. Suddenly she uttered a cry, A great black shadow striding over her balcony had sprung up into her window. She sprang wildly to her feet. It was he. And without even reflecting that somebody might see them, she threw herself upon his breast. End of section 8. Section 9 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 8. Organization. The absence of Andermatt was prolonged. Monsieur Aubry Pasteur got the soil dug up. He found, in addition, 4 springs, which supplied the new company with more than twice as much water as they required. The entire district, driven crazy by these searches, by these discoveries, by the great news which circulated everywhere, by the prospects of a brilliant future, became agitated and enthusiastic, talked of nothing else, and thought of nothing else. The Marquis and Gontran themselves spent their days hanging around the workmen, who were boring through the veins of granite, and they listened with increasing interest to the explanations and the lectures of the engineer on the geological character of Auvergne. And Paul and Christiane loved one another freely, tranquilly, in absolute security, without anyone suspecting anything, without anyone thinking even of spying on them, for the attention, the curiosity, and the zeal of all around them were absorbed in the future station. Christiane acted like a young girl under the intoxication of a first love. The first draught, the first kiss, had burned, had stunned her. She had swallowed the second very quickly, and had found it better, and now again and again she raised the intoxicating cup to her lips. Since the night when Paul had broken into her apartment, she no longer took any heed of what was happening in the world. For her, time, events, beings no longer had any existence. There was nothing else in life save one man, he whom she loved. Henceforth her eyes saw only him, her mind thought only of him, her hopes were fixed on him alone. She lived, went from place to place, ate, dressed herself, seemed to listen and to reply, without consciousness or thought about what she was doing. No disquietude haunted her, for no misfortune could have fallen on her. She had become insensible to everything. No physical pain could have taken hold of her flesh, as love alone could, so as to make her shudder. No moral suffering could have taken hold of her soul, paralyzed by happiness. Moreover, he, loving her with the self-abandonment which he displayed in all his attachments, excited the young woman's tenderness to distraction. Often, toward evening, when he knew that the Marquis and Gontran had gone to the springs, he would say, "Come and look at our heaven." He called a cluster of pine trees growing on the hillside above even the gorges their heaven. They ascended to this spot through a little wood, along a steep path, to climb which took away Christiane's breath. As their time was limited, they proceeded rapidly, and in order that she might not be too much fatigued, he put his arm around her waist and lifted her up. Placing one hand on his shoulder, she let herself be borne along, and from time to time she would throw herself on his neck and place her mouth against his lips. As they mounted higher, the air became keener, and when they reached the cluster of pine trees, the odor of the balsam refreshed them like a breath of the sea. They sat down under the shadowy trees, she on a grassy knoll, and he lower down at her feet. The wind in the stems sang that sweet chant of the pine trees, which is like a wail of sorrow, and the immense Limagne, with its unseen backgrounds steeped in fog, gave them a sensation exactly like that of the ocean. Yes, the sea was there in front of them, down below. They could have no doubt of it, for they felt its breath fanning their faces. He talked to her in the coaxing tone that one uses toward a child. "Give me your fingers and let me eat them. They are my bonbons, mine." He put them one after the other into his mouth, and seemed to be tasting them with gluttonous delight. "Oh, how nice they are! especially the little one. I have never eaten anything better than the little one." Then he threw himself on his knees, placed his elbows on Christiane's lap, and murmured, "Liane, are you looking at me?" He called her Liane because she entwined herself around him in order to embrace him the more closely, as a plant clings around a tree. "Look at me. I am going to enter your soul." And they exchanged that immovable, persistent glance which seems truly to make two beings mingle with one another. "We can only love thoroughly by thus possessing one another," he said. "All the other things of love are but foul pleasures." And, face to face, their breaths blending into one, they sought to see one another's images in the depths of their eyes. He murmured, "I love you, Liane. I see your adored heart." She replied, "I too, Paul, see your heart." And indeed they did see one another even to the depths of their hearts and souls. For there was no longer in their hearts and souls anything but a mad transport of love for one another. He said, "Liane, your eye is like the sky. It is blue, with so many reflections, with so much clearness. It seems to me that I see swallows passing through them. These, no doubt, must be your thoughts." And when they had thus contemplated one another for a long, long time, they drew nearer still to one another, and embraced softly with little jerks, gazing once more into each other's eyes between each kiss. Sometimes he would take her in his arms and carry her while he ran along the stream which glided toward the gorges of Enval, before dashing itself into them. It was a narrow glen, where meadows and woods alternated. Paul rushed over the grass, and now and then he would raise her up high with his powerful wrists, and exclaim, "Liane, let us fly away." And with this yearning to fly away, love, their impassioned love, filled them, harassing, incessant, sorrowful. And everything around them whetted this desire of their souls, the light atmosphere, a bird's atmosphere, he said, and the vast blue horizon, in which they both would fain have taken wing, holding each other by the hand, so as to disappear above the boundless plain when the night spread its shadows across it. They would have flown thus across the hazy evening sky, never to return. Where would they have gone? They knew not. But what a glorious dream! When he had got out of breath from running while carrying her in this way, he placed her sitting on a rock in order to kneel down before her. And, kissing her ankles, he adored her, murmuring infantile and tender words. Had they been lovers in a city, their passion no doubt would have been different, more prudent, more sensual, less ethereal, and less romantic. But there, in that green country, whose horizon widened the flights of the soul, alone, without anything to distract them, to attenuate their instinct of awakened love, they had suddenly plunged into a passionately poetic attachment made up of ecstasy and frenzy. The surrounding scenery, the balmy air, the woods, the sweet perfume of the fields, played for them all day and all night the music of their love, music which excited them even to madness, as the sound of tambourines and of shrill flutes drives to acts of savage unreason the dervish who whirls round with fixed intent. One evening, as they were returning to the hotel for dinner, the Marquis said to them suddenly, "Andermatt is coming back in 4 days. Matters are all arranged. We are to leave the day after his return. We have been here a long time. We must not prolong mineral water seasons too much." They were as much taken by surprise as if they had heard the end of the world announced, and during the meal neither of them uttered a word. So much were they thinking with astonishment of what was about to happen. So then they would, in a few days, be separated and would no longer be able to see one another freely. That appeared so impossible and so extraordinary to them that they could not realize it. Andermatt did, in fact, come back at the end of the week. He had telegraphed in order that 2 landaus might be sent on to him to meet the first train. Christiane, who had not slept, tormented as she was by a strange and new emotion, a sort of fear of her husband, a fear mingled with anger, with inexplicable contempt, and with a desire to set him at defiance, had risen at daybreak, and was awaiting him. He appeared in the first carriage, accompanied by 3 gentlemen well attired but modest in demeanour. The second landau contained 4 others, who seemed persons of rank somewhat inferior to the first. The Marquis and Gontran were astonished. The latter asked, "Who are these people?" Andermatt replied, "My shareholders. We are going to establish the company this very day, and to nominate the board of directors immediately." He embraced his wife without speaking to her, and almost without looking at her, so preoccupied was he, and, turning toward the 7 gentlemen who were standing behind him, silent and respectful, "Go and have breakfast, and take a walk," said he. "We'll meet again here at 12 o'clock." They went off without saying anything, like soldiers obeying orders, and mounting the steps of the hotel one after another, they went in. Gontran, who had been watching them as they disappeared from view, asked in a very serious tone, "Where did you find them, these supers of yours?" The banker smiled. "They are very well-to-do men, moneyed men, capitalists." And after a pause he added with a more significant smile, "They busy themselves about my affairs." Then he repaired to the notary's office to read over again the documents, of which he had sent the originals, all prepared, some days before. There he found Dr. Latonne, with whom, moreover, he had been in correspondence, and they chatted for a long time in low tones, in a corner of the office, while the clerks' pens ran along the paper with the buzzing noise of insects. The meeting to establish the company was fixed for 2 o'clock. The notary's study had been fitted up as if for a concert. 2 rows of chairs were placed for the shareholders in front of the table, where Maître Alain was to take his seat beside his principal clerk. Maître Alain had put on his official garment in consideration of the importance of the business in hand. He was a very small man, a stuttering ball of white flesh. Andermatt entered just as it struck 2, accompanied by the Marquis, his brother-in-law, and Bretigny, and followed by the 7 gentlemen whom Gontran described as supers. He had the air of a general. Père Oriol also made his appearance with Colosse by his side. He seemed uneasy, distrustful, as people always are when about to sign a document. The last to arrive was Dr. Latonne. He had made his peace with Andermatt by a complete submission, preceded by excuses skillfully turned, and followed by an offer of his services without any reserve or restrictions. Thereupon the banker, feeling that he had Latonne in his power, promised him the post he longed for, of medical inspector of the new establishment. When everyone was in the room, a profound silence reigned. The notary addressed the meeting. "Gentlemen, take your seats." He gave utterance to a few words more, which nobody could hear in the confusion caused by the moving about of the chairs. Andermatt lifted up a chair and placed it in front of his army, in order to keep his eye on all his supporters. Then, when he was seated, he said, "Messieurs, I need not enter into any explanations with you as to the motive that brings us together. We are going, first of all, to establish the new company, in which you have consented to become shareholders. It is my duty, however, to apprise you of a few details which have caused us a little embarrassment. I have found it necessary, before even entering on the undertaking at all, to assure myself that we could obtain the required authority for the creation of a new establishment of public utility. This assurance I have got. What remains to be done with respect to this, I will make it my business to do. I have the minister's promise. But another point demands my attention. We are going, messieurs, to enter on a struggle with the old company of the Avowal waters. We shall come forth victorious in this struggle, victorious and enriched, you may be certain. But just as in the days of old, a war cry was necessary for the combatants, we combatants in the modern battle require a name for our station, a name sonorous, attractive, well-fashioned for advertising purposes, which strikes the ear like the note of a clarion, and penetrates the ear like a flash of lightning. Now, messieurs, we are in Auvergne, and we cannot unbaptize this district. One resource only is left to us, to designate our establishment alone, by a new appellation. Here is what I propose to you. If our bath-house is to be at the foot of the knoll, of which Monsieur Oriol here present is the proprietor, our future casino will be erected on the summit of this same knoll. We may therefore say that this knoll, this mountain, for it is a mountain, a little mountain, furnishes the site of our establishment, inasmuch as we have the foot and the top of it. Is it not therefore natural to call our baths the baths of Mont Oriol, and to attach to this station, which will become one of the most important in the entire world, the name of the original proprietor? Render to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. And observe, messieurs, that this is an excellent vocable. People will talk of the Mont Oriol as they talk of the Mont Doré. It fixes itself on the eye and in the ear. We can see it well. We can hear it well. It abides in us. Mont Oriol, Mont Oriol, the baths of Mont Oriol. And Andermatt made this word ring, flung it out like a ball, listening to the echo of it. He went on, repeating imaginary dialogues. You are going to the baths of Mont Oriol? Yes, madame. People say they are perfect, these waters of Mont Oriol. Excellent indeed. Besides, Mont Oriol is a delightful district. And he smiled, assumed the air of people chatting to one another, altered his voice to indicate when the lady was speaking, saluted with the hand when representing the gentleman. Then he resumed in his natural voice. Has anyone an objection to offer? The shareholders answered in chorus, No, none. All the supers applauded. Père Oriol, moved, flattered, conquered, overcome by the deep-rooted pride of an upstart peasant, began to smile while he twisted his hat about between his hands, and he made a sign of assent with his head in spite of him, a movement which revealed his satisfaction, and which Andermatt observed without pretending to see it. Colosse remained impassive, but was quite as much satisfied as his father. Then Andermatt said to the notary, Kindly read the instrument whereby the company is incorporated, Maître Alain. And he resumed his seat. The notary said to his clerk, Go on, Marinet. Marinet, a wretched, consumptive creature, coughed, and with the intonations of a preacher and an attempt at declamation, began to enumerate the statutes relating to the incorporation of an anonymous company, called the Company of the Thermal Establishment of Mont Oriol at Enval, with a capital of 2 millions. Père Oriol interrupted him. A moment, said he. And he drew forth from his pocket a few sheets of greasy paper, which during the past 8 days had passed through the hands of all the notaries and all the men of business of the department. It was a copy of the statutes, which his son and himself by this time were beginning to know by heart. Then he slowly fixed his spectacles on his nose, raised up his head, looked out for the exact point where he could easily distinguish the letters, and said in a tone of command, Go on from that place, Marinet. Colosse, having got close to his chair, also kept his eye on the paper along with his father. And Marinet commenced over again. Then old Oriol, bewildered by the double task of listening and reading at the same time, tortured by the apprehension of a word being changed, beset also by the desire to see whether Andermatt was making some sign to the notary, did not allow a single line to be got through without stopping 10 times the clerk whose elocutionary efforts he interrupted. He kept repeating, What did you say? What did you say there? I didn't understand. Not so quick. Then turning aside a little toward his son, What place is he at, Colosse? Colosse, more self-controlled, replied, It's all right, father. Let him go on. It's all right. The peasant was still distrustful. With the end of his crooked finger he went on tracing on the paper the words as they were read out, muttering them between his lips. But he could not fix his attention at the same time on both matters. When he listened, he did not read, and he did not hear when he was reading, and he puffed as if he had been climbing a mountain. He perspired as if he had been digging his vine-fields under a midday sun, and from time to time he asked for a few minutes' rest to wipe his forehead and to take breath, like a man fighting a duel. Andermatt, losing patience, stamped with his foot on the ground. Gontran, having noticed on a table the Moniteur du Puy de Dôme, had taken it up and was running his eye over it, and Paul, astride on his chair with downcast eyes and an anxious heart, was reflecting that this little man, rosy and corpulent, sitting in front of him, was going to carry off next day the woman whom he loved with all his soul, Christiane, his fair Christiane, who was his entirely, nothing to anyone save him. And he asked himself whether he was not going to carry her off this very evening. The 7 gentlemen remained serious and tranquil. At the end of an hour it was finished. The deed was signed. The notary made out certificates for the payments on the shares. On being appealed to, the cashier, M. Abraham Levy, declared that he had received the necessary deposits. Then the company, from that moment legally constituted, was announced to be gathered together in General Assembly, all the shareholders being in attendance, for the appointment of a board of directors and the election of their chairman. All the votes, with the exception of 2, were recorded in favor of Andermatt's election to the post of chairman. The 2 dissentients, the old peasant and his son, had nominated Oriol. Bretigny was appointed commissioner of superintendents. Then the board, consisting of M. Andermatt, the Marquis, and the Count de Ravenel, Bretigny, the Oriol's father and son, Dr. Latonne, Abraham Levy, and Simon Zidler, begged of the remaining shareholders to withdraw, as well as the notary and his clerk, in order that they, as the governing body, might determine on the first resolutions and settle the most important points. Andermatt rose up again. Messieurs, we are entering on the vital question, that of success, which we must win at any cost. It is with mineral waters as with everything, it is necessary to get them talked about a great deal, and continually, so that invalids may drink them. The great modern question, messieurs, is that of advertising. It is the god of commerce and of contemporary industry. Without advertising there is no security. The art of advertising, moreover, is difficult, complicated, and demands a considerable amount of tact. The first persons who resorted to this new expedient employed it rudely, attracting attention by noise, by beating the big drum, and letting off cannon shots. Mangin, messieurs, was only a forerunner. Today, clamor is regarded with suspicion. Showy placards cause a smile. The crying out of names in the streets awakens distrust rather than curiosity. And yet it is necessary to attract public attention, and after having fixed it, it is necessary to produce conviction. The art, therefore, consists in discovering the means, the only means which can succeed, having in our possession something that we desire to sell. We, messieurs, for our part, desire to sell water. It is by the physicians that we are to get the better of the invalids. The most celebrated physicians, messieurs, are men like ourselves, who have weaknesses like us. I do not mean to convey that we can corrupt them. The reputation of the illustrious masters, whose assistance we require, places them above all suspicion of venality. But what man is there that cannot be won over by going properly to work with him? There are also women who cannot be purchased. These it is necessary to fascinate. Here, then, messieurs, is the proposition which I am going to make to you, after having discussed it at great length with Dr. Latonne. We have, in the first place, classified in 3 leading groups the maladies submitted for our treatment. These are, first, rheumatism in all its forms, skin disease, arthritis, gout, and so forth. Secondly, affections of the stomach, of the intestines, and of the liver. Thirdly, all the disorders arising from disturbed circulation, for it is indisputable that our acidulated baths have an admirable effect on the circulation. Moreover, messieurs, the marvelous cure of Père Clovis promises us miracles. Accordingly, when we have to deal with maladies which these waters are calculated to cure, we are about to make to the principal physicians who attend the patients for such diseases the following propositions. Messieurs, we shall say to them, come and see. Come and see with your own eyes. Follow your patients. We offer you hospitality. The country is magnificent. You require a rest after your severe labors during the winter. Come. And come not to our houses, worthy professors, but to your own, for we offer you a cottage, which will belong to you, if you choose, on exceptional conditions." Andermatt took breath and went on in a more subdued tone. "Here is how I have tried to work out this idea. We have selected 6 lots of land of 1,000 meters each. On each of these 6 lots, the Bernese Chalet Mobile Company undertakes to fix one of their model buildings. We shall place gratuitously these dwellings, as elegant as they are comfortable, at the disposal of our physicians. If they are pleased with them, they need only buy the houses from the Burmese company. As for the grounds, we shall assign them to the physicians who are to pay us back in invalids. Therefore, messieurs, we obtain these multiplied advantages of covering our property with charming villas which cost us nothing, of attracting thither the leading physicians of the world and their legion of clients, and above all convincing the eminent doctors who will very rapidly become proprietors to the district of the efficacy of our waters. As to all the negotiations necessary to bring about these results, I take them upon myself, messieurs, and I will do so, not as a speculator, but as a man of the world." Père Oriol interrupted him. The parsimony which he shared with the peasantry of Auvergne made him object to this gratuitous assignment of land. Andermatt was inspired with a burst of eloquence. He compared the agriculturalist on a large scale who casts his seed in handfuls into the teeming soil with the rapacious peasant who counts the grains and never gets more than half a harvest. Then, as Oriol, annoyed by this language, persisted in his objections, the banker made his board divide, and shut the old man's mouth with 6 votes against 2. He next opened a large morocco portfolio and took out of it plans of the new establishment, the hotel and the casino, as well as the estimates, and the most economical methods of procuring materials, which had been all prepared by the contractors, so that they might be approved of and signed before the end of the meeting. The works should be commenced by the beginning of the week after next. The 2 Oriols, alone, wanted to investigate and discuss matters, but Andermatt, becoming irritated, said to them, "Did I ask you for money? No. Then give me peace, and if you are not satisfied, we'll take another division on it." Thereupon they signed along with the remaining members of the board, and the meeting terminated. All the inhabitants of the place were waiting to see them going out. So intense was the excitement. The people bowed respectfully to them. As the 2 peasants were about to return home, Andermatt said to them, "Do not forget that we are all dining together at the hotel. And bring your girls. I have brought them presents from Paris." They were to meet at 7 o'clock in the drawing-room of the Hotel Splendide. It was a magnificent dinner to which the banker had invited the principal bathers and the authorities of the village. Christiane, who was the hostess, had the curé at her right and the mayor at her left. The conversation was all about the future establishment and the prospects of the district. The 2 Oriol girls had found under their napkins 2 caskets containing 2 bracelets of pearls and emeralds, and wild with delight, they talked as they never had done before, with Gontran sitting between them. The elder girl herself laughed with all her heart at the jokes of the young man, who became animated while he talked to them, and in his own mind formed about them those masculine judgments, those judgments daring and secret, which are generated in the flesh and in the mind at the sight of every pretty woman. Paul did not eat, and did not open his lips. It seemed to him that his life was going to end tonight. Suddenly he remembered that just a month had glided away, day by day, since the open-air dinner by the lake of Tazenet. He had in his soul that vague sense of pain caused rather by presentiments than by grief, known to lovers alone, that sense of pain which makes the heart so heavy, the nerves so vibrating, that the slightest noise makes us pant, and the mind so wretchedly sad that everything we hear assumes a somber hue, so as to correspond with the fixed idea. As soon as they had quitted the table, he went to join Christiane in the drawing-room. "I must see you this evening," he said. "Presently, immediately, since I no longer can tell when we may be able to meet." "Are you aware that it is just a month today?" She replied, "I know it." He went on, "Listen. I am going to wait for you on the road to La Roche-Pradière, in front of the village, close to the chestnut trees. Nobody will notice your absence at the time. Come quickly in order to bid me adieu, since tomorrow we part." She murmured, "I'll be there in a quarter of an hour." And he went out to avoid being in the midst of this crowd which exasperated him. He took the path through the vineyards, which they had followed one day, the day when they had gazed together at the Limagne for the first time. And soon he was on the high road. He was alone, and he felt alone, alone in the world. The immense, invisible plain increased still more this sense of isolation. He stopped in the very spot where they had seated themselves on the occasion when he recited Baudelaire's lines on beauty. How far away it was already! And hour by hour he retraced in his memory all that had since taken place. Never had he been so happy. Never. Never had he loved so distractedly, and at the same time so chastely, so devotedly. And he recalled that evening by the Gour of Tazenat, only a month from today. The cool wood mellowed with a pale luster, the little lake of silver, and the big fishes that skimmed along its surface. And their return, when he saw her walking in front of him with light and shadow falling on her in turn, the moon's rays playing on her hair, on her shoulders, and on her arms through the leaves of the trees. These were the sweetest hours he had tasted in his life. He turned round to ascertain whether she might not have arrived. He did not see her, but he perceived the moon, which appeared at the horizon. The same moon which had risen for his first declaration of love had risen now for his first adieu. A shiver ran through his body, an icy shiver. The autumn had come, the autumn that precedes the winter. He had not till now felt this first touch of cold, which pierced his frame suddenly, like a menace of misfortune. The white road, full of dust, stretched in front of him like a river between its banks. A form at that moment rose up at the turn of the road. He recognized her at once, and he waited for her without flinching, trembling with the mysterious bliss of feeling her drawing near, of seeing her coming toward him, for him. She walked with lingering steps, without venturing to call out to him, uneasy at not finding him yet, for he remained concealed under a tree, and disturbed by the deep silence, by the clear solitude of the earth and sky. And before her, her shadow advanced, black and gigantic, some distance away from her, appearing to carry toward him something of her, before herself. Christiane stopped, and the shadow remained also motionless, lying down, fallen on the road. Paul quickly took a few steps toward as far as the place where the form of the head rounded itself on her path. Then, as if he wanted to lose no portion of her, he sank on his knees, and prostrating himself, placed his mouth on the edge of the dark silhouette. Just as a thirsty dog drinks crawling on his belly in a spring, he began to kiss the dust passionately, following the outlines of the beloved shadow. In this way he moved toward her on his hands and knees, covering with caresses the lines of her body, as if to gather up with his lips the obscure image, dear because it was hers, that lay spread along the ground. She, surprised, a little frightened even, waited till he was at her feet before she had the courage to speak to him. Then, when he had lifted up his head, still remaining on his knees, but now straining her with both arms, she asked, "What is the matter with you tonight?" He replied, "Liane, I am going to lose you." She thrust all her fingers into the thick hair of her lover, and bending down, held back his forehead in order to kiss his eyes. "Why lose me?" said she, smiling, full of confidence. "Because we are going to separate tomorrow." "We separate? For a very short time, darling." "One never knows. We shall not again find days like those we passed here." "We shall have others which will be as lovely." She raised him up, drew him under the tree where he had been awaiting her, made him sit down close to her, but lower down, so that she might have her hand constantly in his hair, And she talked in a serious strain like a thoughtful, ardent, and resolute woman who loves, who has already provided against everything, who instinctively knows what must be done, who has made up her mind for everything. Listen, my darling. I am very free at Paris. William never bothers himself about me. His business concerns are enough for him. Therefore, as you are not married, I will go to see you. I will go to see you every day, sometimes in the morning before breakfast, sometimes in the evening, on account of the servants, who might chatter if I went out at the same hour. We can meet as often as here, even more than here, for we shall not have to fear inquisitive persons. But he repeated with his head on her knees, and her waist tightly clasped, Lynne, Lynne, I am going to lose you. She became impatient at this unreasonable grief, at this childish grief in this vigorous frame, while she, so fragile compared with him, was yet so sure of herself, so sure that nothing could part them. He murmured, If you wished it, Lynne, we might fly off together. We might go far away into a beautiful country full of flowers, where we could love one another. Say, do you wish that we should go off together this evening? Are you willing? But she shrugged her shoulders, a little nervous, a little dissatisfied at his not having listened to her. For this was not the time for dreams and soft puerilities. It was necessary now for them to show themselves energetic and prudent, and to find out a way in which they could continue to love one another without rousing suspicion. She said in reply, Listen, darling. We must thoroughly understand our position, and commit no mistakes or imprudences. First of all, are you sure about your servants? The thing to be most feared is lest someone should give information or write an anonymous letter to my husband. Of his own accord, he will guess nothing. I know William well. This name, twice repeated, all at once had an irritating effect on Paul's nerves. He said, Oh, don't speak to me about him this evening. She was astonished. Why? It is quite necessary, however. Oh, I assure you that he has scarcely anything to do with me. She had divined his thoughts. An obscure jealousy, as yet unconscious, was awakened within him. And suddenly, sinking on his knees and seizing her hands, Listen, Lynne, what terms are you on with him? Why, very good. Yes, I know, but listen, understand me clearly. He is your husband, in fact. And you don't know how much I have been brooding over this for some time past. How much it tortures me. You know what I mean. Tell me. She hesitated a few seconds, then in a flash she realized his entire meaning. And with an outburst of indignant candor, Oh, my darling, can you think such a thing? Oh, I am yours, do you understand? Yours alone, since I love you. Oh, Paul. He let his head sink on the young woman's lap, and in a very soft voice said, But, after all, Lynne, you know he is your husband. What will you do? Have you thought of that? Tell me. What will you do this evening or tomorrow? For you cannot always say no to him. She murmured, speaking also in a very low tone, I have pretended to be enceinte, and that is enough for him. Oh, there is scarcely anything between us. Come, say no more about this, my darling. You don't know how this wounds me. Trust me, since I love you. He did not move, breathing hard and kissing her dress while she caressed his face with her amorous, dainty fingers. But all of a sudden she said, We must go back, for they will notice that we are both absent. They embraced each other, clinging for a long time to one another in a clasp that might well have crushed their bones. Then she rushed away so as to be back first and to enter the hotel quickly, while he watched her departing and vanishing from his sight, oppressed with sadness, as if all his happiness and all his hopes had taken flight along with her. End of chapter 8.
Section 10 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lilith Brander. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 9. The Spa Again. The station of Audiobooks could hardly be recognized on the 1st of July of the following year, on the summit of the knoll, standing between the two outlets of the valley, rose a building in the Moorish style of architecture, bearing on its front the word Casino in letters of gold. A little wood had been utilized for the purpose of creating a small park on the slope facing the Limagne. Lower down, among the vines, 6 chalets here and there showed their facade of polished wood. On the slope facing the south, an immense structure was visible at a distance to travellers, who perceived it on their way from Riom. This was the Grand Hotel of Mont Oriol, and exactly below it, at the very foot of the hill, a square house, simpler and more spacious, surrounded by a garden, through which ran the rivulet which flowed down from the gorges, offered to invalids the miraculous cure promised by a pamphlet of Dr. Latonne. On the façade could be read, "Thermal baths of Mont Oriol." Then, on the right wing, in smaller letters, "Hydropathy," "Stomach washing," "Piscina with running water," and on the left wing, "Medical Institute of Automatic Gymnastics." All this was white, with a fresh whiteness, shining and crude. Workmen were still occupied in completing it, house painters, plumbers, and labourers employed in digging, although the establishment had already been a month open. Its success, moreover, had since the start surpassed the hopes of its founders. 3 great physicians, 3 celebrities, Professor Roussel, Professor Cloche, and Professor Remusot, had taken the new station under their patronage, and consented to sojourn for some time in the villas of the Boerst Chalet Mobile Company, placed at their disposal by the board entrusted with the management of the waters. Under their influence a crowd of invalids flocked to the place. The Grand Hotel of Mont Oriol was full. Although the baths had commenced working since the first days of June, the official opening of the station had been postponed till the 1st of July, in order to attract a great number of people. The fête was to commence at 3 o'clock, with the ceremony of blessing the springs, and in the evening a magnificent performance, followed by fireworks and a ball, would bring together all the bathers of the place, as well as those of the adjoining stations, and the principal inhabitants of Clermont-Ferrand and Riom. The casino on the summit of the hill was hidden from view by the flags. Nothing could be seen any longer but blue, red, white, yellow, a kind of dense and palpitating cloud, while from the tops of the gigantic masts planted along the walks in the park, huge oriflammes curled themselves in the blue sky with serpentine windings. Monsieur Petrus Martel, who had been appointed conductor of this new casino, seemed to think that under this cloud of flags he had become the all-powerful captain of some fantastic ship, and he gave orders to the white-aproned waiters with a resounding and terrible voice which admirals need in order to exercise command under fire. His vibrating words, borne on by the wind, were heard even in the village. Andermatt, out of breath already, appeared on the terrace. Petrus Martel advanced to meet him and bowed to him in a lordly fashion. "Everything is going on well?" inquired the banker. "Everything is going on well, my dear President. If any one wants me, I am to be found in the medical inspector's study. We have a meeting this morning." And he went down the hill again, in front of the door of the thermal establishment. The overseer and the cashier, carried off also from the other company, which had become the rival company, but doomed without a possible contest, rushed forward to meet their master. The ex-jailer, made a military salute. The other bent his head like a poor person receiving alms. Andermatt asked, "Is the inspector here?" The overseer replied, "Yes, Monsieur le Président, all the gentlemen have arrived." The banker passed through the vestibule. In the midst of bathers and respectful waiters, turned to the right, opened the door, and found in a spacious apartment of serious aspect, full of books and busts of men of science, all the members of the board at present in Auvergne assembled. His father-in-law, the Marquis, and his brother-in-law, Gontran, the Oriols, father and son, who had almost been transformed into gentlemen wearing frock coats of such length that, with their own tallness, they looked like advertisements for a morning warehouse, Paul Bretigny, and Dr. Latonne. After some rapid handshaking, they took their seats, and Andermatt commenced to address them. It remains for us to regulate an important matter, the naming of the springs. On this subject I differ entirely in opinion from the inspector. The doctor proposes to give to our 3 principal springs the names of the 3 leaders of the medical profession who are here. Assuredly, there would in this be a flattery which might touch them and win them over to us still more. But be sure, monsieur, that it would alienate from us forever those among their distinguished professional brethren who have not yet responded to our invitation, and whom we should convince at the cost of our best efforts and of every sacrifice of the sovereign efficacy of our waters. Yes, monsieur, human nature is unchangeable. It is necessary to know it and to make use of it. Never would Professor Plantureau, de Larnard, and Pascali, to refer only to these 3 specialists in affections of the stomach and intestines, send their patients to be cured by the water of Maroussel Spring, the Cloche Spring, or the Remusot Spring. For these patients and the entire public would in that case be somewhat disposed to believe that it was by Professors Remusot, Cloche, and Maroussel that our water and all its therapeutic properties had been discovered. There is no doubt, monsieur, that the name of Gublet, with which the original spring at Châtel-Guignon was baptized, for a long time prejudiced against these waters. Today, in a prosperous condition, a section at least, of the great physicians who might have patronized it from the start. I accordingly propose to give quite simply the name of my wife to the spring first discovered and the names of the Mademoiselle Oriol to the other 2. We shall thus have the Christiane, the Louise, and the Charlotte springs. This suits very well. It is very nice. What do you say to it? His suggestion was adopted even by Dr. Latonne, who added, "We might then beg of Monsieur Maroussel, Cloche, and Remusot to be godfathers and to offer their arms to the godmothers." "Excellent, excellent," says Andermatt. "I am hurrying to meet them, and they will consent. I may answer for them. They will consent. Let us, therefore, reassemble at 3 o'clock in the church where the procession is to be formed." And he went off at a running pace. The Marquis and Gontran followed him almost immediately. The Oriols, father and son, with tall hats on their heads, fastened to walk in their turn, side by side, grave-looking and all in black, on the white road, and Dr. Latonne said to Paul, who had only arrived the previous evening to be present at the fête, "I have detained you, monsieur, in order to show you a thing from which I expect marvellous results. It is my medical institute of automatic gymnastics." He took him by the arm and let him in, but they had scarcely reached the vestibule when a waiter at the bath stopped the doctor. "Monsieur Reichert is waiting for his wash." Dr. Latonne had last year spoken disparagingly of the stomach washings extolled and practised by Dr. Bonnefille, in the establishment of which he was inspector, but time had modified his opinion, and the Baraduc prum had become the great instrument of torture of the new inspector, who plunged it with an infantile delight into every gullet. He inquired of poor Bretigny, "Have you ever seen this little operation?" The other replied, "No, never." "Come on then, my dear fellow, it is very curious." They entered the shower bathroom, where Monsieur Reichert, the brick-coloured man, who was this year trying the newly discovered springs, as he had tried every summer, every fresh station, was waiting in a wooden armchair. Like some executed criminal of olden times, he was squeezed and choked up in a kind of strict waistcoat of oilcloth, which was intended to preserve his clothes from stains and splashes, and he had the wretched, restless, and pained look of patients on whom a surgeon is about to operate. As soon as the doctor appeared, the waiter took up a long tube, which had 3 divisions near the middle, and which had the appearance of a thin serpent with a double tail. Then the man fixed one of the ends to the extremity of a little cock communicating with the spring. The second was let fall into a glass receiver, into which would be presently discharged the liquids rejected by the patient's stomach, and the medical inspector, seizing with a steady hand the third arm of this conduit pipe, drew it, with an air of amiability, toward Monsieur Reichert's jaw, passed it into his mouth, and guiding it dexterously, slipped it into his throat, driving it in more and more with the thumb and index finger in a gracious and benevolent fashion, repeating, "Very good, very good, very good. That will do, that will do, that will do, that will do exactly." Monsieur Reichert, with staring eyes, purple cheeks, lips covered with foam, panted for breath, gasped as if he were suffocating, and had agonizing fits of coughing, and, clutching the arms of the chair, he made terrible efforts to get rid of that beastly india rubber which was penetrating into his body. When he had swallowed about 1.5 foot of it, the doctor said, "We are at the bottom. Turn it on." The attendants thereupon turned on the cock, and soon the patient's stomach became visibly swollen, having been filled up gradually with the warm water of the spring. "Cough," said the physician. "Cough in order to facilitate the descent." In place of coughing, the poor man had a rattling in the throat, and shaken with convulsions, he looked as if his eyes were going to jump out of his head. Then suddenly a light gurgling could be heard on the ground close to the armchair. The spout of the tube with the 2 passages had at last begun to work, and the stomach now emptied itself into this glass receiver, where the doctor searched eagerly for the indications of catarrh and the recognizable traces of imperfect digestion. "You are not to eat any more green peas," said he, "or salad." "Oh, no salad. You cannot digest it at all. No more strawberries either. I have already repeated to you 10 times. No strawberries." Monsieur Reichert seemed raging with anger. He excited himself now without being able to utter a word on account of this tube, which stopped up his throat. But when, the washing having been finished, the doctor had delicately drawn out the prum from his interior, he exclaimed, "Is it my fault if I am eating every day filth that ruins my health? Isn't it you that should watch the meals supplied by your hotel keeper? I have come to your new cook shop because they used to poison me at the old one with abominable food, and I am worse than ever in your big barrack of a Mont Oriol inn, upon my honour." The doctor had to appease him, and promised over and over again to have the invalid's food at the table d'hôte submitted beforehand to his inspection. Then he took poor Bretigny's arm again and said as he led him away, "Here are the extremely rational principles on which I have established my special treatment by the self-moving gymnastics, which we are going to inspect. You know my system of organometric medicine, don't you? I maintain that a great portion of our maladies entirely proceed from the excessive development of some one organ which encroaches on a neighbouring organ, impedes its functions, and in a little while destroys the general harmony of the body, whence arise the most serious disturbances. Now, the exercises, along with the shower bath and the thermal treatment, one of the most powerful means of restoring the equilibrium and bringing back the encroaching parts to their normal proportions. But how are we to determine the man to make the exercise? There is not merely the act of walking, of mounting on horseback, of swimming or rowing, a considerable physical effort. There is also and above all a moral effort. It is the mind which determines, draws along, and sustains the body. The men of energy are men of movement. Now, energy is in the soul and not in the muscles. The body obeys the vigorous will. It is not necessary to think, my dear friend, of giving courage to the cowardly or resolution to the weak. But we can do something else. We can do more. We can suppress mental energy, suppress moral effort, and leave only physical subsisting. This moral effort I replace with advantage by a foreign and purely mechanical force. Do you understand? No? Not very well? Let us go in. He opened a door leading into a large apartment, in which were ranged fantastic-looking instruments. Big armchairs with wooden legs, horses made of rough deal, articulated boards, and movable bars stretched in front of chairs fixed in the ground. And all these objects were connected with complicated machinery, which was set in motion by turning handles. The doctor went in. Look here. We have 4 principal kinds of exercise. These are walking, equitation, swimming, and rowing. Each of these exercises develops different members, acts in a special fashion. Now, we have them here, the entire 4, produced by artificial means. All you have to do is to let yourself act, while thinking of nothing, and you can run, mount on horseback, swim or row for an hour, without the mind taking any part, the slightest part in the world, in this entirely muscular work. At that moment Monsieur Aubry Pasteur entered, followed by a man whose tucked-up sleeves displayed the vigorous biceps on each arm. The engineer was as fat as ever. He was walking with his legs spread wide apart and his arms held out from his body, while he panted for breath. The doctor said, "You will understand by looking on at it yourself." In addressing his patient, "Well, my dear monsieur, what are we going to do today, walking or equitation?" Monsieur Aubry Pasteur, who pressed Paul's hand, replied, "I would like a little walking seated, that fatigues me less." Monsieur Latonne continued, "We have, in fact, walking seated and walking erect. Walking erect, while more efficacious, is rather painful. I procure it by means of pedals, on which you mount and which set your legs in motion, while you maintain your equilibrium by clinging to rings fastened to the wall. But here is an example of walking while seated." The engineer had fallen back into a rocking armchair, and he placed his legs into wooden legs with movable joints attached to this seat. His thighs, calves, and ankles were strapped down in such a way that he was unable to make any voluntary movement. Then the man with the tucked-up sleeves, seizing the handle, turned it round with all his strength. The armchair at first swayed to and fro like a hammock. Then suddenly the patient's legs went out, stretched forward, and bending back, advancing and returning with extreme speed. "He is running," said the doctor, who then gave the order, quietly, "Go at a walking pace." The man, turning the handle more slowly, caused the fat engineer to do the sitting walk in a more moderate fashion, which ludicrously distorted all the movements of his body. 2 other patients next made their appearance, both of them enormous, and followed also by 2 attendants with naked arms. They were hoisted upon wooden horses, which, set in motion, began immediately to jump along the room, shaking their riders in an abominable manner. "Gallop! cried the doctor, and the artificial animals, rushing like waves and capsizing like ships, fatigued the two patients so much that they began to scream out together in a panting and pitiful tone, "Enough, enough, I can't stand it any longer, enough." The physician said in a tone of command, "Stop." He then added, "Take breath for a little while. You will go on again in 5 minutes." Paul Bretigny, who was choking with suppressed laughter, drew attention to the fact that the riders were not warm, while the handle-turners were perspiring. "If you inverted the roles," said he, "would it not be better?" The doctor gravely replied, "Oh, not at all, my dear friend. We must not confound exercise and fatigue. The movement of the man who is turning the wheel is injurious, while the movement of the walker or the rider is beneficial." But Paul noticed a lady's saddle. "Yes," said the physician, "the evening is reserved for the other sex. The men are no longer admitted after 12 o'clock. Come, then, and look at the dry swimming." A system of movable little boards screwed together at their ends and at their centres, stretched out in lozenge shape or closing into squares, like that children's game which carries along soldiers who are spurred on, permitted 3 swimmers to be garroted and mingled at the same time. The doctor said, "I need not extol to you the benefits of dry swimming, which does not moisten the body except by perspiration, and consequently does not expose our imaginary bather to any danger of rheumatism." But a waiter with a card in his hand came to look for the doctor. "The Duc de Rama, my dear friend, I must leave you. Excuse me." Paul, left there alone, turned round. The 2 cavaliers were trotting afresh. Monsieur Aubry Pasteur was walking still, and the 3 natives of Auvergne, with their arms all but broken and their backs cracking with us, shaking the patients on whom they were operating, were quite out of breath. They looked as if they were grinding coffee. When he had reached the open air, Bretigny saw Dr. Honorat watching, along with his wife, the preparations for the fête. They began to chat, gazing at the flags which crowned the hill with a kind of halo. "Is it at the church the procession is to be formed?" The physician asked his wife. "It is at the church." "At 3 o'clock?" "At 3 o'clock." "The professors will be there?" "Yes, they will accompany the ladies' sponsors." The next persons to stop were the ladies' paille. Then came the Marquis, father and daughter. But as he was going to breakfast alone with his friend Gontran at the Casino Café, he slowly made his way up to it. Paul, who had arrived the night before, had not had an interview with his comrade for the past month, and he was longing to tell him many boulevard stories about gay women and houses of pleasure. They remained chattering away till 2:30, when Petrus Marcel came to inform them that people were on their way to the church. "Let us go and look for Christiane," said Gontran. "Let us go," returned Paul. They found her standing on the steps of the new hotel. She had the hollow cheeks and the swarthy complexion of pregnant women, and her figure indicated a near accouchement. "I was waiting for you," she said. "William is gone on before us. He has so many things to do today." She cast towards Paul Bretigny a glance full of tenderness, and took his arm. They went quietly on their way, avoiding the stones. She kept repeating, "How heavy I am, how heavy I am. I'm no longer able to walk. I am so much afraid of falling." He did not reply, and carefully held her up, without seeking to meet her eyes, which she turned toward him incessantly. In front of the church, a dense crowd was awaiting them. Andermatt cried, At last, come, make haste. See, this is the order. 2 choir boys, 2 chanters in surplices, the cross, the holy water, the priest, then Christiane with Professor Cloche, Mademoiselle Louise with Professor Remusot, Mademoiselle Charlotte with Professor Roussel. Next come the members of the board, the medical body, then the public. This is understood. Forward! The ecclesiastical staff thereupon left the church, taking their places at the head of the procession. Then a tall gentleman with white hair brushed back over his ears, a typical scientist, in accordance with academic form, approached Madame Andermatt and saluted her with a low bow. When he had straightened himself up again, with his head uncovered, in order to display his beautiful scientific head, and his hat resting on his thigh with an imposing air, as if he had learned to walk at the Comédie Française, and to show the people his rosette of Officer of the Legion of Honor, too big for a modest man. He began to talk. "Your husband, madame, has been speaking to me about you just now, and about your condition, which gives rise to some affectionate disquietude. He has told me about your doubts and your hesitations as to the probable moment of your delivery." She reddened to the temples, and she murmured, "Yes, I believed that I would be a mother a very long time before the event. Now I can't tell either. She faltered in a state of utter confusion. A voice from behind them said, "This station has a very great future before it. I have already obtained surprising effects." It was Professor Remusot addressing his companion, Louise Oriol. This gentleman was small, with yellow unkempt hair, and a frock coat badly cut, the dirty look of a slovenly savant. Professor Maroussel, who gave his arm to Charlotte Oriol, was a handsome physician, without beard and moustache, smiling, well-groomed, hardly turning grey as yet, a little fleshy, and with his smooth, clean-shaven face, resembling neither a priest nor an actor, as was the case with Dr. Latonne. Next came the members of the board, with Andermatt at their head, and the tall hats of old Oriol and his son towering above them. Behind them came another row of tall hats, the medical body of Auvergne, among whom Dr. Bonnefille was not included, his place indeed being taken by two new physicians, Dr. Black, a very short old man, almost a dwarf, whose excessive piety had surprised the whole district since the day of his arrival, then a very good-looking young fellow, very much given to flirtation, and wearing a small hat, Dr. Maselli, an Italian attached to the person of the Duc de Rama, other such to the person of the Duchess. And behind them could be seen the public, a flood of people, bathers, peasants, and inhabitants of the adjoining towns. The ceremony of blessing the springs was very short. The Abbé Litre sprinkled them one after the other with holy water, which made Dr. Honorat say that he was going to give them new properties with chloride of sodium. Then all the persons specially invited entered the large reading room, where a collation had been served. Paul said to Gontran, "How pretty the little Oriol girls have become. They are charming, my dear fellow." "You have not seen Monsieur le Président?" suddenly inquired the ex-jailer officier. "Yes, he's over there, in the corner." Père Clovis is gathering a big crowd in front of the door. Already, while moving in the direction of the springs for the purpose of having them blessed, the entire procession had filed off in front of the old invalid, cured the year before, and now again more paralyzed than ever. He would stop the visitors on the road and the last comers as a matter of choice, in order to tell them his story. "These washes here, you see, are no good. They cure, it is true, but you relapse again afterward, and after this relapse you are half a corpse. As for me, my legs were better before, and here I am now with my arms gone in consequence of the cure, and my legs, they're iron, but iron that you have to cut before it bends." Andermatt, filled with vexation, had tried to prosecute him in a court of justice and to get him sent to jail for having depreciated the waters of Mont Oriol and having attempted extortion, but he had not succeeded in obtaining a conviction or in shutting the old fellow's mouth. The moment he was informed that the old vagabond was babbling before the door of the establishment, he rushed out to make Clovis keep quiet. At the side of the high road, in the centre of an excited crowd, he heard angry voices. People pressed forward to listen and to see. Some ladies asked, "What is this?" Some men replied, "'Tis an invalid, whom the waters here have finished." Others believed that an infant had just been squashed. It was also said that the poor woman had got an attack of epilepsy. Andermatt broke through the crowd, as he knew how to do, by violently pushing his little round stomach between the stomachs of other people. It proves, Gontran remarked, the superiority of balls to ponds. Père Clovis, sitting on the ditch, whined about his pains, recounted his sufferings in a sniffling tone, while standing in front of him and separating him from the public, the Oriol, father and son, exasperated, were hurling insults and threats at him as loudly as ever they could. "That's not true," cried Colosse. "This fellow is a liar, a sham, a poacher who runs all night through the woods." But the old fellow, without getting excited, kept reiterating in a high piercing voice, which was heard above the vociferations of the two Oriols. "They killed me, my good monsieur. They've killed me with the water. They bathed me in it by force last year, and here I am at this moment. Here I am." Andermatt imposed silence on all, and stooping toward the impotent man, said to him, looking into the depths of his eyes, "If you are worse, it is your own fault, mind. If you listen to me, I undertake to cure you. I do. With 15 or 20 baths at most. Come and look me up at the establishment in an hour, when the people have all gone away, my good father. In the meantime, hold your tongue." The old fellow had understood. He became silent. Then, after a pause, he answered, "I'm always willing to give it a fair trial, you see." Andermatt caught the two Oriols by the arms and quickly dragged them away, while Père Clovis remained stretched on the grass between his crutches at the side of the road, blinking his eyes under the rays of the sun. The puzzled crowd kept pressing round him. Some gentlemen questioned him, but he did not reply, as though he had not heard or understood. And as this curiosity, futile just now, ended by fatiguing him, he began to sing, bare-headed, in a voice as false as it was shrill, an interminable ditty in an unintelligible dialect. The crowd ebbed away gradually. Only a few children remained standing a long time in front of him, with their fingers in their noses, contemplating him. Christiane, exceedingly tired, had gone in to take a rest. Paul and Gontran walked about through the new park in the midst of the visitors. Suddenly they saw the company of players, who had also deserted the old casino to attach themselves to the growing fortunes of the new. Mademoiselle Audelin, who had become quite fashionable, was leaning as she walked on the arm of her mother, who had assumed an air of importance. Monsieur Petit-Nivelle, of the Vaudeville, appeared very attentive to these ladies, who followed Monsieur La Palme of the Grand Theatre of Bordeaux, arguing with the musicians just as of old, the maestro Saint-Landry, the pianist Javel, the flautist Noirot, and the double bass Nicordi. On perceiving Paul and Gontran, Saint-Landry rushed toward them. He had, during the winter, got a very small musical composition performed in a very small out-of-the-way theatre, but the newspapers had spoken of him with a certain favour, and he now treated Massenet, Beyer, and Gounod contemptuously. End of section 10. Recording by Lilis Brenda.
Section 11 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 9. The Spa Again, Part 2. He stretched forth both hands with an outburst of friendly regard, and immediately proceeded to repeat what he had been saying to those gentlemen of the orchestra over whom he was the conductor. Yes, my dear friend, it is finished, finished, finished. The hackneyed style of the old school. The melodists have had their day. This is what people cannot understand. Music is a new art. Melody is its first lisping. The ignorant ear loves the burden of a song. It takes a child's pleasure, a savage's pleasure in it. I may add that the ears of the people, or of the ingenuous public, the simple ears, will always love little songs, airs, in a word. It is an amusement similar to that in which the frequenters of café concerts indulge. I am going to make use of a comparison in order to make myself understood. The eye of the rustic loves crude colours and glaring pictures. The eye of the intelligent representative of the middle class, who is not artistic, loves shades, benevolently pretentious and affecting subjects. But the artistic eye, the refined eye, loves, understands, and distinguishes the imperceptible modulations of a single tone, the mysterious harmonies of light touches invisible to most people. It is the same with literature. Doorkeepers like romances of adventure, the middle class like novels which appeal to the feelings, while the real lovers of literature care only for the artistic books, which are incomprehensible to the others. When an ordinary citizen talks music to me, I feel a longing to kill him. And when it is at the opera, I ask him, "Are you capable of telling me whether the third violin has made a false note in the overture of the third act? No. Then be silent. You have no ear. The man who does not understand at the same time the whole and all the instruments separately in an orchestra has no ear and is no musician. There you are. Good night." He turned round on his heel and resumed. For an artist, all music is in accord. Ah, my friend, certain chords madden me, cause a flood of inexpressible happiness to penetrate all my flesh. I have to-day an ear so well exercised, so finished, so matured, that I end by liking even certain false chords, just like a virtuoso whose fully developed taste amounts to a form of depravity. I am beginning to be a vitiated person who seeks for extreme sensations of hearing. Yes, my friends, certain false notes. What delights! What perverse and profound delights! How this moves! How it shakes the nerves! How it scratches the ear! How it scratches! How it scratches! He rubbed his hands together rapturously, and he hummed, "You shall hear my opera, my opera, my opera. You shall hear my opera." Gontran said, "You are composing an opera?" "Yes, I have finished it." But the commanding voice of Petrus Martel resounded, "You understand perfectly. A yellow rocket, and off you go." He was giving orders for the fireworks. They joined him, and he explained his arrangements by showing with his outstretched arm, as if he were threatening a hostile fleet, stakes of white wood on the mountain above the gorge on the opposite side of the valley. "It is over there that they are to be shot out. I told my pyrotechnist to be at his post at 8:30. The very moment the spectacle is over, I will give the signal from here by a yellow rocket, and then he will illuminate the opening piece." The Marquis made his appearance. "I am going to drink a glass of water," he said. Paul and Gontran accompanied him, and again descended the hill. On reaching the establishment, they saw Père Clovis, who had got there, sustained by the 2 Oriols, followed by Andermatt and the doctor, and making, every time he trailed his legs on the ground, contortions suggestive of extreme pain. "Let us go in," said Gontran. "This will be funny." The paralytic was placed sitting in an armchair. Then Andermatt said to him, "Here is what I propose, old cheat that you are. You are going to be cured immediately by taking 2 baths a day, and the moment you walk, you will have 200 francs." The paralytic began to groan. "My legs, they are iron, my good monsieur." Andermatt made him hold his tongue, and went on. "Now listen. You shall again have 200 francs every year up to the time of your death, you understand, up to the time of your death, if you continue to experience the salutary effect of our waters." The old fellow was in a state of perplexity. The continuous cure was opposed to his plan of action. He asked in a hesitating tone, "But when it is closed up, this box of yours, if this should take hold of me again, I can do nothing then, seeing that it will be shut up, your water." Doctor Latonne interrupted him, and turning toward Andermatt, said, "Excellent, excellent. We'll cure him every year. This will be even better, and will show the necessity of annual treatment, the indispensability of returning hither. Excellent. This is perfectly clear." But the old man repeated afresh, "It will not suit this time, my good monsieur. My legs, they're iron in bars." A new idea sprang up in the doctor's mind. "If I got him to try a course of seated walking," he said, "I might hasten the effect of the waters considerably. It is an experiment worth trying." "Excellent idea," returned Andermatt, adding, "Now, Père Clovis, take yourself off, and don't forget our agreement." The old fellow went away, still groaning, and when evening came, all the directors of Mont Oriol came back to dine, for the theatrical representation was announced to take place at 7:30. The great hall of the new casino was the place where they were to dine. It was capable of holding 1,000 persons. At 7 o'clock, the visitors who had not numbered seats presented themselves. At 7:30 the hall was filled, and the curtain was raised for the performance of a vaudeville in 2 acts, which preceded Saint Landry's operetta, interpreted by vocalists from Vichy, who had given their services for the occasion. Christiane, in the front row between her brother and her husband, suffered a great deal from the heat. Every moment she repeated, "I feel quite exhausted. I feel quite exhausted." After the vaudeville, as the operetta was opening, she was becoming ill, and turning round to her husband, said, "My dear Will, I will have to leave. I am suffocating." The banker was annoyed. He was desirous above everything in the world that this fête should be a success from start to finish, without a single hitch. He replied, "Make every effort to hold out. I beg of you to do so. Your departure would upset everything. You would have to pass through the entire hall." But Gontran, who was sitting along with Paul behind her, had overheard. He leaned toward his sister. "You are too warm?" he said. "Yes, I am suffocating." "Good. Stay. You are going to have a laugh." There was a window near. He slipped toward it, got upon a chair, and jumped out without attracting hardly any notice. Then he entered the café, which was perfectly empty, stretched his hand out under the bar where he had seen Petrus Martel conceal the signal rocket, and, having filched it, ran off to hide himself under a group of trees, and then set it on fire. The swift yellow sheaf flew up toward the clouds, describing a curve, and casting across the sky a long shower of flame drops. Almost instantaneously, a terrible detonation burst forth over the neighbouring mountain, and a cluster of stars sent flying sparks through the darkness of the night. Someone exclaimed in the hall where the spectators were gathered, and where at the moment Saint Landry's cords were quivering, "They're letting off the fireworks!" The spectators who were nearest to the door abruptly rose to their feet to make sure about it, and went out with light steps. All the rest turned their eyes towards the windows, but saw nothing, for they were looking at the Limagne. People kept asking, "Is it true? Is it true?" The impatient assembly got excited, hungering above everything for simple amusements. A voice from outside announced, "It is true, the fireworks are let off." Then, in a second, everyone in the hall was standing up. They rushed toward the door, they jostled against each other, they yelled at those who obstructed their egress, "Hurry on! Hurry on!" The entire audience, in a short time, had emerged into the park. Saint Landry alone, in a state of exasperation, continued beating time in front of his distracted orchestra. Meanwhile, fiery suns succeeded Norman candles in the midst of detonations. Suddenly, a formidable voice sent forth thrice this wild exclamation. Stop, in God's name! Stop, in God's name! Stop, in God's name!" And as an immense Bengal fire next illuminated the mountain, and lighted up in red to the right and blue to the left the enormous rocks and trees, Petrus Martel could be seen standing on one of the vases of imitation marble that decorated the terrace of the casino, bareheaded, with his arms in the air, gesticulating and howling. Then, the great illumination being extinguished, nothing could be seen any longer save the real stars. But immediately another rocket shot up, and Petrus Martel, jumping on the ground, exclaimed, "What a disaster! What a disaster! My God, what a disaster!" And he passed through the crowd with tragic gestures, with blows of his fist in the empty air, furious stampings of his feet, always repeating, "What a disaster! My God, what a disaster!" Christiane had taken Paul's arm to get a seat in the open air, and kept looking with delight at the rockets which ascended into the sky. Her brother came up to her suddenly and said, "Hey, is it a success? Do you think it is funny?" She murmured, "What, is it you?" "Why, yes, it is I. Is it good, hey?" She began to laugh, finding it really amusing. But Andermatt arrived in a state of great mental distress. He did not understand how such a blow could have come. The rocket had been stolen from the bar to give the signal agreed upon. Such an infamy could only have been perpetrated by some emissary of the old company, some agent of Dr. Bonnefille. And he repeated, "'Tis maddening, positively maddening. Here are fireworks with 2,300 francs destroyed, entirely destroyed." Gontran replied, "No, my dear fellow, on a proper calculation, the loss does not mount up to more than a quarter. Let us put it at a third, if you like, say 766 francs. Your guests will, therefore, have enjoyed 1,534 francs worth of rockets. This truly is not bad." The banker's anger turned against his brother-in-law. He caught him roughly by the arm. "Gontran, I want to talk seriously to you. Since I have a hold of you, let us take a turn in the walks. Besides, I have 5 minutes to spare." Then, turning toward Christiane, "I place you in charge of our friend Bretigny, my dear. But don't remain a long time out. Take care of yourself. You might catch cold, you know. Be careful, be careful." She murmured, "Never fear, dear." So Andermatt carried off Gontran. When they were alone at a little distance from the crowd, the banker stopped. "My dear fellow, 'tis about your financial position that I want to talk." "About my financial position?" "Yes, you know it well, your financial position." "No, but you ought to know it for me, since you lent money to me." "Yes, well, I do know it, and 'tis for that reason I want to talk to you." "It seems to me, to say the least of it, that the moment is ill chosen, in the midst of a display of fireworks." "The moment, on the contrary, is very well chosen. I am not talking to you in the midst of a display of fireworks, but before a ball." "Before a ball? I don't understand." "Well, you are going to understand. Here is your position. You have nothing except debts, and you'll never have anything but debts." Gontran gravely replied, "You tell me that a little bluntly." "Yes, because it is necessary. Listen to me. You have eaten up the share which came to you as a fortune from your mother. Let us say no more about that." "Let us say no more about it." "As for your father, he possesses a yearly income of 30,000 francs, say a capital of about 800,000 francs. Your share later on will therefore be 400,000 francs. Now you owe me personally, 190,000 francs. You owe money besides to usurers." Gontran muttered in a haughty tone, "Say to Jews." "Be it so, to Jews, although among the number there is a churchwarden from Saint Sulpice, who made use of a priest as an intermediary between himself and you. But I will not cavil about such trifles. You owe, then, to various usurers, Israelites or Catholics, nearly as much. Let us put it at 150,000 at the lowest estimate. This makes a total of 340,000 francs, on which you are paying interest, always borrowing, except with regard to mine, which you do not pay." "That's right," said Gontran. "So then you have nothing more left." "Nothing indeed, except my brother-in-law." "Except your brother-in-law, who has had enough of lending money to you." "What then?" "Well then, my dear fellow, the poorest peasant living in one of these huts is richer than you." "Exactly. And next?" "Next! Next! If your father were to die to-morrow, you would no longer have any resource to get bread, mind you, except to take a post as a clerk in my house. And this again would only be a means of disguising the pension which I should be allowing you." Gontran, in a tone of irritation, said: "My dear William, these things bore me. I know them, besides, just as well as you do, and, I repeat, the moment is ill chosen to remind me about them with so little diplomacy." "Allow me, let me finish. You can only extricate yourself from it by a marriage. Now, you are a wretched match in spite of your name, which sounds well without being illustrious. In short, it is not one of those which an heiress, even a Jewish one, buys with a fortune. Therefore, we must find you a wife acceptable and rich, which is not very easy." Gontran interrupted him: "Give her name at once, that is the best way." "Be it so. One of Père Oriol's daughters, whichever you prefer. And this is why I wanted to talk to you before the ball." "And now explain yourself at greater length," returned Gontran coldly. "It is very simple. You see the success I have obtained at the start with this station. Now, if I had in my hands, or rather, if we had in our hands, all the land which this cunning peasant has kept for himself, I could turn it into gold. To speak only of the vineyards which lie between the establishment and the hotel, and between the hotel and the casino, I would pay 1,000,000 francs for them to-morrow. I, Andermatt. Now, these vineyards and others all round the knoll will be the dowries of these girls. The father told me so again a short time since, not without an object, perhaps. Well, if you were willing, we could do a big stroke of business there, the two of us." Gontran muttered with a thoughtful air: "'Tis possible. I'll think over it." "Do think over it, my dear boy, and don't forget that I never speak of things that are not very sure, or without having given matters every consideration, and realized all the possible consequences and all the decided advantages." But Gontran, lifting up his arm, as if he had suddenly forgotten all that his brother-in-law had been saying to him: "Look, how beautiful that is!" The bunch of rockets flamed up in imitation of a burning palace, on which a blazing flag had inscribed on it Mont Oriol in letters of fire perfectly red, and right opposite to it, above the plain, the moon, red also, seemed to have come out to contemplate this spectacle. Then, when the palace, after it had been burning for some minutes, exploded like a ship which is blown up, flinging toward the wide heavens fantastic stars which burst in their turn, the moon remained all alone, calm and round, on the horizon. The public applauded wildly, exclaiming: "Hurrah! Bravo! Bravo!" Andermatt, all of a sudden, said: "Let us go and open the ball, my dear boy. Are you willing to dance the first quadrille face to face with me?" "Why, certainly, my dear brother-in-law." "Who have you thought of asking to dance with you? As for me, I have bespoken the Duchesse de Ramas." Gontran answered in a tone of indifference: "I will ask Charlotte Oriol." They reascended. As they passed in front of the spot where Christiane was resting with Paul Bretigny, they did not notice the pair. William murmured: "She has followed my advice. She went home to go to bed. She was quite tired out to-day." And he advanced toward the ballroom, which the attendants had been getting ready during the fireworks. But Christiane had not returned to her room, as her husband supposed. As soon as she realized that she was alone with Paul, she said to him in a very low tone, while she pressed his hand: "So then you came. I was waiting for you for the past month. Every morning I kept asking myself, shall I see him to-day? And every night I kept saying to myself, it will be to-morrow then. Why have you delayed so long, my love?" He replied with some embarrassment: I had matters to engage my attention, business." She leaned toward him, murmuring, "It was not right to leave me here alone with them, especially in my state." He moved his chair a little away from her. "Be careful, we might be seen. These rockets light up the whole country round." She scarcely bestowed a thought on it. She said, "I love you so much." Then with sudden starts of joy, "Ah, how happy I feel, how happy I feel at finding that we are once more together here. Are you thinking about it? What joy, Paul! How we are going to love one another again." She sighed, and her voice was so weak that it seemed a mere breath. "I feel a foolish longing to embrace you, but it is foolish, there, foolish. It is such a long time since I saw you." Then suddenly, with the fierce energy of an impassioned woman, to whom everything should give way, "Listen, you understand, I want to go with you immediately to the place where we said adieu to one another last year. You remember well, on the road from La Roche-Pradière?" He replied, stupefied, "But this is senseless. You cannot walk farther. You have been standing all day. This is senseless. I will not allow it." She had risen to her feet, and she said, "I am determined on it. If you do not accompany me, I'll go alone." And pointing out to him the moon which had risen, "See here, it was an evening just like this. Do you remember how you kissed my shadow?" He held her back. "Christiane, listen, this is ridiculous. Christiane!" She did not reply, and walked toward the descent leading to the vineyards. He knew that calm will, which nothing could divert from its purpose, the graceful obstinacy of these blue eyes, of that little forehead of a fair woman that could not be stopped, and he took her arm to sustain her on her way. "Supposing we are seen, Christiane?" "You did not say that to me last year, and then everyone is at the fête. We'll be back before our absence can be noticed." It was soon necessary to ascend by the stony path. She panted, leaning with her whole weight on him, and at every step she said, it is good to suffer thus." He stopped, wishing to bring her back, but she would not listen to him. No, I am happy. You don't understand this, you. Listen, I feel it leaping in me, our child, your child. What happiness! Give me your hand." She did not realize that he, this man, was one of the race of lovers who are not of the race of fathers. Since he discovered that she was pregnant, he kept away from her, and was disgusted with her in spite of himself. He had often, in bygone days, said that a woman who has performed the function of reproduction is no longer worthy of love. What raised him to a high pitch of tenderness was that soaring of two hearts toward an inaccessible ideal, that entwining of two souls which are immaterial, all those artificial and unreal elements which poets have associated with this passion. In the physical woman he adored the Venus, whose sacred side must always preserve the pure form of sterility. The idea of a little creature which owed its birth to him, a human larva stirring in that body, defiled by it, and already grown ugly, inspired him with an almost unconquerable repugnance. Maternity had made this woman a brute. She was no longer the exceptional being adored and dreamed about, but the animal that reproduces its species. And even a material disgust was mingled in him with these loathings of his mind. How could she have felt or divined this? She, whom each movement of the child she yearned for attached the more closely to her lover. This man whom she adored, whom she had every day loved a little more since the moment of their first kiss, had not only penetrated to the bottom of her heart, but had given her the proof that he had also entered into the very depths of her flesh, that he had sown his own life there, that he was going to come forth from her, again becoming quite small. Yes, she carried him there under her crossed hands, himself, her good, her dear, her tenderly beloved one, springing up again in her womb by the mystery of nature. And she loved him doubly, now that she had him in two forms, the big and the little one yet unknown. the one whom she saw, touched, embraced, and could hear speaking to her, and the one whom she could up to this only feel stirring under her skin. They had by this time reached the road. "You were waiting for me over there that evening," said she, and she held her lips out to him. He kissed them without replying, with a cold kiss. She murmured for the second time, "Do you remember how you embraced me on the ground? We were like this, look." And in hope that he would begin it all over again, she commenced running to get some distance away from him. Then she stopped, out of breath, and waited, standing in the middle of the road. But the moon, which lengthened out her profile on the ground, traced there the protuberance of her swollen figure, and Paul, beholding at his feet the shadow of her pregnancy, remained unmoved at the sight of it, wounded in his poetic sense with shame, exasperated that she was not able to share his feelings or divine his thoughts, that she had not sufficient coquetry, tact, and feminine delicacy to understand all the shade which gives such a different complexion to circumstances. And he said to her with impatience in his voice, "Look here, Christiane, this child's play is ridiculous." She came back to him, moved, saddened, with outstretched arms, and flinging herself on his breast. "Ah, you love me less. I feel it. I am sure of it." He took pity on her, and encircling her head with his arms, he imprinted 2 long sweet kisses on her eyes. Then in silence they retraced their steps. He could find nothing to say to her, and as she leaned on him, exhausted by fatigue, he quickened his pace so that he might no longer feel against his side the touch of this enlarged figure. When they were near the hotel, they separated, and she went up to her own apartment. The orchestra at the casino was playing dance music, and Paul went to look at the ball. It was a waltz, and they were all waltzing. Dr. Latonne with the younger Madame Paille, Andermatt with Louise Oriol, handsome Dr. Mazelli with the Duchesse de Ramas, and Gontran with Charlotte Oriol. He was whispering in her ear in that tender fashion which denotes a courtship begun, and she was smiling behind her fan, blushing, and apparently delighted. Paul heard a voice saying behind him, look here at Monsieur le Raffanel, whispering gallantries to my fair patient." He added after a pause, "And there is a pearl, good, gay, simple, devoted, upright, you know, an excellent creature. She is worth 10 of the elder sister. I have known them since their childhood, these little girls. And yet the father prefers the elder one, because she is more like him, more of a peasant, less upright, more thrifty, more cunning, and more jealous. Ah, she is a good girl, all the same. I would not like to say anything bad of her, but in spite of myself, I compare them, you understand. And after having compared them, I judge them. There you are." The waltz was coming to an end. Gontran went to join his friend, and perceiving the doctor, "Ah, tell me now, there appears to me to be a remarkable increase in the medical body at Auvergne. We have a Dr. Mazelli who waltzes to perfection, and an old little Dr. Black, who seems on very good terms with heaven." But Dr. Honorat was discreet. He did not like to sit in judgment on his professional brethren. End of section 11. Section 12 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 10. Gontran's Choice. The burning question now was that of the physicians at Auvergne. They had suddenly made themselves the masters of the district, and absorbed all the attention and all the enthusiasm of the inhabitants. Formerly the springs flowed under the authority of Dr. Banville alone, in the midst of the harmless animosities of restless Dr. Latonne and placid Dr. Honorat. Now it was a very different thing. Since the success planned during the winter by Andermatt had quite taken definite shape, thanks to the powerful cooperation of Professors Cloche, Mauroussel, and Remusot, who had each brought there a contingent of 200 or 300 patients at least, Dr. Latonne, inspector of the new establishment, had become a big personage, specially patronized by Professor Maupassant, whose pupil he had been, and whose deportment and gestures he imitated. Dr. Bonnefille was scarcely ever talked about any longer. Furious, exasperated, railing against Mont Oriol, the old physician remained the whole day in the old establishment with a few old patients who had kept faithful to him. In the minds of some invalids, indeed, he was the only person that understood the true properties of the waters. He possessed, so to speak, their secret, since he had officially administered them from the time the station was first established. Dr. Honorat barely managed to retain his practice among the natives of Auvergne. With the moderate income he derived from this source he contented himself, keeping on good terms with everybody, and consoled himself by much preferring cards and wine to medicine. He did not, however, go quite so far as to love his professional brethren. Dr. Latonne would therefore have continued to be the great soothsayer of Mont Oriol, if one morning there had not appeared a very small man, nearly a dwarf, whose big head sunk between his shoulders, big round eyes, and big hands combined to produce a very odd-looking individual. This new physician, M. Black, introduced into the district by Professor Remusot, immediately excited attention by his excessive devotion. Nearly every morning, between two visits, he went into a church for a few minutes, and he received communion nearly every Sunday. The curé soon got him some patients, old maids, poor people whom he attended for nothing, pious ladies who asked the advice of their spiritual director before calling on a man of science, whose sentiments, reserve, and professional modesty they wished to know before everything else. Then, one day, the arrival of the Princess de Magdeburg, an old German highness, was announced. A very fervent Catholic, who on the very evening when she first appeared in the district, sent for Dr. Black on the recommendation of a Roman cardinal. From that moment he was the fashion. It was good taste, good form, the correct thing to be attended by him. He was the only doctor, it was said, who was a perfect gentleman, the only one in whom a woman could repose absolute confidence. And from morning till evening this little man with the bulldog's head, who always spoke in a subdued tone in every corner with everybody, might be seen rushing from one hotel to the other. He appeared to have important secrets to confide or to receive, for he could constantly be met holding long, mysterious conferences in the lobbies with the masters of the hotels, with his patients' chambermaids, with anyone who was brought into contact with the invalids. As soon as he saw any lady of his acquaintance in the street, he went straight up to her with his short, quick step, and immediately began to mumble fresh and minute directions, after the fashion of a priest at confession. The old women especially adored him. He would listen to their stories to the end without interrupting them, took note of all their observations, all their questions, and all their wishes. He increased or diminished each day the proportion of water to be consumed by his patients, which made them feel perfect confidence in the care taken of them by him. "We stopped yesterday at 2 glasses and 3/4, he would say. "Well, to-day we shall only take 2 glasses and a half, and to-morrow 3 glasses. Don't forget, to-morrow 3 glasses. I am very, very particular about it." And all the patients were convinced that he was very particular about it indeed. In order not to forget these figures and fractions of figures, he wrote them down in a memorandum book, in order that he might never make a mistake. For the patient does not pardon a mistake of a single half glass. He regulated and modified with equal minuteness the duration of the daily baths, in virtue of principles known only to himself. Dr. Latonne, jealous and exasperated, disdainfully shrugged his shoulders and declared, "This is a swindler." His hatred against Dr. Black had even led him occasionally to run down the mineral waters. "Since we can scarcely tell how they act, it is quite impossible to prescribe everyday modifications of the dose. which any therapeutic law cannot regulate. Proceedings of this kind do the greatest injury to medicine." Dr. Honorat contented himself with smiling. He always took care to forget, 5 minutes after a consultation, the number of glasses he had ordered. "2 more or less," said he to Gontran in his hours of gaiety. "There is only the spring to take notice of it, and yet this scarcely incommodes it." The only wicked pleasantry that he permitted himself on his religious brother physician consisted in describing him as the doctor of the holy sitting bath. His jealousy was of the prudent, sly, and tranquil kind. He added sometimes, "Oh, as for him, he knows the patient thoroughly, and this is often better than to know the disease." But lo, there arrived one morning at the hotel of Mont Oriol a noble Spanish family, the Duke and Duchess of Rama Aldavara, who brought with her her own physician, an Italian, Dr. Mazzelli from Milan. He was a man of 30, a tall, thin, very handsome young fellow, wearing only moustaches. From the first evening he made a conquest of the table d'hôte, for the Duke, a melancholy man, attacked with monstrous obesity, had a horror of isolation, and desired to take his meals in the same dining room as the other patients. Dr. Mazzelli already knew by their names almost all the frequenters of the hotel. He had a kindly word for every man, a compliment for every woman, a smile even for every servant. Placed at the right-hand side of the Duchess, a beautiful woman of between 35 and 40, with a pale complexion, black eyes, blue-black hair, he would say to her as each dish came round, "Very little," or else, "No, not this," or else, "Yes, take some of that." And he would himself pour out the liquid, which she was to drink with very great care, measuring exactly the proportions of wine and water which he mingled. He also regulated the Duke's food, but with visible carelessness. The patient, however, took no heed of his advice, devoured everything with bestial voracity, drank at every meal 2 decanters of pure wine, then went tumbling about in a chaise for air in front of the hotel, and began whining with pain and groaning over his bad digestion. After the first dinner, Dr. Mazzelli, who had judged and weighed all around him with a single glance, went to join Gontran, who was smoking a cigar on the terrace of the casino, told his name, and began to chat. At the end of an hour they were on intimate terms. Next day he got himself introduced to Christiane, just as she was leaving the bath, won her goodwill after 10 minutes' conversation, and brought her that very day into contact with the Duchess, who no longer cared for solitude. He kept watch over everything in the abode of the Spaniards, gave excellent advice to the chef about cooking, excellent hints to the chambermaid on the hygiene of the head, in order to preserve in her mistress's hair its lustre, its superb shade, and its abundance. Very useful information to the coachman about veterinary medicine. And he knew how to make the hours swift and light, to invent distractions, and to pick up in the hotels casual acquaintances, but always prudently chosen. The Duchess said to Christiane, when speaking of him, "He is a wonderful man, dear madame. He knows everything, he does everything. It is to him that I owe my figure." "How your figure?" "Yes, I was beginning to grow fat, and he saved me with his regimen and his liqueurs." Moreover, Mazzelli knew how to make medicine itself interesting. He spoke about it with such ease, with such gaiety, with such a sort of light scepticism, which helped to convince his listeners of his superiority. "'Tis very simple," he said. "I don't believe in remedies, or rather I hardly believe in them. The old-fashioned medicine started with this principle, that there is a remedy for everything. God, they believe, in his divine bounty, has created drugs for all maladies. Often he has left to men, through malice perhaps, the trouble of discovering these drugs. Now men have discovered an incalculable number of them without ever knowing exactly what disease each of them is suited for. In reality, there are no remedies. There are only maladies. When a malady declares itself, it is necessary to interrupt its course, according to some, to precipitate it, according to others, by some means or other. Each school extols its own method. In the same case we see the most antagonistic systems employed, and the most opposed kinds of medicine. Ice by one, and extreme heat by the other, dieting by this doctor, and forced nourishment by that. I am not speaking of the innumerable poisonous products extracted from minerals or vegetables, which chemistry procures for us. All this acts, 'tis true, but nobody knows how. Sometimes it succeeds, and sometimes it kills. And with much liveliness he pointed out the impossibility of certainty, the absence of all scientific basis as long as organic chemistry, biological chemistry, had not become the starting point of a new medicine. He related anecdotes, monstrous errors of the greatest physicians, and proved the insanity and the falsity of their pretended science. "Make the body discharge its functions," said he. "Make the skin, the muscles, all the organs, and above all the stomach, which is the foster father of the entire machine, its regulator and life warehouse, discharge their functions." He asserted that, if he liked, by nothing save regimen, he could make people gay or sad, capable of physical work or intellectual work, according to the nature of the diet which he imposed on them. He could even act on the faculties of the brain, on the memory, the imagination, on all the manifestations of intelligence, and he ended jocosely with these words: "For my part, I nurse my patients with massage and curaçao." He attributed marvellous results to massage, and spoke of the Dutchman Hamstrang as of a god performing miracles. Then, showing his delicate white hands, "With those you might resuscitate the dead." And the Duchess added, "The fact is that he performs massage to perfection." He also lauded alcoholic beverages in small proportions to excite the stomach at certain moments, and he composed mixtures cleverly prepared, which the Duchess had to drink at fixed hours, either before or after her meals. He might have been seen each morning entering the Casino Café about 9:30 and asking for his bottles. They were brought to him fastened with little silver locks, of which he had the key. He would pour out a little of one, a little of another, slowly into a very pretty blue glass, which a very correct footman held up respectfully. Then the doctor would give directions. "See, bring this to the Duchess in her bath, to drink it before she dresses herself, when coming out of the water." And when anyone asked him through curiosity, "What have you put into it?" he would answer, "Nothing but refined aniseed cordial, very pure curaçao, and excellent bitters." This handsome doctor in a few days became the centre of attraction for all the invalids, and every sort of device was resorted to in order to attract a few opinions from him. When he was passing along through the walks in the park at the hour of promenade, one heard nothing but that exclamation of "Doctor!" on all the chairs where sat the beautiful women, the young women who were resting themselves a little between 2 glasses of the Christiane spring. Then, when he stopped with a smile on his lip, they would draw him aside for some minutes into the little path beside the river. At first they talked about one thing or another, then discreetly, skilfully, coquettishly, they came to the question of health, but in an indifferent fashion, as if they were touching on sundry topics. For this medical man was not at the disposal of the public. He was not paid by them, and people could not get him to visit them at their own houses. He belonged to the Duchess, only to the Duchess. This situation even stimulated people's efforts and provoked their desires. And, as it was whispered positively that the Duchess was jealous, very jealous, there was a desperate struggle between all these ladies to get advice from the handsome Italian doctor. He gave it without forcing them to entreat him very strenuously. Then, among the women whom he had favoured with his advice, arose an interchange of intimate confidences, in order to give clear proof of his solicitude. "Oh, my dear, he asked me questions, but such questions!" "Very indiscreet?" "Oh, indiscreet! Say frightful! I actually did not know what answers to give him. He wanted to know things, but such things! It was the same way with me. He questioned me a great deal about my husband. And me also, together with details so personal. These questions are very embarrassing. However, we understand perfectly well that it is necessary to ask them. Oh, of course, health depends on these minute details. As for me, he promised to perform massage on me at Paris this winter. I have great need of it to supplement the treatment here. Tell me, my dear, what do you intend to do in return? He cannot take fees. Good heavens! My idea was to present him with a scarf pin. He must be fond of them, for he has already 2 or 3 very nice ones. Oh, how you embarrass me! The same notion was in my head. In that case, I'll give him a ring. And they concocted surprises in order to please him, thought of ingenious presents in order to touch him, graceful pleasantries in order to fascinate him. He became the talk of the day, the great subject of conversation, the sole object of public attention, till the news spread that Count Gontran de Ravenel was paying his addresses to Charlotte Oriol with a view to marrying her, and this at once led to a fresh outburst of deafening clamour in Auvergne. Since the evening when he had opened with her the inaugural ball at the casino, Gontran had tied himself to the young girl's skirts. He publicly showed her all those little attentions of men who want to please without hiding their object, and their ordinary relations assumed at the same time a character of gallantry, playful and natural, which seemed likely to lead to love. They saw one another nearly every day, for the 2 girls had conceived feelings of strong friendship toward Christiane, into which, no doubt, there entered a considerable element of gratified vanity. Gontran suddenly showed a disposition to remain constantly at his sister's side, and he began to organize parties for the morning, and entertainments for the evening, which greatly astonished Christiane and Paul. Then they noticed that he was devoting himself to Charlotte. He gaily teased her, paid her compliments without appearing to do so, and manifested toward her, in 1,000 ways, that tender care which tends to unite 2 beings in bonds of affection. The young girl, already accustomed to the free and familiar manners of this gay Parisian youth, did not at first see anything remarkable in these attentions, and abandoning herself to the impulses of her honest and confiding heart, she began to laugh and enjoy herself with him, as she might have done with a brother. Now she had returned home with her elder sister, after an evening party at which Gontran had several times attempted to kiss her, in consequence of forfeits due by her in a game of fly-pigeon, when Louise, who had appeared anxious and nervous for some time past, said to her in an abrupt tone, "You would do well to be a little careful about your deportment. Monsieur Gontran is not a suitable companion for you." "Not a suitable companion? What has he done?" "You know well what I mean. Don't play the ninny. In the way you're going on, you would soon compromise yourself, and if you don't know how to watch over your conduct, it is my business to see after it." Charlotte, confused and filled with shame, faltered. "But I don't know. I assure you, I have seen nothing." Her sister sharply interrupted her. "Listen, things must not go on this way. If he wants to marry you, it is for papa to consider the matter and to give an answer. But if he only wants to trifle with you, he must desist at once." Then suddenly Charlotte got annoyed without knowing why or with what. She was indignant at her sister having taken it on herself to direct her actions and to reprimand her, and in a trembling voice and with tears in her eyes, she told her that she should not have interfered in what did not concern her. She stammered in her exasperation, divining by a vague but unerring instinct the jealousy that had been aroused in the embittered heart of Louise. They parted without embracing one another, and Charlotte wept when she got into bed, as she thought over things that she had never foreseen or suspected. Gradually her tears ceased to flow, and she began to reflect. It was true none the less that Gontran's demeanour toward her had altered. She had enjoyed his acquaintance hitherto without understanding him. She understood him now. At every turn he kept repeating to her pretty compliments, full of delicate flattery. On one occasion he had kissed her hand. What were his intentions? She pleased him, but to what extent? Was it possible by any chance that he desired to marry her? And all at once she imagined that she could hear somewhere in the air, in the silent night through whose empty spaces her dreams were flitting, a voice exclaiming, "Comtesse de Ravenel." The emotion was so vivid that she sat up in bed. Then with her naked feet she felt for her slippers under the chair over which she had thrown her clothes, and she went to open the window without consciousness of what she was doing, in order to find space for her hopes. She could hear what they were saying in the room below stairs, and Coloche's voice was raised. "Let it alone, let it alone, there will be time enough to see to it. Father will arrange that. There is no harm up to this. 'Tis father that will do the thing." She noticed that the window in front of the house, just below that at which she was standing, was still lighted up. She asked herself, "Who is there now? What are they talking about?" A shadow passed over the luminous wall. It was her sister. So then, she had not yet gone to bed. Why? But the light was presently extinguished, and Charlotte began to think about other things that were agitating her heart. She could not go to sleep now. Did he love her? Oh, no, not yet. But he might love her, since she had caught his fancy. And if he came to love her much, desperately, as people love in society, he would certainly marry her. Born in a house of vine-dressers, she had preserved, although educated in the young ladies' convent at Clermont, the modesty and humility of a peasant girl. She used to think that she might marry a notary, perhaps, or a barrister, or a doctor. But the ambition to become a real lady of high social position, with a title of nobility attached to her name, had never entered her mind. Even when she had just finished the perusal of some love story, and was musing over the glimpse presented to her of such a charming prospect for a few minutes, it would speedily vanish from her soul just as chimeras vanish. Now here was this unforeseen, inconceivable thing which had been suddenly conjured up by some words of her sister, apparently drawing near her after the fashion of a ship's sail driven onward by the wind. Every time she drew breath she kept repeating with her lips, "Comtesse de Ravenel," and the shades of her dark eyelashes, as they closed in the night, were illuminated with visions. She saw beautiful drawing-rooms brilliantly lighted up, beautiful women greeting her with smiles, beautiful carriages waiting before the steps of a chateau, and grand servants in livery bowing as she passed. She felt heated in her bed, her heart was beating. She rose up a second time in order to drink a glass of water, and to remain standing in her bare feet for a few moments on the cold floor of her apartment. Then, somewhat calmed, she ended by falling asleep. But she awakened at dawn, so much had the agitation of her heart passed into her veins. She felt ashamed of her little room with its white walls, washed with water by a rustic glazier, her poor cotton curtains, and some straw chairs which never quitted their place at the two corners of her chest of drawers. She realized that she was a peasant in the midst of these rude articles of furniture which bespoke her origin. She felt herself lowly, unworthy of this handsome, mocking young fellow whose fair hair and laughing face had floated before her eyes, had disappeared from her vision and then come back, and gradually engrossed her thoughts, and had already found a place in her heart. Then she jumped out of bed and ran to look for her glass, her little toilette glass, as large as the centre of a plate. After that she got into bed again, her mirror between her hands, and she looked at her face, surrounded by her hair, which hung loose on the white background of the pillow. Presently she laid down on the bedclothes the little piece of glass which reflected her lineaments, and she thought how difficult it would be for such an alliance to take place, so great was the distance between them. Thereupon a feeling of vexation seized her by the throat, but immediately afterward she gazed at her image, once more smiling at herself in order to look nice, and as she considered herself pretty, the difficulties disappeared. When she went down to breakfast, her sister, who wore a look of irritation, asked her, "What do you propose to do to-day?" Charlotte replied unhesitatingly, Are we not going in the carriage to Reichert with Madame Andermatt?" Louise returned, "You are going alone, then, but you might do something better, after what I said to you last night." The younger sister interrupted her. "I don't ask for your advice. Mind your own business." And they did not speak to one another again. Père Oriol and Jacques came in and took their seats at the table. The old man asked almost immediately, "What are you doing today, girls?" Charlotte said without giving her sister time to answer, "As for me, I am going to Reichert with Madame Andermatt." The two men eyed her with an air of satisfaction, and the father muttered with that engaging smile which he could put on when discussing any business of a profitable character, "That's good, that's good." She was more surprised at this secret complacency, which she observed in their entire bearing, than at the visible anger of Louise, and she asked herself, in a somewhat disturbed frame of mind, "Can they have been talking this over all together?" As soon as the meal was over, she went up again to her room, put on her hat, seized her parasol, threw a light cloak over her arm, and she went off in the direction of the hotel, for they were to start at 1:30. Christiane expressed her astonishment at finding that Louise had not come. Charlotte felt herself flushing as she replied, "She's a little fatigued. I believe she has a headache." And they stepped into the landau, the big landau with 6 seats, which they always used. The Marquis and his daughter remained at the lower end, while the Oriol girl found herself seated at the opposite side between the two young men. They passed in front of Tournoel. They proceeded along the foot of the mountain by a beautiful winding road under the walnut and chestnut trees. Charlotte several times felt conscious that Gontran was pressing close up to her, but was too prudent to take offence at it. As he sat at her right-hand side, he spoke with his face close to her cheek, and she did not venture to turn round to answer him, through fear of touching his mouth, which she felt already on her lips, and also through fear of his eyes, whose glance would have unnerved her. He whispered in her ear gallant absurdities, laughable fooleries, agreeable and well-turned compliments. Christiane scarcely uttered a word, heavy and sick from her pregnancy, and Paul appeared sad, preoccupied. The Marquis alone chatted without unrest or anxiety, in the sprightly, graceful style of a selfish old nobleman. They got down at the park of Reichert to listen to the music, and Gontran, offering Charlotte his arm, set forth with her in front. The army of bathers on the chairs around the kiosk, where the leader of the orchestra was keeping time with the brass instruments and the violins, watched the promenaders filing past. The women exhibited their dresses by stretching out their legs as far as the bars of the chairs in front of them, and their dainty summer headgear made them look more fascinating. Charlotte and Gontran sauntered through the midst of the people who occupied the seats, looking out for faces of a comic type to find materials for their pleasantries. Every moment he heard someone saying behind them, "Look there, what a pretty girl!" He felt flattered, and asked himself whether they took her for his sister, his wife, or his mistress. Christiane, seated between her father and Paul, saw them passing several times, and thinking they exhibited too much youthful frivolity, she called them over to her to soberize them. But they paid no attention to her, and went on vagabondizing through the crowd, enjoying themselves with their whole hearts. She said in a whisper to Paul Bretigny, "He will finish by compromising her. It will be necessary that we should speak to him this evening when he comes back." Paul replied, "I had already thought about it. You are quite right." They went to dine in one of the restaurants of Clermont-Ferrand, those of Reichert being no good, according to the Marquis, who was a gourmand, and they returned at nightfall. Charlotte had become serious, Gontran having strongly pressed her hand while presenting her gloves to her, before she quitted the table. Her young girl's conscience was suddenly troubled. This was an avowal, an advance, an impropriety. What ought she to do? Speak to him? But about what? To be offended would be ridiculous. There was need of so much tact in these circumstances. But by doing nothing, by saying nothing, she produced the impression of accepting his advances, of becoming his accomplice, of answering "yes" to this pressure of the hand. And she weighed the situation, accusing herself of having been too gay and too familiar at Reichert. thinking just now that her sister was right, that she was compromised, lost. The carriage rolled along the road. Paul and Gontran smoked in silence. The Marquis slept. Christiane gazed at the stars, and Charlotte found it hard to keep back her tears, for she had swallowed 3 glasses of champagne. When they had got back, Christiane said to her father, "As it is dark, you have to see this young girl home." The Marquis, without delay, offered her his arm and went off with her. Paul laid his hands on Gontran's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Come and have 5 minutes' talk with your sister and myself." And they went up to the little drawing-room communicating with the apartments of Andermatt and his wife. When they were seated, Christiane said, "Listen, Monsieur Paul and I want to give you a good lecture." "A good lecture? But about what? I'm as wise as an image for want of opportunities." "Don't trifle. You are doing a very imprudent and very dangerous thing without thinking on it. You are compromising this young girl." He appeared much astonished. "Who's that? Charlotte?" "Yes, Charlotte." "I'm compromising Charlotte? I?" "Yes, you are compromising her. Everyone here is talking about it, and this evening again in the park at Reichert you have been very, very light. Isn't that so, Bretigny?" Paul answered, "Yes, madame, I entirely share your sentiments." Gontran turned his chair around, bestrode it like a horse, took a fresh cigar, lighted it, then burst out laughing. "Ha! So then I am compromising Charlotte Oriol?" He waited a few seconds to see the effect of his words, then added, "And who told you I did not intend to marry her?" Christiane gave a start of amazement. "Marry her? You? Why, you're mad." "Why so?" That little peasant girl." "Tra la la! Prejudices! Is it from your husband you learned them?" As she made no response to this direct argument, he went on, putting both questions and answers himself. "Is she pretty? Yes. Is she well educated? Yes. And more ingenuous, more simple, and more honest than girls in good society. She knows as much as another, for she can speak both English and the language of Auvergne. That makes 2 foreign languages. She will be as rich as any heiress of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, as it was formerly called. They are now going to christen it Faubourg Saint-Deche. And finally, if she is a peasant's daughter, she'll be only all the more healthy to present me with fine children. Enough." As he had always the appearance of laughing and jesting, Christiane asked hesitatingly, "Come, are you speaking seriously?" "Faith, I am. She is charming, this little girl. She has a good heart and a pretty face, a genial character and a good temper, rosy cheeks, bright eyes, white teeth, ruby lips, and flowing tresses, glossy, thick, and full of soft folds. And then her vine-dressing father will be as rich as Croesus, thanks to your husband, my dear sister. What more do you want? The daughter of a peasant. Well, is not the daughter of a peasant as good as any of those moneylenders' daughters, who pay such high prices for dukes with doubtful titles, or any of the daughters born of aristocratic prostitution whom the Empire has given us, or any of the daughters with double sires whom we meet in society? Why, if I did marry this girl, I should be doing the first wise and rational act of my life." Christiane reflected, then, all of a sudden, convinced, overcome, delighted, she exclaimed: "Why, all you have said is true. It is quite true, quite right. So then you are going to marry her, my little Gontran?" It was he who now sought to moderate her ardour. "Not so quick, not so quick. Let me reflect in my turn. I only declare that, if I did marry her, I would be doing the first wise and rational act of my life. That does not go so far as saying that I will marry her. But I am thinking over it. I am studying her. I am paying her a little attention to see if I can like her sufficiently. In short, I don't answer yes or no. But it is nearer to yes than to no." Christiane turned toward Paul. "What do you think of it, Monsieur Bretigny?" She called him at one time Monsieur Bretigny, and at another time Bretigny only. He, always fascinated by the things in which he imagined he saw an element of greatness, by unequal matches which seemed to him to exhibit generosity, by all the sentimental parade in which the human heart masks itself, replied: "For my part, I think he is right in this. If he likes her, let him marry her. He could not find better." But the Marquis and Andermatt having returned, they had to talk about other subjects, and the two young men went to the casino to see whether the gaming room was still open. From that day forth Christiane and Paul appeared to favour Gontran's open courtship of Charlotte. The young girl was more frequently invited to the hotel by Christiane, and was treated in fact as if she were already a member of the family. She saw all this clearly, understood it, and was quite delighted at it. Her little head throbbed like a drum, and went building fantastic castles in Spain. Gontran, in the meantime, had said nothing definite to her, but his demeanour, all his words, the tone that he assumed with her, his more serious air of gallantry, the caress of his glance, seemed every day to keep repeating to her, "I have chosen you, you are to be my wife." And the tone of sweet affection, of discreet self-surrender, of chaste reserve which she now adopted toward him, seemed to give this answer: "I know it, and I'll say yes whenever you ask for my hand." In the young girl's family the matter was discussed in confidential whispers. Louise scarcely opened her lips now except to annoy her with hurtful allusions, with sharp and sarcastic remarks. Père Oriol and Jacques appeared to be content. She did not ask herself, all the same, whether she loved this good-looking suitor, whose wife she was, no doubt, destined to become. She liked him, she was constantly thinking about him, she considered him handsome, witty, elegant. She was speculating, above all, on what she would do when she was married to him. In Auvergne people had forgotten the malignant rivalries of the physicians and the proprietors of springs, the theories as to the supposed attachment of the Duchesse de Ramas for her doctor, all the scandals that flow along with the waters of thermal stations, in order to occupy their minds entirely with this extraordinary circumstance, that Count Gontran de Ravenel was going to marry the younger of the Oriol girls. When Gontran thought the moment had arrived, taking Andermatt by the arm one morning as they were rising from the breakfast table, he said to him: "My dear fellow, strike while the iron is hot. Here is the exact state of affairs. The little one is waiting for me to propose, without my having committed myself at all. But you may be quite certain she will not refuse me. It is necessary to sound her father about it, in such a way as to promote at the same time your interests and mine." Andermatt replied: "Make your mind easy. I'll take that on myself. I am going to sound him this very day, without compromising you, and without thrusting you forward. And when the situation is perfectly clear, I'll talk about it." "Capital." Then, after a few moments' silence, Gontran added: "Hold on. This is perhaps my last day of bachelorhood. I am going on to Reichert, where I saw some acquaintances of mine the other day. I'll be back to-night, and I'll tap at your door to know the result." He saddled his horse and proceeded along by the mountain, inhaling the pure genial air, and sometimes starting into a gallop to feel the keen caress of the breeze brushing the fresh skin of his cheek and tingling his moustache. The evening party at Reichert was a jolly affair. He met some of his friends there who had brought girls along with them. They lingered a long time at supper. He returned home at a very late hour. Everyone had gone to bed in the hotel of Mont Oriol when Gontran went to tap at Andermatt's door. There was no answer at first. Then, as the knocking became much louder, a hoarse voice, the voice of one disturbed while asleep, grunted from within: "Who's there?" "'Tis I, Gontran." "Wait, I'm opening the door." Andermatt appeared in his nightshirt with puffed up face, bristling chin, and a silk handkerchief tied round his head. Then he got back into bed, sat down in it, and with his hands stretched over the sheets: "Well, my dear fellow, this won't do me. Here is how matters stand. I have sounded this old fox Oriol without mentioning you, referring merely to a certain friend of mine. I have perhaps allowed him to suppose that the person I meant was Paul Bretigny, as a suitable match for one of his daughters, and I asked what dowry he would give her. He answered me by asking in his turn what were the young man's means, and I fixed the amount at 300,000 francs, with expectations." "But I have nothing," muttered Gontran. "I am lending you the money, my dear fellow. If we work this business between us, your lands would yield me enough to reimburse me." Gontran sneered. "I'll have the woman and you the money." But Andermatt got quite annoyed. "If I am to interest myself in your affairs in order that you might insult me, there's an end of it. Let us say no more about it." Gontran apologized. "Don't get vexed, my dear fellow, and excuse me. I know that you are a very honest man, of irreproachable loyalty in matters of business. I would not ask you for the price of a drink if I were your coachman, but I would entrust my fortune to you if I were a millionaire." William, less excited, rejoined, "We'll return presently to that subject. Let us first dispose of the principal question. The old man was not taken in by my wiles, and said to me in reply, 'It depends on which of them is the girl you're talking about. If 'tis Louise, the elder one, here's her dowry.' And he enumerated for me all the lands that are around the establishment, those which are between the baths and the hotel, and between the hotel and the casino. All those, in short, which are indispensable to us, those which have, for me, an inestimable value. He gives, on the contrary, to the younger girl, the other side of the mountain, which will be worth as much money later on, no doubt, but which is worth nothing to me. I tried in every possible way to make him modify their partition and invert the lots. I was only knocking my head against the obstinacy of a mule. He will not change. He has fixed his resolution. Reflect. What do you think of it?" Gontran, much troubled, much perplexed, replied, "What do you think of it yourself? Do you believe that he was thinking of me in thus distributing the shares in the land?" "I haven't a doubt of it." The clown said to himself, "As he likes the younger one, let us take care of the bag. He hopes to give you his daughter while keeping his best lands. And again, perhaps his object is to give the advantage to the elder girl. He prefers her. Who knows? She is more like himself. She is more cunning, more artful, more practical. I believe she is a strapping lass, this one. For my part, if I were in your place, I would change my stick from one shoulder to the other." But Gontran, stunned, began muttering, "The devil! The devil! The devil! And Charlotte's lands, you don't want them?" Andermatt exclaimed, No, 1,000 times no. I want those which are close to my baths, my hotel, and my casino. It is very simple. I wouldn't give anything for the others, which could only be sold, at a later period, in small lots to private individuals." Gontran kept still repeating, "The devil! The devil! The devil! Here's a plaguey business. So then you advise me?" "I don't advise you at all. I think you would do well to reflect before deciding between the two sisters." Yes, that's true. I will reflect. I am going to sleep first. That brings counsel." He rose up. Andermatt held him back. "Excuse me, my dear boy. A word or two on another matter. I may not appear to understand, but I understand very well the allusions with which you sting me incessantly, and I don't want any more of them. You reproach me with being a Jew, that is to say, with making money, with being avaricious, with being a speculator, so as to come close to sheer swindling. Now, my dear friend, I spend my life in lending you this money that I make, not without trouble, or rather in giving it to you. However, let that be. That there is one point that I don't admit. No, I am not avaricious. The proof of it is that I have made presents to your sister, presents of 20,000 francs at a time. That I gave your father a Theodore Rousseau worth 10,000 francs, to which he took a fancy, and that I presented you, when you were coming here, with the horse on which you rode a little while ago to Reichert. In what, then, am I avaricious? In not letting myself be robbed, and we are all like that among my race, and we are right, monsieur. I want to say it to you once for all. We are regarded as misers because we know the exact value of things. For you, a piano is a piano, a chair is a chair, a pair of trousers is a pair of trousers. For us also, but it represents at the same time a value, a mercantile value appreciable and precise, which a practical man should estimate with a single glance, not through stinginess, but in order not to countenance fraud. What would you say if a tobacconist asked you 4 sous for a postage stamp or for a box of wax matches? You would go to look for a policeman, monsieur, for 1 sou, yes, for 1 sou, so indignant would you be. And that because you knew by chance the value of these 2 articles. Well, as for me, I know the value of all saleable articles, and that indignation which would take possession of you if you were asked 4 sous for a postage stamp, I experience when I am asked 20 francs for an umbrella which is worth 15. I protest against the established theft, ceaseless, abominable, of merchants, servants, and coachmen. I protest against the commercial dishonesty of all your race which despises us. I give the price of a drink which I am bound to give for a service rendered, and not that which, as the result of a whim, you fling away without knowing why, and which ranges from 5 to 100 sous, according to the caprice of your temper. Do you understand?" Gontran had risen by this time, and smiling with that refined irony which came happily from his lips. "Yes, my dear fellow, I understand, and you are perfectly right, and so much the more right, because my grandfather, the old Marquis de Ravenel, scarcely left anything to my poor father in consequence of the bad habit which he had of never picking up the change handed to him by the shopkeepers, when he was paying for any article whatsoever. He thought that unworthy of a gentleman, and always gave the round sum and the entire coin." And Gontran went off with a self-satisfied air. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Mont Oriol, or A Romance of Auvergne, by Guy de Maupassant. A Mutual Understanding, Part 1. They were just ready to go in to dinner on the following day, in the private dining-room of the Andermatt and Ravenel families, when Gontran opened the door announcing the Mesdemoiselles Oriol. They entered with an air of constraint, pushed forward by Gontran, who laughed while he explained: "Here they are. I have carried them both off through the middle of the street. Moreover, it excited public attention. I brought them here by force to you, because I want to explain myself to Madame Louise, and could not do so in the open air." He took from them their hats and their parasols, which they were still carrying, as they had been on their way back from a promenade, made them sit down, embraced his sister, pressed the hands of his father, of his brother-in-law, and of Paul, and then, approaching Louise Oriol once more, said: "Here now, mademoiselle, kindly tell me what you have against me for some time past." She seemed scared, like a bird caught in a net, and carried away by the hunter. "Why, nothing, monsieur, nothing at all. What has made you believe that?" "Oh, everything, mademoiselle, everything at all. You no longer come here, you no longer come in the Noah's Ark," so he had baptized the big landau. "You assume a harsh tone whenever I meet you and when I speak to you." "Why, no, monsieur, I assure you." "Why, yes, mamselle, I declare to you. In any case, I don't want this to continue, and I am going to make peace with you this very day. Oh, you know I am obstinate. There's no use in your looking black at me. I'll know easily how to get the better of your hoity-toity airs, and make you be nice toward your sister, who is an angel of grace." It was announced that dinner was ready, and they made their way to the dining-room. Gontran took Louise's arm in his. He was exceedingly attentive to her and to her sister, dividing his compliments between them with admirable tact, and remarking to the younger girl, "As for you, you are a comrade of ours. I am going to neglect you for a few days. One goes to less expense for friends than for strangers, you are aware." And he said to the elder, "As for you, I want to bewitch you, mademoiselle, and I warn you as a loyal foe. I will even make love to you. Ha! You are blushing. That's a good sign. You'll see that I am very nice, when I take pains about it. Isn't that so, Mademoiselle Charlotte?" And they were both, indeed, blushing, and Louise stammered with her serious air, "Oh, monsieur, how foolish you are!" He replied, "Bah! You will hear many things said by others by and by in society, when you are married, which will not be long. 'Tis then they will really pay you compliments." Christiane and Paul Bretigny expressed their approval of his action in having brought back Louise Oriol. The Marquis smiled, amused by these childish affectations. Andermatt was thinking, "He's no fool, the sly dog." And Gontran, irritated by the part which he was compelled to play, drawn by his senses towards Charlotte and by his interest towards Louise, muttered between his teeth, with a sly smile in her direction, "Ah, your rascal of a father thought to play a trick upon me, but I am going to carry it with a high hand over you, my lassie, and you will see whether I won't go about it the right way." And he compared the two, inspecting them one after the other. Certainly he liked the younger more. She was more amusing, more lively, with her nose tilted slightly, her bright eyes, her straight forehead, and her beautiful teeth a little too prominent, in a mouth which was somewhat too wide. However, the other was pretty, too, colder, less gay. She would never be lively or charming in the intimate relations of life. But when at the opening of a ball the Comtesse de Ravenel would be announced, she could carry her title well, better perhaps than her younger sister, when she got a little accustomed to it, and had mingled with persons of high birth. No matter, he was annoyed. He was full of spite against the father and the brother also, and he promised himself that he would pay them off afterward for his mischance when he was the master. When they returned to the drawing-room, he got Louise to read the cards, as she was skilled in foretelling the future. The Marquis, Andermatt, and Charlotte listened attentively, attracted, in spite of themselves, by the mystery of the unknown, by the possibility of the improbable, by that invincible credulity with reference to the marvellous, which haunts man, and often disturbs the strongest minds in the presence of the silly inventions of charlatans. Paul and Christiane chatted in the recess of an open window. For some time past she had been miserable, feeling that she was no longer loved in the same fashion, and their misunderstanding as lovers was every day accentuated by their mutual error. She had suspected this unfortunate state of things for the first time on the evening of the fête, when she brought Paul along the road. But while she understood that he had no longer the same tenderness in his look, the same caress in his voice, the same passionate anxiety about her as in the days of their early love, she had not been able to divine the cause of this change. It had existed for a long time now, ever since the day when she had said to him, with a look of happiness on reaching their daily meeting-place, "You know, I believe I am really enceinte." He had felt at that moment an unpleasant little shiver running all over his skin. Then, at each of their meetings, she would talk to him about her condition, which made her heart dance with joy. But this preoccupation with a matter which he regarded as vexatious, ugly, and unclean, clashed with his devoted exultation about the idol that he had adored. At a later stage, when he saw her altered, thin, her cheeks hollow, her complexion yellow, he thought that she might have spared him that spectacle, and might have vanished for a few months from his sight, to reappear afterward, fresher and prettier than ever, thus knowing how to make him forget this accident, or perhaps knowing how to unite to her coquettish fascinations as a mistress another charm, the thoughtful reserve of a young mother, who only allows her baby to be seen at a distance covered up in red ribbons. She had, besides, a rare opportunity of displaying that tact which he expected of her by spending the summer apart from him at Mont Oriol, and leaving him in Paris, so that he might not see her robbed of her freshness and beauty. He had fondly hoped that she might have understood him. But immediately on reaching Auvergne, she had appealed to him in incessant and despairing letters, so numerous and so urgent, that he had come to her through weakness, through pity, and now she was boring him to death with her ungracious and lugubrious tenderness, and he felt an extreme longing to get away from her, to see no more of her, to listen no longer to her talk about love, so irritating and out of place. He would have liked to tell her plainly all that he had in his mind, to point out to her how unskilful and foolish she showed herself, but he could not bring himself to do this, and he dared not take his departure. As a result, he could not restrain himself from testifying his impatience with her in bitter and hurtful words. She was stung by them the more because, every day more ill, more heavy, tormented by all the sufferings of pregnant women, she had more need than ever of being consoled, fondled, encompassed with affection. She loved him with that utter abandonment of body and soul, of her entire being, which sometimes renders love a sacrifice without reservations and without bounds. She no longer looked upon herself as his mistress, but as his wife, his companion, his devotee, his worshipper, his prostrate slave, his chattel. For her there seemed no further need of any gallantry, coquetry, constant desire to please, or fresh indulgence between them, since she belonged to him entirely, since they were linked together by that chain so sweet and so strong, the child which would soon be born. When they were alone at the window, she renewed her tender lamentation. "Paul, my dear Paul, tell me, do you love me as much as ever?" "Yes, certainly. Come now, you keep repeating this every day. It will end by becoming monotonous." "Pardon me, it is because I find it impossible to believe it any longer, and I want you to reassure me. I want to hear you saying it to me forever, that word which is so sweet, and, as you don't repeat it to me so often as you used to do, I am compelled to ask for it, to implore it, to beg it from you." "Well, yes, I love you, but let us talk of something else, I entreat you." "Ah, how hard you are!" "Why, no, I am not hard, only you do not understand that—" "Oh, yes, I understand well that you no longer love me. If you knew how I am suffering—" "Come, Christiane, I beg of you not to make me nervous. If you knew yourself how awkward what you are now doing is. Ah, if you loved me, you would not talk to me in this way." "But deuce take it, if I did not love you, I would not have come." "Listen, you belong to me now, you are mine, I am yours. There is between us that tie of a budding life which nothing can break. But will you promise me that, if one day you should come to love me no more, you will tell me so?" "Yes, I do promise you." "You swear it to me?" "I swear it to you." "But then, all the same, we would remain friends, would we not?" "Certainly, let us remain friends." "On the day when you no longer regard me with love, you'll come to find me, and you'll say to me, 'My little Christiane, I am very fond of you, but it is not the same thing any more. Let us be friends, there, nothing but friends.'" "That is understood. I promise it to you." "You swear it to me?" "I swear it to you." "No matter, it would cause me great grief. How you adored me last year!" A voice called out behind them, "The Duchess de Ramas Aldavarra." She had come as a neighbour, for Christiane held receptions each day for the principal bathers, just as princes hold receptions in their kingdoms. Doctor Mazelli followed the lovely Spaniard with a smiling and submissive air. The two women pressed one another's hands, sat down, and commenced to chat. Andermatt called Paul across to him. "My dear friend, come here. Mademoiselle Oriol reads the cards splendidly. She has told me some astonishing things." He took Paul by the arm, and added, "What an odd being you are! At Paris we never saw you, even once a month, in spite of the entreaties of my wife. Here it required 15 letters to get you to come, and since you have come, one would think you are losing 1,000,000 a day, you look so disconsolate. Come, are you hearing any matter that ruffles you? We might be able to assist you. You should tell us about it." "Nothing at all, my dear fellow. If I haven't visited you more frequently in Paris, 'tis because at Paris, you understand." "Perfectly, I grasp your meaning. But here, at least, you ought to be in good spirits. I am preparing for you 2 or 3 fêtes, which will, I am sure, be very successful." Madame Barre and Professor Cloche were announced. He entered with his daughter, a young widow, red-haired and bold-faced. Then, almost in the same breath, the man's servant called out, "Professor Masroussel." His wife accompanied him, pale, worn, with flat headbands drawn over her temples. Professor Remusot had left the day before, and having, it was said, purchased his chalet on exceptionally favourable conditions. The 2 other doctors would have liked to know what these conditions were, but Andermatt merely said in reply to them, "Oh, we have made little advantageous arrangements for everybody. If you desired to follow his example, we might see our way to a mutual understanding. We might see our way. When you have made up your mind, you can let me know, and then we'll talk about it." Doctor Latonne appeared in his turn, then Doctor Honorat without his wife, whom he did not bring with him. A din of voices now filled the drawing-room, the loud buzz of conversation. Gontran never left Louise Oriol's side, put his head over her shoulder in addressing her, and said with a laugh every now and again to whoever was passing near him, "This is an enemy of whom I am making a conquest." Mazelli took a seat beside Professor Cloche's daughter. For some days he had been constantly following her about, and she had received his advances with provoking audacity. The Duchess, who kept him well in view, appeared irritated and trembling. Suddenly she rose, crossed the drawing-room, and interrupted her doctor's confidential chat with the pretty red-haired widow, saying, "Come, Mazelli, we are going to retire. I feel rather ill at ease." As soon as they had gone out, Christiane drew close to Paul's side, and said to him, "Poor woman, she must suffer so much." He asked heedlessly, "Who, pray?" "The Duchess. You don't see how jealous she is?" He replied abruptly, "If you begin to groan over everything you can lay hold of now, you'll have no end of weeping." She turned away, ready, indeed, to shed tears, so cruel did she find him, and sitting down near Charlotte Oriol, who was all alone in a dazed condition, unable to comprehend the meaning of Gontran's conduct, she said to the young girl, without letting the latter realize what her words conveyed, "There are days when one would like to be dead." Andermatt, in the midst of the doctors, was relating the extraordinary case of Père Clovis, whose legs were beginning to come to life again. He appeared so thoroughly convinced that nobody could doubt his good faith, since he had seen through the trick of the peasants and the paralytic, understood that he had let himself be duped and persuaded, the year before, through the sheer desire to believe in the efficacy of the waters with which he had been bitten, since, above all, he had not been able to free himself, without paying, from the formidable complaints of the old man. He had converted it into a strong advertisement, and worked it wonderfully well. Mazelli had just come back, after having accompanied his patient to her own apartments. Gontran caught hold of his arm. "Tell me your opinion, my good doctor. Which of the Oriol girls do you prefer?" The handsome physician whispered in his ear, "The younger one to love, the elder one to marry." "Look at that! We are exactly of the same way of thinking. I am delighted at it." Then, going over to his sister, who was still talking to Charlotte, "You are not aware of it? I have made up my mind that we are to visit the Puy de la Nugère on Thursday. It is the finest crater of the chain. Every one consents. It is a settled thing." Christiane murmured with an air of indifference, "I consent to anything you like." But Professor Cloche, followed by his daughter, was about to take his leave, and Mazelli, offering to see them home, started off behind the young widow. In 5 minutes every one had left, for Christiane went to bed at 11 o'clock. The Marquis, Paul, and Gontran accompanied the Oriol girls. Gontran and Louise walked in front, and Bretigny, some paces behind them, felt Charlotte's arm trembling a little as it leaned on his. They separated with the agreement "on Thursday at 11 for breakfast at the hotel." On their way back they met Andermatt, detained in a corner of the park by Professor Masroussel, who was saying to him: "Well, if it does not put you about, I'll come and have a chat with you to-morrow morning about that little business of the chalet." William joined the young men to go in with them, and, drawing himself up to his brother-in-law's ear, said: "My best compliments, my dear boy. You have acted your part admirably." Gontran, for the past 2 years, had been harassed by pecuniary embarrassments, which had spoiled his existence. So long as he was spending the share which came to him from his mother, he had allowed his life to pass in that carelessness and indifference which he inherited from his father, in the midst of those young men, rich, blasé, and corrupted, whose doings we read about every morning in the newspapers, who belong to the world of fashion, but mingle in it very little, preferring the society of women of easy virtue and purchasable hearts. There were a dozen of them in the same set, who were to be found every night at the same café on the boulevard between midnight and 3 o'clock in the morning. Very well dressed, always in black coats and white waistcoats, wearing shirt buttons worth 20 louis, changed every month, and bought in one of the principal jewellers' shops, they lived careless of everything, save amusing themselves, picking up women, making them a subject of talk, and getting money by every possible means. As the only things they had any knowledge of were scandals of the night before, the echoes of alcoves and stables, jewels, and stories about gambling transactions, the entire horizon of their thoughts was shut in by these barriers. They had had all the women who were for sale in the market of gallantry, had passed them through their hands, given them up, exchanged them with one another, and talked among themselves as to their erotic qualities as they might have talked about the qualities of race-horses. They also associated with people of rank, whose voluptuous habits excited comment, and whose women nearly all kept up intrigues, which were matters of notoriety, under the eyes of husbands indifferent or averted or closed or devoid of perception. And they passed judgment on these women as on the others, forming much the same estimate about them, save that they made a slight distinction on the grounds of birth and social position. By dint of resorting to dodges to get the money necessary for the life which they led, outwitting usurers, borrowing on all sides, putting off tradesmen, laughing in the faces of their tailors when presented with a big bill every 6 months, listening to girls telling about the infamies they perpetrated in order to gratify their feminine greed, seeing systematic cheating at clubs, knowing and feeling that they were individually robbed by everyone, by servants, merchants, keepers of big restaurants, and others, becoming acquainted with certain sharp practices and shady transactions in which they themselves had a hand, in order to knock out a few louis, their moral sense had become blunted, used up, and their sole point of honour consisted in fighting duels when they realized that they were suspected of all the things of which they were either capable or actually guilty. Every one of these young roués, after some years of this existence, ended with a rich marriage, or a scandal, or a suicide, or a mysterious disappearance as complete as death, but they put their principal reliance on the rich marriage. Some trusted to their families to procure such a thing for them, others looked out themselves for it without letting it be noticed, and they had lists of heiresses, just as people have lists of houses for sale. They kept their eyes fixed especially on the exotics, the Americans of the North and of the South, whom they dazzled by their chic, by their reputation as fast men, by talk about their successes, and by the elegance of their persons. and their tradesmen also placed reliance on the rich marriage. But this hunt after the girl with a fortune was bound to be protracted. In any case, it involved inquiries, the trouble of winning a female heart, fatigues, visits, all that exercise of energy of which Gontran, careless by nature, remained utterly incapable. For a long time past he had been saying to himself, feeling each day more keenly the unpleasantness of impecuniosity, "I must, for all that, think it over." But he did not think it over, and so he found nothing. He had been reduced to the ingenious pursuit of paltry sums, to all the questionable steps of people at the end of their resources, and, to crown it all, to long sojourns in the family, when Andermatt had suddenly suggested to him the idea of marrying one of the Oriol girls. He had at first said nothing through prudence, although the young girl appeared to him at first blush too much beneath him for him to consent to such an unequal match. But a few minutes' reflection had very speedily modified his view, and he forthwith made up his mind to make love to her in a bantering sort of way, the love making of a spa, which would not compromise him, and would permit him to back out of it. Thoroughly acquainted with his brother-in-law's character, he knew that this proposition must have been cogitated for a long time, and weighed and matured by him, that she meant to him a valuable prize such as it would be hard to find elsewhere. It would cost him no trouble but that of stooping down and picking up a pretty girl, for he liked the younger sister very much, and he had often said to himself that she would be nice to associate with later on. He had accordingly selected Charlotte Oriol, and in a little time would have brought matters to the point when a regular proposal might have been made to her. Section 14.